Good afternoon and welcome to our first annual Day of Dementia and Caregiver Education Streamathon. We are so glad that you're joining us today. Thank you for being a part of what we're trying to do to support persons living with dementia, their families, and professional caretakers. We're also here celebrating Alzheimer's and Brain Health Awareness Month in the month of June. Today is about raising awareness, sharing hope, and reminding caregivers and families that you are not alone on this journey.
Right now, millions of people are living with dementia, and countless family members are providing care, often balancing work, family responsibilities, and their own well-being. Throughout the afternoon, you'll learn about the resources that the James L. West Center has to offer that can make a meaningful difference in the lives of those affected by dementia. You'll also learn about brain health and what you can do now to lower your risk of developing dementia when Jamie comes on from 6 to 8 this evening.
And Holly is going to be talking about grief and how it affects each of us in our dementia journey here shortly from 2 to 4. Whether dementia has touched your family or you're just here to learn more, we are so grateful that you're with us. Later this afternoon, Tia is going to join us and she's going to be talking about the basics of dementia and how best to communicate those with those living with dementia. Together, we're going to be able to create a better understanding and create better support and develop a compassionate community. You're also going to discover how to provide educational programs that bring comfort, connection, and dignity to those living with dementia.
So settle in, be inspired, and join us in making a difference. Every conversation matters, every donation matters, and every person affected by dementia matters.
So again, welcome to our first ever Day of Dementia and Caregiver Education. Now, you will be hearing from Holly, Tia, and myself, but you're also going to be hearing from other experts here at the James L. West Center who make the care and support crucial and important to all people living with dementia. I want you to start off and take a little break and hear from David, our Vice President of Development.
Hi, I'm David Farrell, Vice President of Development at James L. West, and welcome to the Westworld Record Day of Teaching Live. June is Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month, so we've been taking the opportunity to bring attention to this important topic. Fun fact, yesterday was summer solstice, officially the longest day of the year. We recognize that when you're caring for loved ones with dementia, any day can feel like the longest day of the year. With that in mind, we're thrilled you could join us today for hours of instruction to better your life and the lives of the loved ones you care for. On behalf of James L. West, we thank you for taking part in this special event. We hope you find value in the content and leave here today with some helpful takeaways.
So you may be wondering, why are we starting with the topic of grief whenever we're doing dementia education? We decided to start with grief because it is something that everyone has in common. Now, you may not have exactly realized that yet or called it what it is. So let's back up just a minute. If you're someone who's familiar with our programs or our support groups here at the West Center, you know that we talk a lot about the grief of caregiving. And I want to give you an idea of why that is. Before we even realize that our loved one has dementia, when we are just starting to see some subtle changes, we, as the caregivers, as the care partners, actually start through those stages of grief. Because think about that first denial. It can't be. It must be something else. It must be their hearing or their vision, or they're just getting older. And then we find out by doing programs like this and by going on our YouTube page and other places to get educated about dementia that memory loss is not a normal part of aging. That if a person has actual memory loss, something is going on. It might not be dementia, but something is happening. And we caregivers, care partners, start through those stages of grief. Now, the number one word that is used in support groups coming from caregivers is another word that starts with a G, and it's that word guilt. Now, I want you to think of the definition of the word guilt. And everybody that's watching right now, think through the word guilt. When do we hear the word guilt? That caregivers tend to use the word guilt as an emotion. But a person is found guilty when they've committed a crime. And those of us that are caregivers, we didn't do anything intentionally to hurt someone. We didn't do anything on purpose for our own gain. That's when someone's guilty. So let's call it what it really is. The word grief means loss. It does not mean death. It means loss. And we're grieving the loss of our relationship the way it was. We are grieving the loss of our relationship the way that we thought it would be. So the sooner that we are able to call it what it is, this is grief. And if you're somewhere where right now you can even say that out loud, I'm grieving the loss of my relationship the way it was. I'm grieving the loss of my relationship the way I thought it would be. You can journal it when you're doing grief work, because grief is work. And we never get through to the other side because it's never going to end. If we have loved much, we will grieve much, but we do walk through it and we learn to integrate it into our life. Just like we have learned to integrate so many other types of grief in our life. Whether you're someone who has been through a divorce or a job loss, or you've lost someone else in your life, you've learned to integrate that grief, and we get up every day and we do move forward. That's why we're starting with grief. It's something that we have to talk about. So let's start with, let's do a grounding exercise first. And everyone can receive these slides. If you are interested in receiving these slides, you can email me here at the James L. West Center, hlowe, L-O-W-E, at jameslwest.org, or you can even put comments into the chat or the comments section, because we are monitoring that. A grounding exercise that we can do when we are feeling any type of anxiety is a very simple 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You may have seen it before. It really works. You take a deep breath, exhale all the way out, because when we do a full exhale, we are telling our body, we're telling our brain that we're not in danger. Let's try that again. A really deep inhale and exhale. I'm safe. I am not in danger. And then I'm going to look around and find 5 things that I can see and call those out loud. I can see the clock. I can see pictures on the wall. I can see the computer. I can see the people in the room. I can see the carpet below my feet. 4 things that you can feel, and just reach around you. What are some things you can feel? It could even be the air around you, what you're sitting on, your clothing. This is grounding you to the present time. What are 3 things that you can hear? Be very quiet. And what are 3 things that you can hear? 2 things that you can smell, and 1 thing that you can currently taste. This, again, is a great exercise for grounding. It's a good exercise to do before you go into doing grief work or journaling as well. So let's start with, what is grief? Grief is something that we all go through whenever we've had a loss. When we're doing grief work, we often will go back through and think of the different losses that we've had. Now, I mentioned a few earlier. We've got divorce, job loss, maybe a friend that moved away, or I had to move away. Of course, death is on there, but again, there's so much more to grief than just death. Loss of dreams. Maybe life didn't turn out the way that we thought that it was going to, and we actually grieve that A pet, that is very real loss. But it's the way that we also show that we loved someone. I said earlier, we grieve much when we have loved much. I want you to notice this. There is no end to grief. The goal is to adapt to the loss and incorporate grief into our life experience such that grief becomes integrated. There are days when we have a loved one with dementia that we really don't know if we can go on. We may wonder if we can even take the next breath. But then we do. And we take the next breath. And we take the next breath. And eventually we start to integrate the grief or the loss into our life. There is not a timetable. Please don't ever let anyone say something to you like, well, that was weeks ago. You should be over that by now. We don't want those woulda, coulda, shoulda type statements. And keep in mind, your timetable is your timetable. There is no timetable for grief. It will not just end. But let's look at some of those symptoms of grief. Again, if it's not something that you know much about or you haven't been through much grief, you may have either been calling it something else or just not even realizing that it was grief. So the most common symptoms of grief: anxiety. What about irritation? Aggravation? Do you find yourself being a little bit short with others? We were doing a program this morning and we were actually talking about, we may be doing pretty well at home, but we bite the head off of a waiter or a waitress or someone at the grocery store because we just had a short fuse. Sadness, numbness, and that's a common word that caregivers use. I just feel like I'm numb and I'm on autopilot. That's grief. Difficulty concentrating, or actually even having brain fog, or what can feel like some memory issues yourself. Anger and disorientation. And there are others that are listed up here. Doing things to try to feel close to the person who has died, or doing things to try to feel close to our loved one with dementia. Now, you may be thinking, how is it that I can be grieving when my loved one is still alive? And we're going to look at, there's over 20 different types of grief. And there is a grief when we are grieving someone that's alive. We actually also go through grief of the future. So we'll be looking at those coming up. But I want us to go through a few terms and just get the meanings down. So what is mourning? That's that external expression of our thoughts. And it's just things that we do. Now, we're in Fort Worth, Texas, and often we say, what do we do when someone passes away? Well, we're going to show up with a casserole, or we're showing up with some fried chicken, because in the South, we tend to show up with food. Another thing people do is maybe they send a sympathy card. Also, maybe they wear black to a service because that is a ritual, that is a tradition. Maybe they light a candle or they go out to the cemetery. All of this is ways that we mourn. And then what is sadness? Sadness is a very generic term. That feeling of being unhappy, a feeling of sorrow. Well, let's look at this chart here. One of the ways that we can really do well when we're keeping a journal is to use something called a feelings wheel or a feelings chart. This particular one has to just do with the word sad. So that if I'm really doing some grief work and I've dedicated some time to grief, I'm going to look at that and say, this isn't just sadness. I'm distraught. That's a much more powerful word. I feel helpless. This is misery. It's choosing words like that that we can use and that we can journal with. It also serves as a reminder that we need help and that we need comfort. So, what is loss? Some ways to think of loss. There's physical loss, emotional loss, economic loss, or any type of damage that is done to us or even to our property or to something that we own. That is considered a loss. There's also that deprivation because of separation, when we are grieving because we're separated from our loved ones. Now, let's think about this in terms of dementia. They're still very much alive, and they can be sitting right next to us and seem like they're a million miles away, even though they're right here. Now, people who have not gone on a dementia journey may say something meaning well, but they may say something like, well, at least they're still alive. At least you still have your mom. Well, she doesn't know who I am. Or she thinks that I'm her mom. And we grieve that. We're grieving the change in the relationship. And then there's the term bereavement. So let's look at this. This is actually the condition of the loss or the experience of the loss. It's that time when we are deprived of the person or we're deprived of the thing that we've lost. It's a response to those who have suffered, and it's a significant loss. And it's when the grief can start very, very early in the process of dementia. But the bereavement, it is just a heaviness that can come over us. I want to make sure that we spend some time on the term depression. In the counseling field, rather than using the term mental health, because there's such a stigma to mental health, just like there's a stigma to dementia, why don't we call it brain health? And we're going to look at some statistics about depression. Whenever we have a loved one that has dementia, the majority of caregivers are going to go through at least situational depression. Situational depression. It's very serious. And we're going to find out later that untreated depression can actually lead to dementia because of the changes that happens in the brain chemicals. It can happen at any age, but we most commonly see it in adults. And again, if you were to ask most people, tell me everything you know about depression, the majority of folks would say, well, they're sad. They're down. They're blue. Those are all the same thing, aren't they? There's over 20 signs and symptoms to depression. So again, you have access to these slides. You can email us. You can ask for them in the comments. But I want you to take a look at some of these signs and symptoms. A person can be depressed and not be sad. A person can be depressed and maybe they just are starting to withdraw. They're sleeping more. They're losing interest in their hobbies. They're feeling hopeless. They're having feelings of worthlessness. They're not able to concentrate, but to the outside world, maybe everything looks okay. It's how they're feeling inside. So here are the statistics on depression. All depression can be treated. Now, I know that there's treatment-resistant depression, but even with treatment-resistant depression, if we'll do everything that our doctor, our therapist is asking us to do, 80 to 90% of depression can be completely alleviated. Another 20% can at least see a reduction in symptoms. So even when someone has treatment-resistant depression, if they will follow everything they've been asked to do, and they have a reduction in symptoms, that's going to help with the depression. The earlier the treatments begin, the more effective they're going to be. The problem is that typically by the time someone goes to the doctor or goes to a therapist and starts talking about depression, they're well into it, again, because of the stigma. We need to get rid of the stigma of depression. No two people are affected the same way by depression, just as you'll find out later this afternoon, no two people are affected the same way by dementia. And treatment for depression is not a one-size-fits-all. So let's look at this Venn diagram. When we have a loved one with dementia, we are not going to be going through it for just a few days, weeks, or months. Depression is a disease, dementia is a disease that lasts for years, no matter what type of dementia your loved one has. And again, you'll find out in our next segment, there's over 100 different types of dementia. Alzheimer's is the most common type of dementia, but there's many types of dementia. They last for a very long time. And one of the things that's happening is that we as caregivers are going through what many call a long goodbye. Because every time they lose a skill set, every time they lose the ability to do something for themselves, that is a loss. So we grieve that loss for our loved ones. It may be something as simple as, I just realized my dad is no longer using a fork. He's only using a spoon and his fingers to eat. He doesn't know what to do with the fork. We grieve that. We grieve that loss in our loved one. So we're saying goodbye over a long period of time. At the same time, we're learning to move forward without them actively in our lives the way that we thought they would always be in our life. But life still goes on. The sun still comes up every day. That's one of the hardest things, and that's where a lot of caregivers will use that word guilt. I feel guilty taking a trip or making plans without them. And then making sense. How do I make sense of this? This wasn't the plan. So let's look at some of our basic grief needs. One of them is your loss matters and it's important. It isn't going to look like everybody else's, but it is important. The pain of grief does become more manageable with time. Now, that does not mean time heals all wounds, but there really is something to getting some time between the loss and the future. There are people that can help. One of the best things that we can do when we're going through grief is to find a support group. And here at the James L. West Center, we actually have 4 support groups that are open to the public. We have people who come on from all over the world to our support groups. We have a group that meets every single Wednesday from 1 to 2:30, and it's online. We average 30 to 40 people in that group every week. It's an open group. You don't have to say a word if you don't want to, or you can come on there and you can talk because it's a safe place to be. We have a group that meets in person right here in this room at the West Center that meets from 11 to 12 every Friday. And that group is averaging 25 to 30 people every week. Then we have 2 very special groups, and they are groups that are specific to grief. One is online, and it's on the 2nd Saturday of each month from 10:30 to 12 online. That group averages 20 to 25 people, and we talk about this kind of thing every month, and it's just once a month for 90 minutes. And we have a group that meets in person on the 1st Friday of each month here at the West Center from 9 to 10:30 here in our education room that's specific to the grief of caregiving. For more information about that, you can also ask in the comments. You can reach out to us, or you can go to our website at jameslwest.org. So let's start looking at the different types of grief. They can kind of be fascinating to study and to realize when you look through them, oh, I have been experiencing that. There's a name for it. This is normal. We have some questions we get asked over and over again here in our Dementia-IQ, our education department. And one of them that I hear the most often is what I'm feeling normal? Is this normal? That's why I say if I can just get you in the door or get you online to a support group, you find out absolutely this is normal, because here's all these other people feeling the same way. But let's look at this first one. It's called abbreviated grief. And what is that? It's very common after an extended illness like dementia. It can also be common if a person had an insignificant attachment. The way that we grieve has to do with our attachment to the person. So I've got a picture up here of some children. And sometimes we'll look at the way that a child grieves and we may think, well, they're not even grieving very much for their great grandparent that died. Well, how attached were they to that great grandparent? I may be grieving more because it's my grandparent. Their children are grieving more because it's their parent, and everyone grieves in a different way. The loss of a distant relative. Often we've got abbreviated grief. Then there is what's called absent grief. Why am I not grieving like I thought I would? This one is interesting. This can happen when we don't seem to show any signs of grief. But then what does grief look like? What it looks like in one person and what it looks like in another, two completely different things. Many times it happens after anticipatory grief, which we're going to talk about in a minute, because we've been grieving the loss for so long. I hear this a lot. After someone with dementia passes away, it is not uncommon for their spouse even to say, I haven't cried. And it's been months since they died. And what's wrong with me? I haven't cried and my spouse died. But how many years have you been crying? How long were you grieving? How long were you going through what's coming up? Anticipatory grief, where we knew it was coming and we may have spent months or even years preparing for that loss. And then when the death happens, it's not what we thought it would be. So it has a name. There's other examples that are on here. Sometimes it's someone who's just refusing to acknowledge the loss. They're in such denial, they're just refusing. It didn't happen. They can also become over-involved in other projects so that they kind of protect themselves as they're processing the loss. This can happen also if, an example, let's say a parent loses a child, but there's other children in the home. And that parent starts to focus so much on those other children and their grieving that they don't take care of themselves. This one I want to land on just a minute because we see this often. This is the one that if you're taking care of someone with dementia, you may not realize it, but now you've got a name for it. Look at this. There's nothing more difficult than grieving the loss of a loved one who is still alive. You've got a name for it now. It's called ambiguous grief. We are grieving the loss of the living. This is good to write down. This is good to journal. This is mourning that can happen and we don't have any closure yet. It also changes. It can change from day to day. I had an adult daughter come in my office one day and she was just in tears. And she made the comment that that morning, her daddy, who'd always been able to dress himself, was sitting on the edge of the bed and he had put his arms into his pants leg. And he was sitting on the edge of the bed with his arms in his pants. And he looked very confused. And she walked in and looked at him and realized on this particular day, my dad didn't know how to get himself dressed. Now tomorrow, because of the way dementia works, he may be able to get himself dressed, but today he couldn't. So she assisted him. She got into our day program. She came over to talk to me. That was a loss for her. Seeing something that her dad had always been able to do, and on this day he couldn't, she had to acknowledge it as a loss. But there's no answer. I don't know when it's coming. I don't know what day it's going to be. That they're not going to know what to do with that toothbrush, or they're not going to know how to do their activities of daily living to take care of themselves. I don't know when it's coming, but I know that it is coming. Sometimes also as caregivers, and we have to admit, we can even have a sense of shame or a sense of embarrassment of the things that our loved one might do in public, at church, at a restaurant, and then we're going through what's called ambiguous grief. We're grieving the loss of our loved one the way that they were. Many times also, it is not acknowledged publicly. There's many other types of ambiguous grief. Another one that is ambiguous is a miscarriage. Because families will come up and say something like, oh, you can always have another baby. Well, I'm mourning the loss of this one. And unless you've been through it, you just can't understand that loss. Mental health issues, when there's mental health issues in a family, so many times we don't talk about them, but people know that it's going on. That's an ambiguous loss. Anticipatory grief is the next one, that those of us who have a loved one with dementia, we are going through this every day. It's grieving a loss before it happens, but we know it's coming. It's anticipatory. It begins with that anticipation of a loss. We start to educate ourselves about dementia. We realize this is a progressive terminal illness. If they don't die from something else, if they don't pass from a comorbidity or from just being over life expectancy, they will pass from the effects of dementia. And we start realizing, well, how much time do we have? Well, we don't know. And it has a name, anticipatory grief. When we have a loved one who is terminally ill, this is the name, anticipatory grief. This can even be a pending divorce. This can be a pending layoff at work. We know it's coming, so it's anticipatory grief. How does it show up? The most common way anticipatory grief shows up is anger. So when we talk about emotions, when we talk about feelings, anger in many people is the easiest emotion. It's a whole lot easier to be mad and raise my voice and get really broad and point my finger than to have fear, to be afraid, to be scared, and to be vulnerable or to cry. We saw a lot of anticipatory grief in 2020 during the pandemic. After March of 2020, we didn't know what was happening, and there was a lot of anger. There was a lot of loss of emotional control. We were just mad. People were out of control, and it was easier to yell and scream and fight than it was to be vulnerable and to cry and be scared. Usually, at the base of anticipatory grief is fear. So let's look at that reality of dementia. The reality of dementia is that they're both still here, but they're also gone. They may physically be here, but I can no longer have a conversation with them. The banter back and forth is gone. This comes up in support group a lot. What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to interact with my loved one when the language is gone? How do I still connect with someone with dementia? That will be coming up in our second program today. We can still connect. It's important to still connect, but it's also important to acknowledge the loss. That no, we don't sit next to each other in our chairs and chit chat back and forth anymore. That's gone. But how do we connect? There are still ways to connect. We connect through music. We connect through touch. There's other ways to connect. What about I am a caregiver, but I also still have my own needs? I am a caregiver, but I'm also still a wife. I'm still a mother. I'm still a daughter. I'm a husband. I'm a son, but I'm a caregiver. We've got to be careful as caregivers so that our entire identity doesn't become caregiver, that we remain husband, wife, father, daughter. This one's difficult. I wish it was over, but I wish they would keep living. That's hard to say. Those are the kind of things we talk about in support group. Sometimes families will say things like, I feel like I'm praying that my loved one die. And we reframe that and we say something like, we're not praying that our loved one die, we're praying this disease be over. Let's acknowledge what it is that we're asking for. I wish it was over, but I still want them. Of course we do, but we want them without the disease. I'm both sad about my lost hopes and dreams, but I'm also happy about some new hopes and dreams. These are things that make the reality of dementia and grief a little bit different than other types of grief. Now, when someone has a terminal illness, they themselves will go through anticipatory grief. So look at this. A person who's dying is losing all of their relationships at the same time, where we, as the survivors, are losing one person. Think about that. That person who's dying is losing every single relationship at the same time. So that we see this a lot in somebody who's terminal. Maybe they have cancer, or maybe they have ALS, or maybe they have some other type of disease where they know that their time is limited, and they will start to go through anticipatory grief themselves. It can be overwhelming. A lot of times they'll withdraw. They may even turn and face the wall to turn away from the outside world, but it gives them time to have some meaning and to have some closure. It does for us as well. If we're a caregiver of somebody with dementia, it gives us some time. We know what is coming so that we can do some legacy building with our loved ones. I do want to recommend a couple of things here. If you have children or if you have grandchildren and someone in your family has dementia, or someone in your family has any type of terminal illness, there is a fantastic book called The Memory Box, and it's a book about grief for children. It is by Joanna Rowland, and I think adults enjoy this book as much as kids do, and it teaches you how to build a memory box. And it is a great grief ritual to do with someone, is to actually build a memory box. And so I highly recommend this book. Now let's talk about the term collective grief. For many of you, if I were to give a date or just say the assassination of JFK, many of you immediately know right where you were when you found out that the president had been assassinated in Dallas. Or if I just said 9/11, we know where we were when we found out what was going on. We can see those airplanes hitting the building. What about, especially those of us in healthcare, if I say March of 2020? We know where we were when we got that call, shut it down. No more people coming in. We went into together something called a collective grief. That means that many groups of people together were having the same grief. It can also be over something like a hurricane. Those of us in Texas and in Louisiana, we had Hurricane Katrina, we had Hurricane Harvey, and we had them back to back. The Challenger disaster. Also, it can be the loss of a celebrity, when Princess Diana or when John Lennon was killed. It's called collective grief, so it has a name. It's where we can get with another group of people and we all have this connection of mourning. Some of it, again, we went through COVID, we went through the pandemic, and then we think about what did that entail? Well, there was job loss. People who were supposed to graduate didn't get to have graduations, weddings, isolation, funerals, everything changed for a period of time. But what it does is we do public mourning, which can help to heal collectively, and we can start to have community action, which can also be something that helps us grieve. Then let's look at this, and there's several names for this particular one. It can be complicated grief, chronic grief, exaggerated grief, or prolonged grief disorder. This usually is when we get about 6 months past the loss, but our grief is still so severe, it's to the point that we cannot function day to day, where we cannot have, we have got an inability to think about anything other than the loss. When there's multiple losses together, back to back to back, and I never had a chance to really work on this loss before another loss came, and then another loss came. After a significant period of time, this is when we need to make sure that we are reaching out to a primary care physician, to a licensed therapist. It's when the feelings don't come and go, because normal grief, all of these other types of grief, the feelings should come and go like a wave. When they don't come and go, when they are at high intensity all the time, where a person cannot get out of bed for weeks on end, then we've got prolonged grief disorder. When we're not showing any signs of improvement. Now, I use the term normal grief, which I don't like that term, but that's what it's called. And then we can also call it conventional grief. This is the grief after somebody has died. This is the grief that I mentioned earlier. Someone passes away, I know what to do. I'm showing up with a casserole and a card. I'm going to go to the funeral. I'm going to send flowers. All of these other types of grief, what do you do when someone's going through those? We don't have a set, oh, I know what to do when someone has anticipatory grief, or I know what to do when someone has prolonged grief disorder. We don't, but conventional grief, we do. This is when feelings come and go with periods of intense distress. So one of the things I want you to think about with grief, grief is very much like an ocean or waves. So I'll say, just pretend that you're standing there on the edge of the water, and there are times that it is completely calm. It's almost like glass. There's not even very much sound, and everything is just okay. In fact, it might be really nice. And then there's times I've got to dig my heels in a little bit because the waves are starting to come in. It's not knocking me over. I've just got to dig my heels in. And then there are times that those waves are so big, it knocks me back. I lose my footing. I may barely be keeping my nose above the water. That's all normal grief. Grief comes in waves. In fact, in our grief groups, we have a term that we use called grief burst. Grief burst. So make a note of that. Grief burst. They are almost always sensory. That means I hear a song and suddenly I'm breaking down. There's a smell and I'm breaking down. I taste something. I see something. I feel something. It's very common to happen in the grocery store. I'm going through the grocery store and there I see the oatmeal that I no longer need to buy because they're not here. But I've been buying it for 40 years. And I'm crying, standing in the middle of the grocery store. That is normal grief. Completely normal grief. That's just one of those waves. And I tell you, eventually, You'll see the oatmeal, you'll smile at it, and you'll keep walking. It takes time. So again, that term was a grief burst, and it's when something that is sensory can knock us over. It can be 6 weeks after the loss. It can be 6 years after the loss. It can be 26 years after the loss. And that's all very normal. So let's look at this term, cumulative grief or grief overload. So this is, again, I mentioned earlier, when we have multiple losses that happen back to back to back. But we have one loss and it dredges up the feelings of a loss that I've had before. This came up this past week in a support group. Well, my spouse is the one who is terminal and is dying. Why do I keep thinking about my mother who passed away 30 years ago? Because grief triggers grief. Trauma triggers trauma. So it's not unusual at all that when we are going through a loss that we start thinking about other losses that we've had in our life. It can lead, here's some of the symptoms that it can lead to, that feeling of being overwhelmed or numb or wanting to avoid. But what can happen, notice on this one, substance abuse comes up like it does on many. Because if I don't want to do the grief work and not walk through it, because what we want to do with grief, of course, is we want to go over, under, or around it because it hurts. It's work. So what do we turn to? A lot of people will turn to food, they'll turn to alcohol, they'll turn to drugs, they'll turn to shopping, they'll turn to anything to take their mind off of the grief overload because that just hurts too much. Other examples is maybe where there's an accident where several family members were lost, an unexpected death, and then it's followed by the death of a family member, and then we had the pandemic, and then we lost our pet. I can't deal with it, it's too much, pour me another drink. I can't deal with it, it's too much, let me buy something. Let me take another trip. Distract, 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 distract. Then there's delayed grief. And this is when maybe there's a loss and there's a significant period of time between the loss and the way that we either react or respond to it. Most of the time when this happens, it's interesting. It can be because we're trying to take care of other people, but it can also be because we're trying to seek revenge for the loss. We're trying to seek revenge for the loss. So let me give you an example. Let's say there's a widowed parent. And as an adult child, I immediately go in and start taking care of that parent that's left. And I'm making sure they're taken care of and their bills are paid and they're getting plenty to eat and the house is in order. I am not grieving the loss of my parent because I'm so busy taking care of my mom or dad. I'm on autopilot. And then it can really hit me hard. This is also common when somebody, whenever it has been, it's a form of complicated grief. Let's say that somebody actually was murdered and we get so intent on who did it, catch who it was, punish them. And we put all of our time and energy into that and we don't grieve the actual loss because we're doing the revenge part. This can happen in a divorce where I get so into the details of the divorce that I don't grieve the loss of the marriage. And then we have a delayed grief that can show up as shock. It's like a devastating sadness that can actually, it feels like it comes from out of nowhere. And a lot of the symptoms to this one are physical, headaches, body aches, anxiousness, major mood swings, a lot of apathy. And notice I use the word storm, a storm of emotions, where it's like we're on the verge all the time of anger and crying. Disenfranchised grief. This one we have all felt, but you may not have known that there was a name for it. And I've got these pictures up here because I think if we think back to 2020, that was an Olympic year. Well, what if you won your Olympic gold and there was nobody there to cheer you on? What if you won your Olympic gold in a stadium and there was nobody there? So yes, I won the gold. Disenfranchised grief. If you think about it, it makes sense. Or this is representing going back again during the pandemic. Somebody has a graduation, somebody has a wedding, somebody has something that I want to be at, something I want to get to, and for some reason or another, I can't get there. And we grieve it. It can be a perceived loss, and it can be something, there's a stigma to this, there's a stigma to a lot of grief, that society doesn't even consider a loss. What if we were married to someone for a very long time and they are the mother or father of our children and they die? Disenfranchised grief. And you're mourning the loss of someone that you're divorced from. And again, someone may say, but you were divorced from them. What do you care if they died? Well, it's the father of my children or it's the mother of my children. That's a type of disenfranchised grief. When we mourn the loss of a coworker, or again, the loss of a celebrity. Pets fall into this as well. If you've ever had somebody say to you, oh, it's just a dog, it's just a cat, and if you're somebody who has dogs or cats and they are part of your family, you know it is not just a dog or just a cat, that is my family. So it can be disenfranchised, and sometimes we don't even talk about it because of the stigma. Loss of treasured possessions falls into this as well. Things. I lost the earrings my mom gave me. Or there was a loss because of a fire. And someone might say, well, you have insurance. Yeah, but the insurance can't bring back those items that belonged to my great-grandparents. Disenfranchised grief. So let's look at the next one called distorted grief. Extreme emotional reactions, behavioral changes, usually following the loss during a tragic and an unforeseen circumstance. A tragic and unforeseen circumstance. Lots of guilt comes with this one. Anger, hostility even turned inwards. And this one, we're going to see a term that you may not have seen before, and it's called magical thinking. Preoccupations with thoughts of the loss leading to magical thinking or thinking that we can change it if we think about it more. It helps our brain try to deal with the trauma of the loss. It's very, very common after a homicide. It's common after a suicide. Also, if the person died from cancer, they may decide they have the same type of cancer. We can even develop an identity issue. Oh, I've got it also. We can start to do things like catastrophize when we tell the story of it. It's being angry at the world. This is when somebody dies because of something like a medical error. Or, unfortunately, what we see all too often now is a parent losing a child in a school shooting. There's a name for it. Distorted grief. Makes sense whenever we know that there's a name. The next one we're going to look at is called inhibited grief. This one shows up as aches and pains in the body. Lots of headaches, lots of stomach issues. And this shows up when someone tries to not deal with their grief. This is when somebody is trying to keep their emotions hidden. They are just going to plow forward. We are not going to talk about this. In fact, I'm going to keep myself so busy, I'll take on a new project. Maybe I'll even go get a second job. I've just got to keep my mind busy. And it can go on for a very, very long time until the person who's going through this may have even convinced themselves, I'm okay. I'm just through that. I am great. But then it starts to show up in physical manifestations. Something like IBS, that's irritable bowel syndrome, or migraines, poor sleep, body aches, and what happens with disinhibited grief or inhibited grief, we get a lot of people who self-medicate. So again, when we self-medicate, we're dulling our feelings, it blurs out the reality, I don't have to be very honest with myself, and I just am trying to make it through another day. We see this most often during the grief after a suicide, the grief after a spouse's affair, trying to stay strong for others, and those that feel like I'm falling apart. And notice I used my air quotes there. I don't want to do anything that might make someone think I'm falling apart, so I'll just stay busy all the time. And then I want to talk about masked grief before we take our first little commercial break. So with masked grief, I want to read this to you. The mask I wear is heavy, yet it doesn't weigh an ounce. The mask I wear is stifling, yet it doesn't block my face. The mask I wear is tight, yet it doesn't cling at all. The mask I wear is a disguise, yet it looks like my regular face. The mask I wear is invisible, yet it hides my feelings. The mask I wear is suffocating, yet I breathe just fine. The mask I wear is removable, yet it never comes off. The mask I wear is normalcy, yet I am grieving. Masked grief. Masking, again, having physical symptoms, or we might even be having some maladaptive behaviors. And I want you to see this quote. The griever has become so adept at suppressing their feelings of emotional pain that they take on other symptomology. It's a form of complicated grief. Here's some examples. A parent who develops an illness after the death of a child because they absolutely just do not know what to do and they literally become sick. A sibling starts showing symptoms that are very close to the cause of death of their brother or sister. They start taking on those symptoms, and that is called masked grief. We are going to be right back. First, we are going to hear from David, who we heard from a little bit earlier, and we are also going to hear from our kitchen here at James L. West.
Hi, I'm David Farrell, Vice President of Development here at James L. West. You're no doubt enjoying today's hours-long Dementia-IQ educational content. But did you know that all of our education offerings at James L. West are purely donor-funded? It's true. We pride ourselves on keeping our content cost-free for healthcare providers and family caregivers. But to do that, we rely on the generosity of others to make it happen. If you see the value in what we're doing to better people's lives through dementia education, then we invite you to please make a gift of whatever amount you see fit. We like to say that until there's a cure, we're here to care. But we can't meet the demands of instructing thousands of people each year on how to provide that care without your help. Thank you very much.
We're James L. West Dining, and we're feeding out of love in everybody. And I'm stirring up kindness because food isn't just nourishment. Behind every tray is a team that cares.
And we serve it with a smile.
Wasn't that amazing? Thank you, David. And our dining services. I love service with a smile, and our food here at the West Center is fantastic. We did have a couple of comments that I wanted to stop and talk about briefly, before we start talking about secondary loss, and thank you for being with us today, keep in mind that we'll be on live until 8 o'clock this evening, I'll be talking about grief for 1 more hour, and then Tia will be on talking about Dementia 101 and communication from 4 to 6, and then Jamie will be on from 6 to 8 talking about brain health. So one of the things that came up in the comments is how hard it is whenever we are taking care of our loved one and we are watching them not be able to do those day-to-day things. Things as I mentioned earlier, finding a fork, using the fork. How do I turn a light off and on? How do I get in and out of the car? Again, being able to acknowledge and name what it is that you are feeling. Ambiguous loss, grieving the loss of a loved one the way they were. Anticipatory grief, grieving the future. Just being able to name it, I promise you, is going to help you move forward. Please get in touch with us about our support groups and about other education. On our YouTube page, we actually have hundreds of videos that we have done over the last couple of years. And if you can't find what you're looking for there, please make sure that you contact us at caregiver@jameslwest.org. Thank you for putting that in the comments about how difficult it is. What we want to do is come alongside our loved one. They can't come to our world, but we can most definitely go to theirs. And we want to make it about us and not about them. If they can't find that light switch, well, I'm having a hard time finding it too. Let's just see if I can find it. We're certainly not going to correct. We're not going to use the word remember. And we are going to do our best to keep our voice up, keep a smile on, because we know that a person with dementia can read our body language, our tone, and our facial expressions. Thanks for putting that in there. And you can also put any other comments in. Let's get back to different types of grief. Something else I want to kind of land on here is that secondary loss. So when we've got a loved one with dementia, this is an exercise that we do in our grief group, is we start talking about what roles did our loved one play that now either I have to play that role, someone else has to play that role, or that need is going unmet. It can be as simple as something like taking out the trash. But my loved one always took the trash out for 50 years. Now I'm taking out the trash. Okay, well, that's a change. That's a difference. That's something I'm having to get used to. But let's look at some of the other things. What about loss of income? That's considered a secondary loss because now I'm having to get used to this loss of income. Loss of identity. This comes up a lot in support group. Who am I now? And again, that can be while our loved one is still alive. It can be after they've passed away. Who am I now? Am I a caregiver? Am I also still a wife, a husband? How do I make the connection? Loss of hopes and dreams. This wasn't the plan. We had retired. We were supposed to start to travel. Again, we're naming it. Secondary losses. Loss of faith. This can be hard to talk about. Loss of faith. Where is God in this? My loved one is so smart. They never did anything wrong. Why did this happen to our family? Loss of relationships. Again, relationships with your loved one with dementia, but what about the relationships of family and friends that we thought would show up? And where are they? And then we find through support groups and through education that other people come. A lot of people in our support group call them a family, or they say, this is our tribe, this is my tribe. I've had people show up at our Friday support group the very day that their loved one has passed away. But they come up here, they show up because they want to be with this family, the very ones who understand. Financial security, support system, loss of a home, property, health, and security. Again, I can remember from one of our support groups, one of our grief group one time, we were listing all of those many roles that our loved one plays or played. And someone said, when my husband developed dementia, I lost my stabilizer. My stabilizer. I used to be able to reach over and touch in the bed and he was there and I knew everything was okay. And now he's still there. But I don't know that everything's okay. That's a very real loss. You're not the only one having those thoughts. Those are called secondary losses. When we say, I lost my companion, I lost my buddy, I lost my decision maker, who's supposed to help me decide how to paint the house? Or do we need to get gutters? Those again are very real losses. And the reason that we're talking about this first is because we want you to start using that word grief. Guilt can get very, very heavy when we talk about guilt. I feel so guilty. Let's replace the word guilt with grief. I am grieving the loss of my loved one who has dementia. I'm grieving the future. And then here comes another G word. I'm going to overlay that grief with grace. And we're going to have some grace for ourselves, for our loved one, for others. I lost my gardener or my baker or the cook. There's other losses. That first time that we have to live alone because we've placed our loved one or our loved one passes away. I'm shopping for one now. There's mail for one. It's Christmas time and I'm invited to parties, but I'm going alone even though I am married. The next type of grief we're going to talk about is called traumatic grief. This again is a sudden unexpected loss. There's more PTSD related to this one than most of the others. This is where the shock to the unexpected loss is so traumatizing, it can trigger an intrusive bodily response and we go into survival mechanism. We go into that fight, flight, freeze, fawn. Let's look at when this might happen. The loss of a child, a violent death, something like 9/11. Now I want to pause here a minute and go, so what is the difference then? With the loss of a child or a niece or a nephew, someone who is the future, we tend to have much more traumatic grief. That just wasn't supposed to happen. It's not the order of things. That's the loss of the future. That's why it's more traumatic. When we lose a grandparent or a parent or aunts and uncles, that for most of us is the loss of the past. It's something that we know is going to happen at some time. It doesn't mean that we enjoy it or we like it, but we have an idea that we're going to bury our grandparents, our parents, and our aunts and uncles. It's the generation before us. It's the past. And then there's that loss of the present. That's our spouses. That's our brothers and sisters. That's our classmates. It's our friends. It can be very unexpected. But the trauma, where we see this type of trauma, is that loss of the future when it is a child. Nightmares, night terrors even, flashbacks, anxiety, fear, numbness, lots of physical symptoms that accompany this. The next one we're going to look at is uninhibited grief. And this is when there's just no reaction. There's no outward signs of grief. It can start to show up physically, and it's the body's way of trying to remain in control. This is similar to another one that you heard earlier, but this is where the person who's going through the grief tries to stay busy all the time. And I want you to see this. When we are traumatized, we are blind. Where we have resolved our trauma, we can see. So let's think about what we can do as family caregivers that are going through grief. What do family caregivers want when they're grieving? We want to make sure that our loved ones are honored. We want to make sure that our loved ones still have dignity and they still have respect and they still have independence. We have to learn to become their advocate. We have to learn to become their voice when they no longer have a voice. We do not want to go in and take that over too soon, because then we strip them of their independence and their dignity. We want to make sure that our loved ones are included in decision making as long as they can be included in decision making, and that the family makes decisions together. Support from a team. If you are a professional who's watching this, I hope that you are understanding we are not just here, whether we work in long-term care, memory care, assisted living, even IL, independent living, home care, hospice care, at hospitals. When there's somebody with dementia, we as healthcare professionals have to take care of the entire family. We've got to take care of that family. You heard me say earlier, by the time they get to us, they haven't been doing this for days, weeks, or months. They've been doing it for years. They need a team. Let's be part of that team. Honesty and transparency. This is what families need. Whenever somebody has a loved one with dementia, they need honesty and they need transparency. I can't tell you how many times a family comes here to the West Center and they're placing their loved one with us, and no one has ever said to them the words progressive or the word terminal. They've not heard it before. They should have heard it by the time they get to placement. We can have these hard talks with compassion, and we can have these hard talks with transparency and honesty. A person would much rather know the truth. They want to be listened to. They want their loved one to be remembered. And we want to know that we did everything that we could. We have another program that is called I Made a Promise, and what happens when we have to break that promise. And sometimes we did make a promise. Maybe we made a promise that we would never place our loved one. Maybe we made a promise that we would always keep them at home. But we had no way of looking into the future. We had no way of knowing what direction their dementia was going to go. And your loved one didn't have any way of knowing it either. So we have to take those into consideration when maybe we have to change the promise. Because what we promised was to always take care of them. That's what we promised. So we get asked a lot, how do I know when it's time to place? Safety. I know it's time to place when there's physical safety issues for the person with dementia or for the caregiver, or emotional safety of the person living with dementia or the caregiver. So our resources for family caregivers, let's look at this. I've already talked about support groups, and I've mentioned that we have 4 here. Please get into a support group. You are welcome to join ours. They are open. And in our support groups, when I say the word open, that means that your loved one can still be at home. They can be placed at the West Center. They can be placed at another community, or they may even have already passed away. What that means is that there's always going to be somebody behind you and somebody in front of you on the journey in our support groups. Get in with a social worker, a chaplain, or a counselor, specifically somebody who specializes in grief. Do some one-on-one talking. If you have to, come in for a family mediation. Find online support for grief. I do want to do a little word of caution. If you are on an online group, make sure it's being led by a professional or someone who has been trained to lead a group. Do a lot of reading. There's so much that's out there. There are many, many books. I gave you one book earlier that's out there for children. We also recommend The 36-Hour Day by Nancy Mace. It is a great resource book. I always say it is not something that you want to read right before you go to bed, but it is a great resource book so that you can look things up and say, is this normal? When my loved one does this, do other people with dementia do this as well? And then hospice bereavement support. Hospice bereavement support. When your loved one goes on hospice, and I want you to keep this in mind, hospice is not something to be afraid of. What hospice means is that our loved one likely has 6 months or less to live. Now, how do I know that? Some of the signs I'm going to look for is they aren't eating as much. They're not talking as much. They're sleeping more, sometimes up to 20 hours a day. They're starting to withdraw. They're probably not walking anymore. They're probably incontinent, and they likely need help with all of their ADLs or their activities of daily living. We want to get on hospice as soon as we can. We don't want to put that off. It is a Medicare. It is something that is covered by Medicare. So take advantage of it. It's an added set of hands and eyes and ears to come in and help you with your loved one. Hospice also has bereavement coordinators, and they have master's level social workers on staff that can help you with that, or they have bereavement coordinators, or they have counselors on staff that can help you. We have an entire program about hospice. It is on our YouTube page, Hospice 101, everything you ever wanted to know but were afraid to ask. Please make sure that you watch that. Here's another book that I really want to recommend. It's called A Kid's Book About Death. And again, just like the memory box, I have as many adults tell me that they go to this book over and over and over again for themselves. A Kid's Book About Death is meant to be read by an adult to the child. But like I said, I think I've had more adults come back and tell me how much it helped them. So I highly recommend this, A Kid's Book About Death. So what happens to the body when we are going through grief? If we were in person, I would hand this page out to everyone with a highlighter, and I want us to go through and see, is anybody having any of these symptoms? And I want you to be honest. I want you to be very honest with this, and please don't add in a big, but I'm also, don't make any excuses. Let's look at this. Oh, that first one, tension in your muscles. You know what we see a lot of caregivers do? Their shoulders start going up, 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 up. I had someone in support group tell me the other day their doctor said they were wearing their shoulders like earrings. They were so high up. If you wake up in the night and you find your shoulders up, 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 you're not even completely relaxing in your sleep. If you roll your shoulders and they pop and they're sore, you're carrying tension in your muscles. Digestion issues. Let's talk about why that happens. We don't realize this, but when we dump cortisol, when we have that stress response, a fight, flight, freeze, fawn, and we dump cortisol, our digestive system shuts down because it's the last thing it needs to be doing when our mind thinks we're getting ready to go into battle. So when a caregiver starts to have a lot of diarrhea or a lot of constipation, back and forth, and they develop IBS, that can be a direct result of being a caregiver. Headaches and body aches. What about this one, the impaired immune system? It's like I just keep this cold. I can't get over this cold. Or is it allergies? I can't get over it. Why can I not get over it as a caregiver? Because my immune system is down. I don't even have any reserves anymore to fight off an illness because I'm not taking care of myself. Sleeplessness, overindulgence, underindulgence, depression we talked about, anxiety, fatigue, dizziness, but you may not have thought of some of these as how grief affects the body, sun sensitivity, increasing inflammation, which can lead to brain fog. The immune system, again, is just getting beat up. Broken heart syndrome, that is a very real thing, is broken heart syndrome. I've heard people kind of say it, using it in jest, but it is real. whenever our heart is broken because of loss. So we work through grief. High blood pressure, and then that activated nervous system where we stay on high alert. We started this program just over an hour ago, and I had everybody take a deep breath. So let's do that again now. Let's take that deep breath. When you take the deep breath in, you are pushing oxygenated blood up to your brain. When you exhale all the way out, and this is very important, the full exhale out, you signal to your body and to your brain that you are safe. You're signaling to your body and your brain that you are safe. So let's do an example. We're going through grief as a caregiver. We're having a rough day at home. I come in, and let's just say I'm going into the bathroom behind my loved one, and there's just a mess in here. They've tried to clean up, and it's a mess. And I've got a couple of choices here. I can automatically go into that fight, flight, freeze, fawn, which means that I'm going to be taking very shallow breaths. What just happened? I dumped cortisol. All of this is going to be affected. This might ruin the rest of my day. I'm going to stay in a bad mood the rest of the day. I might get angry at my loved one and yell or scream or say something really, really ugly when they did not do this on purpose. Of course, they didn't do it on purpose. Nobody would do this on purpose. Or I can open the door, see the mess, take the big breath, and start walking backwards. The breath in, oxygenated blood up to my 3-pound brain. The breath out, I'm safe, I'm okay. We've got a mess here that I've got to clean up. Let me get some music on, and we're going to get in here. We're going to get this done, and it's just going to be a minute of the day. It's just going to be a little bit of the day, and we're going to carry on. It's how we perceive it. We can allow it to ruin the day. The whole day can be horrible, bad, it's terrible, or it can be kind of a rough 20 minutes. It's what we do with it. We've got the choice. Let's look at what happens to the brain when we have that big cortisol dump. In the prefrontal cortex, this is the thinking center of our brain. Look what's going on up here. The emotional regulation center. It's not even working well whenever we do that. That's why we will say or do things that we didn't intend to say or do. And the amygdala, that's what sends us into fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. We can't focus or manage our stress, and we develop that brain fog that can also be called grief brain. We used that term in our support group this past Friday. Someone said, I've got grief brain. I'm repeating myself. My friends are pointing out to me that I'm actually repeating myself when I'm talking. We're tired all the time. I'm losing things. Where are my glasses? Where are my keys? Why did I come in this room? Is that developing dementia? No. Is it aging? Yes. Can that just be normal aging? Of course it can. But can it also be grief brain? Yes. Sadness and then loneliness. We haven't mentioned that one. When we're in the middle of that ambiguous grief, I'm grieving the loss of my loved one who's still alive, but I am lonely. Here's an example of a feelings wheel. I mentioned this earlier, and earlier we had the term sad. And so I look at sad and I can go out from sad and I can find a stronger word, or I find scared and look, I can go all the way out to rejected or helpless or discouraged. You can go online and just type in feelings wheel and they come. There's this one. There are some that are specific for children. There's some great feelings wheels out there. We can send you one if you'd like, but you can also find many of them online. So what are some things that we can do to cope? And look at this next sentence. It is okay not to be okay. It's okay not to be okay. You know, during the pandemic, We even wrote a program that was called What Is This I'm Feeling? And I want you to hear this. If you're having feelings right now that are not normal to you, it's okay because you're going through something that's not normal to you. When we're having feelings that aren't normal to us during a time that's not normal to us, that is normal. As a therapist, I'd be much more worried about you if you were just having your regular feelings while you were going through a time that wasn't normal. So what are some things that we can do? Counseling. If you can name it, you can tame it. That's why we started with a program on grief. We want you to be able to say, I am grieving. I am grieving the loss of my loved one the way they were. I'm grieving the loss of my relationship the way it was and the way I thought it would be. No stigma. Take away that stigma from counseling and from support groups. Please get into a support group. It can be ours, it can be someone else's, but I do encourage you to get into a support group where you feel heard and where you feel safe. Time. It really does make a difference. Again, time doesn't heal all wounds, but there is something about getting some time between the loss and yourself. Some other things with a support system. This comes into asking for help. Now, I see spouses who have, their spouse has dementia, but I also see a lot of adult children whose moms and dads have dementia. And when they try to help, the well spouse says, I'm fine, when they are not fine. And then something happens. That well spouse all of a sudden isn't well. Because statistically, the caregiver is going to pass away before the person with dementia. The statistics are high. Spouses who are taking care of their spouse with dementia, statistically, they are going to die first. Ask for help. You are not burdening your children. I promise you're not. They want to help. The majority of them want to help. Just like you may have taken care of your mom or dad. Let them help. Don't deny them the time. Because those adult children then will say to me, they won't let me help. I want to spend time with mom. I want to spend time with dad. Don't let me help. Let them help. You need help. Nobody can do this alone. This might also be where you start to use something like a day program. And we're going to talk more about our day program in just a little bit, or an at-home service where you bring a companion service into the home. Do what you have to do to be able to take care of yourself and your loved one well. Exercise, 150 minutes a week. 150 minutes of exercise. Jamie's going to talk more about that later. And sleep and nutrition. Take those lessons that you've always wanted to take, or get into a gym. Usually, once you start exercising, you will feel so much better that you'll miss it on the days that you aren't able to do it. If you can't get out and go to a gym, the great thing is now, and some of you are actually watching this on YouTube, you can go into YouTube and put in chair yoga, and it might be something that your loved one will do with you. But you start to move more. You start to do something when you were doing nothing. Trying to have some laughter every day. And yes, you can. Yes, you can. I promise that you can. Again, go to YouTube. The two things that I think most people will at least smile at, which will halt that cortisol dump, is children laughing. Just type in children laughing and watch some videos of children laughing. Or baby animals. Watch those videos over and over. They'll make you smile. Or think about the funniest thing that you have ever seen on TV. You can likely find it again. So if you go back and you type in Carol Burnett, or you type in Johnny Carson, or you go to MASH or Golden Girls or any of those, what if we could just halt that cortisol dump? And I can sit and watch this show, even if it's for a few minutes with my loved one, and there's a laugh track in the background. So they know when to laugh, even if they're not following, they can still hear the laugh track. And we can't dump cortisol and dopamine and serotonin at the same time. We need to laugh. We need to smile. Journaling. I can't say enough about journaling. And I've got on here a letter of release. This is actually an exercise that I encourage you to do. It's where you write a letter to dementia. You can either make it to just the generic dementia, that umbrella term dementia, or if you know what type of dementia your loved one has, write a letter to Alzheimer's disease. Write a letter to Lewy body dementia. Write a letter to frontotemporal dementia. Write a letter to Parkinson's, and tell that disease what it has taken from you. This helps you shift being upset or angry with your loved one to putting the blame on the disease. It will also help you change your language, where you aren't saying, and I'm going to encourage you to start watching your own language. My mom really talked ugly to me today. My husband said something bad to me today. What if we said, my mom's disease said something ugly? My husband's condition was really ugly to me today. Great exercise, great therapy. Write a letter to the illness. And then, if you want to take it a step further, put an empty chair in front of you and read that letter. Read it out loud. If you have to yell, scream, cry, do whatever you need to do. It is a way of releasing it. Putting it on paper, saying it out loud. It's a great therapeutic strategy. Building your resilience with gratitude. Now, please keep 2 separate journals. We want to have our grief journal. We want to have our gratitude journal. We do not want them to be in the same journal. And we don't want to do our grief journal at night before bed. Do your gratitude journal at night before bed. Another really good exercise. Do what's called a highlight reel as you're going to bed, where you look back over the day. And instead of allowing yourself to go to bed with the thought, the whole day was terrible. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. Find some things that were good. I saw a cardinal today in the yard. That may be one of my gratitudes. We had a really good meal at lunch. We had a great meal. We laughed at a Carol Burnett show. And maybe that's your gratitude. Find those things before you go to bed. For your grief journal, I like to do it about mid-morning. Up, awake, already had the coffee, and I'm going to sit and I'm going to really do this grief work. But please keep 2 different journals. Connecting with your higher power. If you are someone who prays, you know, we have this where we say, I've got a little sign by my bed that says, give it to God and go to sleep. The last thing I see before I go to bed. If we can incorporate our higher power, processing those thoughts one at a time, taking those mindfulness breaks. It might be during the middle of the day where you have to go back and do that exercise we did at the beginning, where you just have to stop yourself and go, okay, what was that 5, 4, 3, 2, 1? 5 things I can see. Okay, I need to get grounded back to right here. 4 things I can hear. 3 things, they don't have to be in the right order. But what is that doing? It's grounding you to right now. When we're a caregiver of someone with dementia, it is easy for us to get hung up in the woulda, coulda, shouldas, and that's the past, and that's depression. It's also easy to get hung up in the what ifs, and that's the future, and that's anxiety. When with dementia, we've got to be present today so that we're making connections. That's something that you can have in your gratitude journal every time you made a connection. It could just be something small. A lot of times we call those a God wink, where just a little something happened. Taking care of your own health. Have you been to get your mammogram? Have you been to the dentist? Are you taking your medications like you are supposed to take your medications? Please don't be cutting your medications in two. Take your medications like you're supposed to take them. Make sure you're getting to the doctor. Tapping into positive emotions, finding meaning in what you're experiencing. When we look at the steps of grief, and they do not go in any particular order, Elizabeth Kubler-Ross had the 5 steps of grieving. She got together with David Kessler. They came up with a 6th, and that 6th is meaning. A meaning. Whenever I can't be here to facilitate the support groups, I've got 2 women whose husbands have passed away who will step in and facilitate for me. That's their way of giving back. That's their way of having meaning. They learned a skill set, because this is most definitely a skill set, and they didn't want it. Nobody wants the skill set, that dementia skill set, but now they use it to help others. Grieving is moving forward through our feelings. So look at this. There's 2 types of pain in the world. Pain that just simply hurts you, and pain that inspires you to grow. It's what you do with it. And we're going to bring this full circle in these last 20, 25 minutes, is that we're going to integrate our grief. And if you're someone who's taking notes, please make sure that you capture that. We're integrating our grief into our life. Because even if we are just getting by breath, moment by moment, we're integrating that grief into our life. So how do we move forward? Again, let me repeat, there is no timeline. I don't think I can say that enough. But when is? There's no timeline. When will I feel? There's no timeline. Your attachment to the person is going to play into your grief. How long you did the caregiving is going to play into your grief. And it's very individualized. No one's looks the same. Let's see this. Acknowledge your grief. The only way to move forward is to feel the hard feelings and replace the need to understand with a commitment to move forward. A commitment to move forward. You can get to the point where you feel like you're stuck in your grief. You have to commit to work through your grief. Now, if you find yourself taking a few steps backwards, that's okay. Don't throw in the towel. Then we're going to take a few steps forward. Because I said earlier, there's going to be those days, and this was one of the comments that we had earlier, talking about the grief bursts. They are normal. They are natural. Let me remind you, they typically have to do with the senses. You hear something, you see something, you smell something, you taste something, you feel something, and it's a burst comes out. I'm crying all of a sudden. Why am I crying in the middle of the grocery store? Why am I crying driving down the road? Because that song just came on. Here's something that happened. We're in Fort Worth and we have a rodeo every year. There were several members of our support group had no idea how that was going to affect them, because this was the first year they didn't get to go with their loved one because they were either placed or they had passed away. And just the thought of the rodeo being here and not going, and it took them by surprise. Where did that come from? If it's the first year after your loved one has passed away, all of the first, you have no idea how you will react or respond. Now, while we're talking about reactions and responses, let's back up to that. Deep breath. It's as important to do the deep breath in as it is to do the full breath out, telling your body I'm safe. Let's say again, I've walked into, oh, here's this bathroom that's a mess. I can either react or respond. The difference between a reaction and a response is that single deep breath. Well, let's say I'm driving down the road and here comes that song. I might be able to just have a response and acknowledge, oh, that was our favorite song, and keep driving and be okay. I might need to pull off the road. But I get to choose if I have a reaction or a response. Take the deep breath. We can do it anywhere. How do I find ways to stay connected to somebody? To their accomplishments, to their love, to their caring. The love never goes away. It never goes away. And you stay connected through something called a grief ritual. Grief ritual. You can have grief rituals while your loved one is still alive. Many people develop grief rituals after their loved one has passed, even though they might not call it that or they might not know it. We talked about this in support group on Friday. There are some people who keep their loved one's clothes hanging in the closet, and they walk into that closet and they just grab hold of all of those clothes and they wrap their loved one's clothes around them. That's a grief ritual. It works for some people, might not work for everybody. Others will take their loved one's clothes and have them turned into a quilt or a blanket. And I take that with me everywhere I go. And it's my way of taking them with me everywhere. There are people who, if their loved one has been cremated, maybe they have some of their ashes and they wear them around their neck. Or, really, really popular right now, to plant a tree and have some of the ashes put down where the tree was planted. Grief ritual. Maybe on anniversaries, birthdays, holidays, going out to the cemetery. Some families will sit a place for the loved one at the table so that they acknowledge that there's someone missing. You create your own. It's called a grief ritual. It's what you do to take care of yourself, what your family does to take care of itself. Everybody's is going to look different. It's common for it to focus around sensory type things. So every time it's birthday, anniversary, we're having some guacamole because my loved one loved guacamole. So we're going to have that in honor of them. And the first few times you do it, there might be a lot of tears. And eventually there'll just be a lot of laughs. It might be looking at pictures. Whatever it is, a grief ritual. And you'll find yourself doing it. Finding those pleasurable activities and making a point to engage in them. And look what I've got up here. Fake it till you make it. Fake it till you make it. You can make yourself look at some of those funny videos, and I promise you, some type of little smile is going to come up. And when you do that, you're not dumping cortisol. You can't. And you keep doing it over and over and over. You go outside early in the morning. We're doing this on close to the longest day of the year so that it's going to be light outside here in Texas until almost 9 o'clock at night tonight. What if I just sit outside on the porch and I watch the birds? Or I play some music? Or I hold my loved one's hand? We change the connection. Taking care of yourself, writing about your experience, and learning to ask for help. We just did a program this morning where Jamie was talking about the difference in being assertive and being aggressive. And when we learn to be assertive, when we learn to ask for help without being aggressive, it's amazing the help that is out there. Ways to distract ourselves. And this is a lot of different ways to distract ourselves. Now, I want you to think about this. Some of these you may look at and go, oh, that won't work for me. I don't like doing puzzles. We'll try a different kind of puzzle, because the other thing we need to be thinking about, and that's why we're ending from 6 to 8 tonight, Jamie's going to be talking about brain health. Why is it that maybe we do some of this stuff that I don't particularly like to do, but it's something different? One of the examples we use when we're talking about brain health is I never go into the gym, pick up a barbell with my right hand and just work out this right arm. Or I'm going to have a really good looking right arm. I've got to work my whole body. Same thing with our brain. We've got to take care of our entire brain. So what if I hadn't thought of one of these in a while? but I haven't journaled in years. Try it. Try it. And you either start, maybe you just start with the gratitude journal and you work your way into a grief journal. If you don't know what to write, they make journals now that have a prompt. There is a gratitude journal out there that's called the 5-Minute Gratitude Journal, and it gives you 3 prompts. So all you've got to do is commit 5 minutes, and it's a great way to get started. Cooking or baking, when's the last time that you did that? Do it with your loved one. And you may be thinking, well, they can't cook anymore, or they can't. We're not going to focus on what they can't do. We're going to focus on what they can do. Can they be in the kitchen with you? Can you hand them the ingredients and let them put that in the pan or in the pot and stir it? You don't have to put what they are mixing into the oven because you're also mixing over here. But they're getting to smell it and taste it and experience it and be there with you. And please listen to music. Make yourself a playlist. All of us have that playlist from the ages of 10 to 25. That's called our playlist. So it's the music we listened to when we were teenagers. Go back and download that music. Go back to the 60s or the 70s or the 80s and listen to that music that you grew up on that made you feel good at one time in your life. Tap back into it. Use that music with your loved one as well. It'll surprise you. A person with dementia, long after they may have quit talking or communicating with the banter back and forth, many, many times they can still sing. They can still hum if you tap back into their music set. So please use music. Calling a friend. We all need that friend that will just listen. Nobody's going to fix this for us. That's why support groups are so great. We're not fixing anything. Doing a lot of really good, active listening. Listening is a skill set. Can you listen to someone without fixing it? Just listen. Listen with compassion. Some of the other things that are up here, reading. I encourage you to read something that doesn't have anything to do with dementia, that doesn't have anything to do with grief. I love to go to half-price books and buy a great big stack of what I call my trash magazines. It's just magazines with nonsense in it. It's celebrity type things. It's where I don't have to think. That's what I do. That's what I'll do on a Sunday afternoon. Something where I just don't have to think very much. Watching a movie, taking a class online. You thought about doing that? Getting out and working in the yard. If you've got a pet, they're singing. Old photographs. You can do reminiscence therapy. Now, this is not a time to pull out the photographs and test your loved one's memory. We're not going to be going through there and saying, do you remember? Do you remember? But what we are going to do is, I was thinking about the time we went to California. Look at us here. And we're telling them our story. It can be a beautiful time of reminiscence. It's actually called reminiscence therapy. It'd be good for us too. Do those tasks we've been putting off. We all have that long to-do list. What if we did one of them? Just one of them. We talked about that on a program we did earlier today. What if I was able to check off one thing on that list that feels so good and it empowers me? Playing the game. So you may be thinking, well, my loved one can't play cards, or they can't play dominoes, or they can't play. You know how many times I've sat with someone with dementia with a deck of cards and all we do is shuffle them back and forth? It doesn't matter if we're playing the game the right way. What matters is that we're connecting. Maybe we just put red on red or black on black or a 4 on a 4, but we're sitting there together and we're connecting and we're playing cards. And they make cards that are really big. They're like 5x7s. They make large dominoes. Maybe we're just connecting numbers together, but we're connecting. That's the point. We're connecting. We could be storytelling, taking photos, playing with those grandkids, making the to-do list. And sometimes on that to-do list, it's going to be as simple as, I'm getting up tomorrow, I'm brushing my teeth, I'm taking a shower, I'm going to sit outside while I have my coffee. And again, just because something doesn't work right now, it might work again later. Please ask for help. I've got plan a vacation up here. Get somebody to come and stay with your loved one while you take a weekend. Use a respite service. Use a companion service to come in and you go get recharged. You need it. Let's look at the grief cycle. Now, this is what Kubler-Ross came with originally. The denial, the anger, the bargaining, the depression, the acceptance. Now, do we see this happen with dementia? Of course we do. Does it happen in this order? Absolutely it does not. And the next slide shows us exactly how it actually happens. But I want you to think about each of these stages. We talked about denial when I first started talking almost 2 hours ago, that's how we know that this is actually grief. Because the very first time that we thought something might be going on with our loved one, my guess is we immediately said, no, it can't be. It's got to be something else. Well, that's denial. And then sometime during the course of the disease, we either got mad at our loved one, we got mad at the universe, mad at the disease, anger comes in. Bargaining is when we do a whole lot of that, God, why them, why not someone else? Or let it be me instead of letting it be them. Please let them find the cure. It's where we're kind of doing the magical thinking or we're praying for the miracle type things. Depression, we've talked a lot about, and acceptance. Now, this doesn't mean that we ever get to the point that we go, oh boy, I'm so excited. No. Acceptance is when we find a place where we are doing okay. We're on that plateau. We've got a plan. Now, what's going to happen with dementia, though? We're at the earliest stages of the disease. We're on that plateau. Let's say that we are using the day program. We're using the at-home services. I've plugged into a support group, and we are going along. I'm pretty much at acceptance of these early stages. And then my loved one starts to progress. They go into a natural progression, or they develop a UTI, and it pushes them. They have a fall. Have to have a surgery, something pushes them forward in the disease, and where do we go? Right back here to denial. It can't be. It can't be. It must be something else. It can't be that they're moving into those mid or moderate stages. Now look at this one. There's what we're going through right there. This is what the stages of grief looks like. And even Kubler-Ross ended up saying this herself, that it is not just a linear. It looks much more like this, where we are going to go back and forth, back and forth. That's normal grief right there. So again, please don't beat yourself up when you're saying, but I haven't done, or I'm not doing, or that person appears to be. We don't know how they are behind closed doors either. This is normal grief. There again is that grief cycle. This is just put into different words. So this one starts with the shock and denial, anger, depression and detachment. Look how it's worded a little bit different. Dialogue and bargaining. This is where I'm starting to reach out. I'm struggling to find the meaning. There's the acceptance. And 6, David Kessler, working with Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, that came up with meaning, returning to a meaningful life, empowerment, security, and self-esteem. How do I know when it's time to seek professional help? Catastrophizing, ruminating, if only, avoidance, disruption, physical pain, and I cannot experience any positive emotions. I'm not allowing myself to do it. Look at what I put up here. Remember, these thoughts, feelings, behaviors, and reactions are normal, but if you find yourself focusing on them a lot, you might want to seek additional support. I've got up here about a program called Grief Share. These are typically done in churches, and they are programs that are run by a trained leader. Grief Share has been around for a very long time. It's a good program to do. It has a workbook that comes with it. And then how to support others that are dealing with grief. Here's number 1, just be there, be present. If somebody needs to call you, if somebody needs to talk, if somebody just needs an ear, just be the ear. Don't try to fix it. Can't fix it. Just listen. Be present. Listen, don't advise, and don't judge. If they say to you, well, I did this and I'm feeling that, or I did this and then that, don't judge them. You don't know what you would do in the exact same boat. But come in and offer to do some tasks. Because you may say to somebody, to a caregiver, what do you need? And they might use that big 4-letter F word, I'm fine. They're not fine. But what if you just started showing up with a meal once a week? Wow, what a help. What if you started just calling them to check on them? What if you started offering to come over and sit with their loved one for an hour so they can go get in the bathtub? Something. Be present, listen, and don't judge. So in summary, as we start to close up this section, talk about your grief. It can be difficult, but the more you keep it inside, that's just adding to the stigma of dementia. This is hard. And again, you're not going to do it for days, weeks, or months. We're going to do it for years. Reach out and get help. If you're taking the time to watch this right now, it's probably time to reach out and get some help because you're looking for something. It's something we all go through. We're going to do it in our own way. Do not compare yourselves to others when you see how they're grieving. Don't compare your depression to another person's depression. Everybody's looks different, and please own it. Own your own feelings, your own stuff. Please don't underestimate how you'll be affected. That's something I think we discover in support group every single week. I had no idea that I would react or respond this way. And then allow that to happen. Just allow it to happen. Give yourself permission to grieve at your own pace. And keep in mind, you're never going to forget this time. And what if you change the way that you looked at it and you said something like, how blessed I was to be the one that got to do it. I was able to do it instead of I had to do it. The majority of caregivers look back and say they wouldn't have missed it. They wouldn't have missed the time that they were able to be with their loved one. Now I want us to do one more grounding exercise before we go to our next set of information. Right now, I want everybody to, wherever you are, look around and find something red. Find something red. I've got something here in this room. Let's find something that's orange. Wherever you are, look around and do you have something orange going on in the room somewhere? Can you find something yellow? This is another grounding exercise. We're going to look for something yellow. Find something that's green. Got something green over here. Where's something that's blue? Something in the room that's blue, and then something that's purple. So we started with a grounding exercise by doing the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're ending with a grounding exercise just as a reminder to please always stay present. Stay present and stay grounded. This is some of the resources. And again, you've got access to these slides. You can email us at caregiver@jameslwest.org. But grief is a walk alone. Others can be there and listen, but you will walk alone down your own path at your own pace with your sheared off pain, your raw wounds, your denial, anger, and bitter loss. You'll come to your own peace, hopefully, but it will be on your own, in your own time. I always say become better and not bitter, and then here's our information. So please stay tuned. Right now, we are going to hear from David one more time. Nope, we're going to hear from our therapy team, and we're going to hear from our music therapist. Please stay with us.
Are you sick of falling?
Oh!
Do you have a hard time putting on your shoes? Yeah, don't do it that way. Has swallowing become difficult for you? Then you need therapy.
James L. West offers physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech therapy. Join us today!
A music therapy gal really cares about you. She might encourage you, try to make a better you. You got mud on your face, you're not a disgrace. She'll get you out of your shell all over the place. Sing
You're good. Go.
Here it is.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are for our next leg of the journey and our caregiver all-day education performance or presentation for Dementia-IQ. Thank you so much. I hope you were able to hear the earlier presentation by Holly Lowe that had to do with caregiver stress. Caregiver grief. And if not, we are going to make all of our PowerPoint slides available to you to be able to get at your own time. And so we will be sending out information about that. I am so happy to be here today to talk to you for the next couple of hours. And the topic will be all about dementia and about how do we communicate in a way that's compassionate and also effective for someone who is living with dementia. My name is Tia Vieta, and I'm happy to be here today. I work with Jamie Cobb Tinsley and Holly Lowe. You don't see me as much around because my specific job role here is as the director of bilingual education. So I'm often out in the community speaking Spanish, bringing information that's culturally relevant to Hispanics and Latinos, especially information about brain health, how to lower the risk for dementia by lowering the incidence of a lot of the chronic diseases that are contributors for dementia. So I'm out speaking Spanish. When I meet and have the pleasure of knowing some of these family caregivers, I get them on a track where they can get information for themselves as being a care partner, a caregiver, a carer for their loved one with dementia, and any professionals as well. So if you're interested in learning more about Cerebro Sano, that's our program. It means healthy brain or sound mind. Please feel free to reach out to me. My information will be on the slides and at the end of the presentation. And also you can join us on our Facebook page. We have a Facebook for Cerebro Sano. You would just look us up there and get caregiver tips and other information. Please also go to our landing page in our website, and it's going to be bilingual education, educación en español or bilingüe, and go there and you're able to access the calendar of events. If you know of someone who needs education in Spanish, it would be my pleasure. Thank you so much. Also wanted to let you know that I have a lot of slides today, and some of them I'm going to bypass because it's a long presentation, but you will get all of them, even things that I don't cover today, in the slides for this particular presentation. So don't worry. The program today has to do with common changes in communication that occur for people who are living with dementia, and looking at how the disease progresses and what kind of strategies, what are those best practices that we can engage in with our loved one living with dementia in order to achieve that success in making that connection with them and helping them to feel like they're empowered, that they have a purpose, and that their life has meaning. So I look forward to talking to you about that. We always come at everything with placing the focus on older adults, giving them dignity and respect that they deserve, recognizing that they've done a lot in their lives. Their lives have been very fruitful. Many of them built our infrastructures with our bridges and our roads and our buildings. Others raised families successfully. Others were our engineers, doctors, attorneys, run the gamut. And so when we look at them, we see that there's a long progression. It's like one of those panoramic photos. I don't know if you remember back in the day, some of you, we would stand on the bleachers. I had 726 people in my graduating class, and we'd stand there and a camera would pan all the way down. Usually there was some joker who would jump off the bleachers, run around, climb up on the other side, and claim that he had a twin. There's Todd and Ernest. And that's a panoramic picture. But when we think about older adults, they have a panoramic picture of their lives. And what we are seeing is just a snapshot of where they are today. And we need to recognize them as having a full life of having contributed. And we show them always dignity and respect and honor, even though the changes in the brain are causing them to show signs and have developmental stages that are similar to someone much younger, a child, an adolescence, even going back in time to being like an infant. We don't want to ever treat them like a child. So we need to focus on ways that we can communicate that is effective, that is compassionate, and that achieves the results that we hope to get. So thank you for joining us today. We're going to start off today in a general sense by talking about dementia. And the first thing that I would pose to you is the fact that many people think that dementia is a disease. Would you be surprised to learn that dementia is not a disease? Dementia is more of a general, what we call umbrella term, and it describes common symptoms that result from brain changes that affect thinking, memory, and reason. And here's the key: to the degree that it affects a person's ability to live their day-to-day life. That's the key. If it's affecting their ability to care for themselves and do the things that they do to provide for themselves day in and day out, we call it dementia. And then it's important to figure out if you're showing signs of dementia, which always bring confusion and disorientation. It's important to get a diagnosis and go talk to a trusted physician, your trusted family physician. So I would say to you that most people who are living with dementia, they're constantly trying to understand and make sense of the world around them and how they fit in that world. And it can be scary, it can be very disorienting, and they can express a lot of different emotions because of that. So we're going to go take a look at dementia. Here you'll see behind me our umbrella. If you imagine a big umbrella, and written across the umbrella is the general term dementia. And dementia, as I said, just means it's difficulty with thinking and memory and reasoning, and it can cause changes in personality to such an effect that it causes you to have trouble with your day-to-day living. Then you've got to find out what's causing that. So just like we would have an umbrella with the word flowers written on it, I could ask you as an audience, name some common flowers. And you might say things like roses, daisies, peonies, which I know are very popular this time of year. You could talk about daffodils. All of those are flowers that could be listed under that general umbrella of flowers. So dementia is the same way. There are more than 100 different things that cause dementia. And they have some things in common, but this is a very individualistic type of condition caused by specific diseases. And so we're going to talk about some of those diseases that cause dementia. So remember, dementia is not a disease, it's a collection of symptoms. And then we're going to talk about really 4 of the major diseases that cause dementia today. Another thing I want you to know about dementia, and as you see under this umbrella, we have Alzheimer's disease, vascular dementia, Lewy body dementia, and frontotemporal dementia. All the diseases cause a progressive impairment of the abilities that the brain has. And it is progressive, and it is also ultimately fatal. But at James L. West, we focus on having life to the full as much as we can, focusing on what they can still do, not what they're losing and what they've already lost. So yes, it's fatal, but we don't want to consider it a life sentence because there's still so much life to be had, and we want to focus on that. And currently, we don't have a cure for the types of dementia. We have some treatments, and it's exciting as to what's on the horizon. And we're hoping to see a lot of change in the next maybe 3 to 5 years. All right, when someone has dementia, woo! Am I supposed to get excited? We have a donation. Thank you very much. Wonderful. Thank you for that. When a person has dementia, oftentimes there are at least 2 areas that are being affected. For example, you might have the person having trouble with their memory, and at the same time, their ability to use language, to speak and understand language can be affected. And I also want you to know that there are some things that present like dementia, but in actuality, they are not. They are things that once are treated, the symptoms can go away. So we kind of call them sometimes reversible dementia. Some of those include things like hormone problems. Your thyroid controls so many things in your body, and if that's off kilter and you don't have a treatment, you may show a lot of signs that look like confusion and disorientation and think it's dementia. But once you get that in range with those hormones, things tend to return to normal. Also, vitamin imbalances, depression and anxiety can be treated, and it might look like someone had dementia. Once they get under the correct medication or they have therapies, it can go back to normal. Malnutrition, medication interactions is a big one. With my Cerebro Sano program, I have a clip, and I always ask people, what's this clip for? And usually they say, oh, for my chips. And I say, no, not quite. Turn it around. It has a magnet. It's to go on your refrigerator. And every time you go to a different doctor or clinic, take your medication list. Some medications do not do well together, and there are contraindications for those medications, and they can cause trouble in the brain that look like dementia, but once a medication's switched out and another one's added, they may be fine. And drug and alcohol abuse, if someone gets into a rehab program and it hasn't been lifelong, sometimes that will improve, and those problems that they had will go away and not be dementia. But if it is a disease that's progressive and fatal, that's causing the dementia, it will be a degenerative disease, and there is no cure, and it will result in death. I also want to say trauma to the head can also be a factor that can bring on dementia. That's why it's so important that we wear our helmets and wear our seat belts and take care of our heads. So what areas of the brain does dementia affect? Well, here are some. The first one is memory. It affects short-term memory with most of the types of dementia early on. The long-term memory is stored in a different place in the brain, and those long-term memories are accessible for a lot longer, although eventually even those will go. It affects thinking and reasoning and the ability to problem solve. People who have good judgment and develop dementia start to make poor decisions. They just don't have the ability to make those decisions between often right and wrong or better and best, and sometimes might do things that they normally wouldn't if they had a brain that was functioning optimally. Focus and attention, the ability to pay attention and work out a problem for a long time, looking at it from all angles, people tend to get a lot more distracted. And language skills, we're going to cover that a lot today, break down both the understanding of language, the producing of language, and conveying desires, feelings, wants, dislikes. Personality and behavior may change. Someone who was very cordial and chatty and the life of the party kind of person, things didn't start until they made an appearance, may become sullen and withdrawn and even be suspicious. And on the other hand, someone who was more introverted might be acting out in ways that are very uncharacteristic and might surprise you because their personality is changing as their brain is changing. All 5 of our senses are affected anyway with normal aging. And then add to that the part of the brain that makes sense of the input from those senses and the output of the motor skills. Add that to the regular age-related sensory decline, and that's where you see a lot of problems. So it's not so much the sight, the hearing, the tactile, it's what the brain understands with what it's receiving. And movement and coordination with our physical bodies can be affected also when the breakdown of dementia. Now we'll move into talking about those 4 major types of dementia and how they show up with the symptoms and what are some of the characteristics of them. So the first one is a big one. This is Alzheimer's disease, but keep in mind, as I always say, there are lots of different types of dementia. But this disease, even if you put a name on it with a diagnosis, this disease is very individualistic. So your loved one, if they've received a diagnosis of a particular kind of dementia, is still going to be different from other people who are in that same class of dementia. So there may be some things in common. So let's learn about Alzheimer's disease. It is the most common type of dementia, affecting 60 to 80% of the population. And I'm going to explain to you how our whole network of brain cells works so you can see what's happening with Alzheimer's dementia. So our brains are made up of 100 billion neurons are nerve cells. And if you imagine the nerve cells are like round circles, those neurons join to other neurons. And it depends on their function in the brain that controls the things you do in your body. So one neuron might connect itself to one other neuron up to 10,000 other neurons. And they connect in a super speed highway, so to speak. And the way that they connect is there's a chemical messaging system in between the neurons in an area that we refer to as the synapse, the synapses. And so they are able to send and receive messages that control the whole body with those neurons. And we're going to talk about two types of proteins. Now, a healthy brain, when we sleep, a healthy brain knows how to, we call it take out the trash and remove the toxins and the proteins that shouldn't be there. All of us have some amyloid. All of us have some tau, but the brain knows what to do. And a person who has Alzheimer's dementia has an accumulation of these two types of proteins that affect change for the, not for the better, for the detriment of the person who has it. So we're going to talk about that. So we've got plaques, protein plaques, and neurofibrillary tangles. And they're disrupting the normal function of the nerve cells. Think about it like a factory where everything is like a well-oiled machine and things get through. And what happens if there's a disruption, there's a breakdown. So those messages can't get sent and received, and they can't talk to one another as well. So this is what happens. We've got the two kinds. I think we're going to go to the next slide. So eventually the memories and brain function that controls the bodily functions are destroyed. Alzheimer's disease is the fourth leading cause of death in people over 65. We don't exactly know what the cause is, and many scientists think that it's going to have a lot of subtypes. It's also going to have its own umbrella of Alzheimer's because it's very complex. We have memory meds that we've had for over 30 years. Those memory meds help us deal with the symptoms. But the exciting thing is we now have disease-modifying treatments. The problem is that they're hard to come by, they're limited, and they're very costly. And we're hoping in the future that our insurance plans will be able to pay for those. And today, if you were to get a PET scan, which is also something most people do not have the access to currently, but a PET scan would show these two different types of proteins on it. So the way I like to explain it is, if you were to envision a string of Christmas bulbs, and you know how every once in a while there's a bulb that'll be blinking, and then it'll stop blinking, and then it'll come on again. So we call that an unreliable Christmas bulb. What happens over time is that blinking Christmas light will blink one more time and then it will burn out. And it's like that with these protein plaques that accumulate in the brain. So the first type we're going to talk about is the amyloid. And it is a sticky plaque. And it forms clumps inside the brain and it deposits itself between the nerve cells or the neurons, between where the synapses are. And sometimes messages get sent and received and those neurons can talk to one another, and it may be that other times there's a lot more trouble and that doesn't take place. And it may be that someone's had a great night's sleep, woke up with a wonderful breakfast, the sun is shining, there was a visit yesterday that they don't remember the details of, but they were left with a good feeling, and today is going to be a good day. And my brain is lit up even though I have dementia, and my neurons are firing. They're making that connection and not missing. Amyloid plaques begin to accumulate many years before a single symptom is shown up. It could be even 20 years. And that's why when you hear the last portion of our presentation today, you'll hear about healthy brain. What can we do? What kinds of practices can we adopt to help ourselves to have a strong brain that's functioning well, even into our later years? So the term for the beginnings of dementia, before you show any symptoms, when these plaques and tangles are forming, is called the preclinical stage of dementia. All right, then we also have another type of protein. This protein is called tau, and tau holds things together in the brain. It's a good protein. The problem is with Alzheimer's disease, it's a protein that's woven and it comes unwound. And this particular type of protein, these fragments, or we call them tangles, they deposit themselves inside the neuron itself. So you talk about that string of Christmas lights, that neuron will eventually not function. It's unreliable, and when it doesn't function, it dies out. And when it dies out, it leaves a space. And if you've got several neurons in that area of the brain, there's space after space, and you're having your brain tissue actually die and have holes in it. And when the tangles keep the nutrients from getting to the cells, that's what causes them to break down and eventually die. And here's a picture showing what tangles and what the plaques look like. You can see literal holes in the brain. And now I want to call your attention to this example of a healthy brain and a brain at the end stage of the Alzheimer's type of dementia. And if we were here all together in person as a group, we would have a wonderful dialogue of what we see as far as the differences go. On the left, this is a healthy brain. On the top, you see the brain looking at it from the side. On the bottom, you see a slice of the brain that you're looking down on from up above. And I would ask, what do you see are the differences? And people often say the brain on the left, which is a healthy brain, compared to the brain on the right, which is a brain that has been affected right now in late-term Alzheimer's or advanced stage Alzheimer's, they would say things like, the one on the left looks real juicy and plump, and the one on the right, it looks very dry and it looks shrunken. So yes, that is true, that the brain on the left, a healthy person's brain, one that allows you to do everything you need to do to take care of yourself in your day-to-day, normally weighs about 3 pounds. If a person dies from Alzheimer's disease, not with Alzheimer's disease, because remember with COVID, you could have other comorbidities and you could die with COVID, but not from it. Same thing with Alzheimer's disease. If someone makes it all the way to the end, the problem is that they have so much deterioration that their brain does not know how to tell the lungs to take breaths or the heart to beat, and everything is shutting down. This is how the brain would look. And as you see that you said, some of you would have said, it looks like that the brain shrunk down. Well, we call that atrophy. So we see that. And we also see, if we look at the top shot, that the brain looks more stretched out, like those wrinkles are opened up. And that's what happens as parts of the brain are dying out. Many times the cells die. Those are canals that form. There's not brain matter there. It's more liquid, and they don't have the brain capacity to send and receive those messages with their brain cells. And if you look at the bottom, you see literally on the right-hand side, a big area of the brain that's missing. Our recently learned information is stored as memory in our hippocampus. The hippocampus is located in that center area where you see a lot of the missing parts of the brain. And that's one reason why, especially with Alzheimer's disease, one of the early symptoms is the inability to remember things and to repeat and ask for the same information over and over again. So it leads right into this. What are some symptoms of Alzheimer's disease? So the memory loss, but as I mentioned earlier, the short-term memory, the recently learned information, that's the part that's going to go first. The long-term memory stays intact way through the disease until the end. There is a gradual decline in Alzheimer's disease. It is a progression that goes little by little. Usually the progression lasts 8 to 10 years with this type of disease. New information is lost. If you think about it, it makes sense. You have a problem with memory. What is memory? Memory is being able to store information. It sticks and you can use it, but new information doesn't stick. It doesn't stay there. So we can't expect that someone with Alzheimer's disease can learn new things. Word finding problems. This is very common, and we're going to go over that when we talk about language. Delusions and suspicions. We all trust our brains, no matter what anybody else would say. And someone gets an idea in their head and their brain's not working for them. It's giving them a hard time, and they're not able to distinguish between what is really happening and what is a fantasy. And they could have a delusion. And then that might make them suspicious about how others are treating them or not believing them. So we're going to cover that in communication. A very common delusion is something called phantom boarder syndrome. And that's where a person believes that there are folks camping out in their house. They may be on the second floor, even though the house is only a 1-story, or living in their garage. And that's a delusion. People with Alzheimer's disease can develop apathy. They might not be able to tap into the emotions of other people or have an attitude like they just don't care. Mood changes are very common. And I think I said 8 to 10 years. This says 8 to 12-year life expectancy with this type of disease. Let's move to vascular dementia. The word vascular means vessel. So it's easy to remember. This has to do with the blood flow to the brain. And it accounts for 20% in people over 65 years old. It's caused by cerebrovascular problems and most commonly strokes. There's also something called endocarditis, which is an infection in the heart valve, and it can have hemorrhagic bleeding with strokes, and those are also common causes. Interestingly, dementia is more common if the stroke is on the left side of the brain, because that's where our hippocampus region is. It's kind of to the center to the left. And so it's going to affect our memory. And we're going to see it show up as dementia. Then multi-infarct dementia with several small strokes. You think about them like TIAs. This is something that can cause dementia. And it often affects one side of the body or one system like language. Here's a picture that shows vascular dementia. If you were to hold this MRI up to the light, you could see the number of strokes your person has had. They show up like pinpricks on the MRI. Symptoms of vascular dementia. Vascular dementia is caused by problems with the circulation. The brain exists with two things that are part of the blood flow. One is oxygen and the other is nutrients. And they need a steady, your brains need a steady flow of blood constantly to the brain. And if the circulation of blood is hindered, then that's a problem because there's not enough blood to meet the needs of the brain. And let's talk about this. Blood vessels that are narrowing, that are like a garden hose. They're just getting smaller and smaller, not as much space for the blood to pass through. Maybe it has plaque there in the brain, fatty deposits, are going to make it the brain not receive the amount of blood that it needs. And there's sudden onset vascular dementia if it's caused by a stroke. It's an event. Think about this vascular dementia like these different events. It affects people who have a history of high blood pressure, like 50% of the people that have vascular dementia have problems with high blood pressure, high cholesterol, poorly controlled diabetes, problems with their hearts, and even smokers. The interesting thing is about diabetes that our brains, rely on glucose. That's a type of sugar. And with diabetes, you've got spikes and drops in your glucose. The brain needs glucose, but it cannot handle the spikes and the drops. It needs it to be steady. That's why managed diabetes is fine. It's not going to cause the problems with dementia, but it's the unmanaged. So in vascular dementia, you have an event, let's say a stroke, and then I call it stair step because it goes along as far as someone's ability to think and reason and understand and remember to such an extent that all of a sudden, boom, you have another stroke. So it drops down like a step. And then that's the new normal until you have a third event and so on and so forth. With vascular dementia, the personality tends to stay intact and the emotions intact, unlike the Alzheimer's disease, which has so many mood swings and mood changes. And judgment is not usually affected until later on in the disease. We're moving to the third type called Lewy body dementia. In Lewy body dementia, we have cells that are dying in a different place. It's the cortex or the outer layer and in the mid part of the brain. And we have the appearance of abnormal structures that are called Lewy bodies. And the Lewy bodies have a protein that's called alpha-synuclein, a different type of protein than amyloid or tau. And it's the same type of protein that's found in Parkinson's disease. Parkinson's disease and Lewy body disease share some things in common, and many times Lewy body dementia is misdiagnosed as Parkinson's disease. This type of dementia has an onset for people in their 60s oftentimes, and life expectancy is about 7 years. Here's a Lewy body. Here's an example of what this type of protein looks like. Here are some symptoms of Lewy body dementia. So we spot Lewy body dementia probably first when we see symptoms that look a lot like Parkinson's disease. We might see gait problems, walking problems. You see people that shuffle their feet. They may have tremors. Their posture might be very stiff, rigid, and their fine motor skills. They're having problems doing those tiny things that require that your fingers move very in slight movements, like buttoning shirts or doing puzzles, playing games. Their fingers just don't work oftentimes. And because there's this mobility problem, they're apt to have more falls. They have very vivid dreams and often nightmares. And some of these nightmares are so real to them that when they wake up, they're still acting them out. If they were having a violent nightmare, they might wake up and be boxing at the air or think that it was real and still be kind of in their dream. Many people with Lewy body dementia may have hallucinations. We have auditory hallucinations, things that we hear that aren't there, but we also have visual hallucinations. And they oftentimes see children, other people, animals, and even insects. And some of the things they see, they're delighted in seeing them. And we talk to the caregivers about entering into their reality and using it as a time to have an experience with them, asking them questions, like looking down from the house and you see the park across the street and they see children. So just talk about the playground and the children, if it's not something that's scary. 80% of people with Lewy body dementia will have hallucinations at one time or another. And the good thing is a lot of the hallucinations are not frightening. If they are frightening, then we'll teach you how to do that with entering into their reality, solving their problem, and redirecting them. That comes later. Some symptoms of Lewy body dementia. Well, the symptoms can vary from day to day or even moment to moment in the same day. You may have someone with Lewy body dementia who's very lucid and involved in the conversation, and then a few minutes or a few hours later, they have a vacant stare. They're staring off into nowhere, and you're not sure how to bring them back and have that contact with them. Behavior problems are common, especially being verbally and physically aggressive and even combative when it comes to doing activities of daily living that you are helping them with. And treatment is difficult. As I said, it goes undiagnosed, sometimes as Parkinson's. But if you give them medications to help with the Parkinson's like symptoms of mobility and the tremors and the rigidness and those physical things, it can detrimentally affect their delusions and hallucinations. And if you give them medication for the hallucinations and delusions, then they might have problems with their mobility. So it's important to have an accurate diagnosis and get the right kind of medications. And the fourth type of dementia that I'm going to mention today is called frontotemporal dementia, or FTD. And this is the front part of the brain, frontal, and then these are the temporal lobes on the side, FTD. And the problem with FTD is it's very often misdiagnosed because it presents with a lot of expressions. Oftentimes the person is changing very rapidly, and people oftentimes think it's as a result of having a mental illness. It produces personality changes at first, and what's happening is the neurons in the frontal and the temporal lobes are being impacted and are degenerating. This is an abnormal conglomeration of the same protein that we talked about with Alzheimer's called tau, and it causes those tangles. And those tangles, again, get into the cells, the neurons, and cause death. 2 to 10% of all dementias are of this type, and it affects people younger. So most of the dementias that we talk about affect people 65 and over. This one, it's not unlikely to encounter people in their 40s and in their 50s. It's rarer, but not off the table that it can affect people younger, even in their 30s, but in their 40s and 50s. And this one has a strong genetic component, so that if a family member has had this frontotemporal dementia, you are 50% more likely. It's more common in men, 4 times more common. And the average life expectancy is 10 years after the diagnosis. The interesting thing about frontotemporal dementia is that the progression is very swift compared to some of the others. And it is the most common form of dementia for people under age 65. Let's look at some symptoms. Judgment is affected. Frontal, remember the frontal, that's our executive function. That's where we problem solve. That's where we start a task and we work it through to completion with steps 1, 2, 3, 4 and finish. That can get interrupted and cause problems. That's where we have our filter, where we know what things are appropriate to talk about in mixed company and what we should just hold inside until we get alone with our buddies, our girlfriends, right? The filter, the impulse control for emotions is tampered with this disease, so that they're not able to manage those strong emotions that they feel. That's just in the executive function. So there's a lot of confusion and disorientation. There is often social behaviors that show up that are very difficult to manage, and people can feel so embarrassed when their loved one exhibits some of these expressions that are socially inappropriate. They can have increased appetite, so like wanting to gorge on food. We had someone visit our day program and we had a spread, and that person with frontotemporal dementia, who was much younger than the others in the day program, stayed at the counter with the food again and again, eating the food. So they have a loss of that inhibition, and they don't have that way to control those desires that are driving them to their behavior. Can have mobility problems, again, with stiffness and balance. Loss of speech occurs early, and we call it aphasia, different types of aphasia. We're talking about the temporal lobes. This is where our language is stored. Some of the socially inappropriate behaviors can be things like taking things from others. We call it stealing when you have a good brain. When you have dementia, it's something looks good and I'm going to go and shop and I'm going to take it because it was shiny or it was something that I desired. Sexual aggressiveness, vulgar language, and a loss of inhibition. This is where apathy shows up often, where you don't look like you care about anybody else. Remember, it's not the person, it's the disease that's affecting their brain. They're doing the best they can and they can't help this. A flat facial expression is often a characteristic of FTD. Hypochondriasis, which is a fear of having a serious disease like cancer, and memory loss and ability to care for yourself is later in the disease. So you need to mark this one as being different from the Alzheimer's disease in that it doesn't normally show up with asking repeated questions or repeating the same things again and again. All right, here's a picture of a brain that has been affected by the frontotemporal dementia. So you can see that there's shrinkage or atrophy, and you can see that in the frontal and temporal lobes. These regions control personality, behavior, judgment, and language. All right, so we've covered all of the different types of dementia, and we've said with dementia, it's an individualistic type of condition, in that we say often around here, if you've seen one person with dementia, you've seen one person with dementia. But this will help you at least to see some commonalities in each of these 4 diseases. We are now going to go to a commercial, and we will be back to talk about communication. And I wanted to remind you, if you are ready to go ahead and make a donation. I'm not sure how to do that because I came in late. What do they need to do, Natalie?
Scan the QR code or copy the link.
So you can scan the QR code that's on your screen or copy the link, and we will celebrate you by showing confetti on the screen. We thank you so much for caring about what we do in education through Dementia-IQ at James L. West Center for Dementia Care. We thank you for your donation and your support. And I also need to tell you, if you have questions, please feel free to put those in the chat and we will try to address those as we go along. So hang in there. We will be right back.
Hi, I'm David Farrell, Vice President of Development here at James L. West. You're no doubt enjoying today's hours-long Dementia-IQ educational content. But did you know that all of our education offerings at James L. West are purely donor-funded? It's true. We pride ourselves on keeping our content cost-free for healthcare providers and family caregivers. But to do that, we rely on the generosity of others to make it happen. If you see the value in what we're doing to better people's lives through dementia education, then we invite you to please make a gift of whatever amount you see fit. We like to say that until there's a cure, we're here to care. But we can't meet the demands of instructing thousands of people each year on how to provide that care without your help. Thank you very much.
Come on in.
We're so anxious to show you about our day program that we have.
Let's get a good one. There you go. Keep going. So much better since I laid my burdens down.
Great. That saves me a lot. Yeah. Are you fattening me up?
Hi, everybody. Thank you for coming back. We're so glad to have you here. Wasn't that wonderful to see that promo and commercial for our senior day program of James L. West Center for Dementia Care, located off of Harris Parkway. And boy, do they have fun. Everything is thematic. It's all about stimulation, laughter, and music, and dance, and art. And you can get in touch with Heather Macheto at any time to see if you can schedule a tour and see if that would be a good fit for your family. Wonderful, and thank you. Notice that we've had 2 people donate during that break, so woohoo! Thank you so much. And if you're interested in donating, the QR code is still there, so feel free to access it. Welcome back. We're now going to shift to talking about how do we communicate with our loved ones who are living with dementia in a way that is passionate and effective. And we're going to learn a little bit about communication in general before we get started. So communication is made up of words that become speech, and words are those building blocks of our language. And then speech is a muscular, neuromuscular, right? Because it takes our brain and it takes our muscles. It's a process that forms words into sound. And so what do we do with those words? We make the words come alive by our tone of voice, our pace, which would be the rate of speed, with the inflection in our voice. And then we can take those words, we can join them together with rhythm, which is meter, and with melody, and it becomes rhyme and music. We're going to talk about that later. That remains for a long time, the ability to use music and recitation and rhyme. And we can convey emotions through our words. That's the way we communicate our emotions, our feelings, our desires, our dislikes. Listen to this. I felt like this was very powerful. Words and speech are a powerful gift, marvelous gift. They can, and with our political climate now, I've got this on my brain, they can start wars, stop wars, soothe crying infants, change minds, express love, make us laugh, and make us cry. It's a human ability that others in the animal kingdom don't have, to be able to connect using words, and we put those together through regular talk and through music. Our English word communication actually comes from the Latin word communicare, which means to share or to make common. So our words community, commune, and common all come from communicare. Communication carries the intent to create shared understanding. Listen to me, shared understanding, not necessarily mutual agreement, but you're trying to understand where a person's coming from, and you're trying to share where you're coming from. Communication is the exchange of information between two or more individuals, and it's to express our needs, wants, desires, our knowledge, and our feelings. It's so much more than our words, though, because it includes our attitude, our tone of voice, our facial expressions, and our body language. It's a very complex task, communication is, and it involves both the spoken word and the nonverbal message, the emotions of the people who are involved in the communication at the time, your cultural background, your past experiences, what's colored you, what's given you your perspective, what kinds of glasses are you looking through, because the glasses you're looking through are very different from the glasses other people are looking through, especially those who have dementia, and your perceptions of who, what, and why. Communication is a lot more about listening and listening well, listening for content and for understanding than it is talking. And for the person who has dementia, as I said, the world is confusing. They're trying to understand the world around them, their environment, and how they fit in. It's always hard. And all aspects of communication eventually will become more difficult as these diseases progress. The need to communicate never leaves a person with dementia, however. Can I say that again? The need they have to communicate never diminishes. They still have a desire to be known and communicate. It's how they're able to communicate that changes. So let's look at this. Here's another picture of the brain. We're going to talk about some of the things that happened when there's a breakdown in language. So one of the things that you might see early is word finding problems, that a person doesn't know how to say those regular nouns that are a part of their world, so they talk around them. This, instead of being a watch or wristwatch, it might be called a hand clock or a time machine. It's going to be described. Or hand me that thing that you write with. And you say, oh, you're looking for this pen? Yes. They're having trouble naming words. It also might be a word salad. A word salad is when you have words that are strung together that normally don't have any relation to one another. Here's an example of a word salad. Someone might say, eat the cow on the table, the purple thing outside the window, babies drink trees. And you're like, what did they mean? But they may say it with a pace and an inflection that gives you the idea that they know exactly what they mean to say. It's just not coming out. And they may know what they want to say. It might be the production of the language that's impacted, but they may not know what to say. They may just have those words accessible to them. Vague language. Vague language would be like, that thingamajig, that over there, that, you know, or I want to go to the place, the place, where it's hard to understand what they're referring to. Single phrases. So as language breaks down, you might only have a few things that you hear the person saying again and again. Things like, I want to go home, or where's my mom? Or they may even say, just even the few words that they have left as the disease progresses. No is a word you learn really early, and it's one of the last to go. And no might not really mean no, but it might mean no. But you just have to, sometimes people will say, help, help, I need help, help. And they say that all day. So just words and phrases. And then it comes to when language breaks down further, they're only able to make sounds. So you'll hear sounds, moans, rhythmic kinds of sounds. But what's preserved for, let me back up a little bit. So I wanted to explain. So we have our temporal lobes, we have left and right. And the way we describe this is what's on the left leaves. Leaves. So think of the letter L and the word leave. It's not going to remain. So things that leave are factual things. People, places, names of objects, events, those kinds of things are not sticky things. When the hippocampus is being affected, that part of the brain doesn't store those recently learned information that are factual, right? So those are going to leave. But what remains and what's preserved starts with the letter R. So the right-hand side of that lobe, the right lobe, is where you're going to have preserved ability because right remains, the letter R. So what remains? Rhythm and rhyme. What's rhythm and rhyme? Music is made up of rhythm and rhyme. Prayer, recitation, poetry, things that are in the long-term memory from long ago. Those are often preserved. So you've got singing, the automatic speech. That's that friendly banter back and forth. How are you? I'm doing fine today. How are you? Thank you very much. They've been using that language from early on, and that oftentimes remains. Unfortunately, we've got a whole list of things that remain that we caregivers oftentimes cringe when we hear. Even some of our saintly older individuals, or maybe not necessarily older, but our loved ones who have dementia, saintly, we never would have heard them say anything disparaging about anybody. And all of a sudden you have swear words, racial slurs, sex talk, and forbidden words. And that's because very early on, someone said, "That's a bad word. I don't want to hear you saying that word again." And they may have even washed your mouth out with soap. So you said, this is a very special word. I'm going to put it in a place that's very safe. And it goes on the right-hand side. And those words are accessible when things aren't going right and they're feeling strong emotions. Sometimes those are the words that they throw out. So don't be surprised if your loved one, you would say, "I didn't even know she knew those words." But sometimes that's what happens when language breaks down. Oops. Pardon me. I lost my place. Here we go. So these are some other things that get lost in the progression of dementia and some other things that are preserved. So loss, again, in the hippocampus region with those recently learned facts and recently learned information, they're not able to have that immediate recall. And it may not be able to be recalled at all, but if it is, it's very delayed. So you've got to give time. The attention to selected information, that's that focus, and that's that ability to have that concentration gets impacted. They lose recent events, and they lose sometimes figuring out who's who in their loved ones and in their relationships. But the things that are preserved are the long ago memories. We have something called the theory of retrogenesis, and Holly has talked to us about that. I'm sure there's a program that you can go and look at that's in our YouTube channel about retrogenesis. And it's the idea of retrogenesis is we didn't come into this world already knowing how to take care of ourselves, to feed ourselves, and how you do the hygiene, to learn to walk, learn to talk. All of these are skills that we acquire, and many, many more as we move through that panorama of our lives, right? These are things that as we experience the world, we acquired. And with dementia, a person begins to go backward in the regression of those developmental stages, little by little, letting go, coming into a more, I guess you would say, primitive part of who you are before you experience the world. So because of that, the long ago memories are still there because those were formed way back then, and you lose the most recent memories first, and the long ago memories stayed. So a person with dementia will maybe not be able to tell you what they had for breakfast just a few hours before, but they can tell you all about their grandparents' house and the fun that they had on the lake catching sunfish using corn from a corn can, and wonderful memories. It'll be clear as a bell oftentimes because those long-term memories are recorded in a different place. Confabulation is when you're trying to make sense of a memory or a tale or some kind of information you want to give out, but it's not all there. Just bits and pieces of it are. But as a person with dementia, you fill in the gaps so that it becomes a story that you can tell. And maybe it wasn't based on truth. This is an example. A highlight of my mom's was singing in a Billy Graham choir when she was young. She told that story over and over again. But then she got confused and the story became, they asked me to stand up in front of the stadium and take the microphone, and I sang a solo in the stadium at the Billy Graham. And it was okay. We just went along with it. That's what she did. She had the confabulation to try to make sense of the bits and pieces that she had. Emotional memories stay. So this is a good place to talk about the difference between the hippocampus and an area called the amygdala. Both the hippocampus and the amygdala are responsible for storing memory. The hippocampus, it records things that are factual, people, places, things, events, adventures, those kinds of things. And the amygdala doesn't store factual things. It stores how those factual things made me feel. So there are two different parts of the brain responsible for storing memories. The emotional memories are preserved. They stay so that they may not have remembered that you went out the day before to a park and you had a wonderful adventure seeing a parade of people coming by with children taking pictures for Easter, with quinceañeras with their beautiful flowy dresses, with brides making their vows in the park. They may not remember those things, but it was a wonderful afternoon. So they take away from it a memory that is positive, that is calming, that's soothing, that brought them a lot of joy. That feeling remains, the emotional memory of it remains a lot longer because the amygdala is active. And motor memories. Motor memories are preserved. So my mom would do this all the time as if she were typing because she was a secretary. She didn't stop learning how to do her fingers on the keys. People can play the piano, they can tie their shoelaces, things that were formed long ago that are just like rote. They don't even have to think about it, the motor memories. And here we are again with the amygdala and the hippocampus. So a person with dementia, even if they can't understand the words that you are trying to communicate, they're looking at you and they're getting information with their antenna. They're looking at your face. They're looking at your body language. They're reading you. That's sobering. We need to take into consideration, what am I saying? Not with my words, but with my body. So what is your body language saying? Are you coming in with your arms crossed so it can look like you're mad, you're disappointed at them? That's what they're reading, even if you don't feel those things. Maybe your arms are crossed for some entirely different reason, but we don't want to do that. What is your face expressing? Do you have a sunny and approachable face? Do you look excited to see them? Or do you have worry on your face? Or you're frustrated? Or you're impatient? What is your face saying? What is your tone of voice saying? We know our tone of voice tends to go up when we're agitated. So if we're aware of that, we need to bring our voice down and talk calmly with a happy face. What are your emotions saying? Some people, you can read them like a book. Their emotions show all over their face and their body. Other people have more of a poker face. We need to try to have more of a poker face if we're having a bad day. And how fast are you moving? That's another thing. We don't want to be a rush monster with someone who has dementia. They're processing things a lot more slowly. So we need to slow down. The amygdala is going to control the emotional responses, and it helps to store the memories. The hippocampus is playing a role with those short-term memories, the navigation, and it all works together. But one of them tends to leave and the other is preserved. I'm going to now share some best practices for ways that we can communicate effectively and very compassionately. These are things that we want to do. You know your loved one. You know what they do, for example, if they need to go to the bathroom. If they need to go to the bathroom, do they start pacing? Do they start tugging at their pants? You'll know because you're a detective and you know what the signals are. So pay attention so you can figure things out. You're constantly going to be like a detective because as the communication is breaking down, they're still expressing communication. May not be with their words, maybe with their actions. It's really important that when you make that connection, when you have that, when you go to help them or you walk into a room and you haven't been there in a while, make sure that you come in with a big, broad smile and an open stance. If you need to, introduce yourself, especially if it's someone in the family they haven't seen in a while. Or they might say, hi, I'm your school friend, Emma, from a few years ago. It's so good to see you. And then that way the person doesn't feel uncomfortable because they've been given the name of who that person is. Remove distractions because sometimes things like television sets the volumes too loud, or there are a lot of people in a busy setting. Maybe pull your person off to the side where it's quiet. If you have a loved one that used to love to have family gatherings, let's say after Sunday services and have a roast in the pot, what do you call it? Crock pot, and everybody together, but now you're starting to see that they're exhibiting some agitation and confusion and you can't figure out what it is. It may be that now having kids running through the house and a lot of commotion is just too much. Their brains can't really make sense of all of it. It's overstimulating. So make sure you have a nice quiet place to bring them to. Make eye contact and smile. We always try to get someone to look at us in our eyes and be aware of where they are. If they're seated or they're in a wheelchair or they're in the bed, you get down on their level to make eye contact with them. No one wants to have someone towering over them and talking. That can be misperceived as they're in trouble. They're being scolded. You can seem very foreboding looking over them. Move slowly, and a good practice is to open your hand. Open up your hand because that's in our long-term memory. When someone extends a hand, normally we extend ours in return. Compliment and praise them. And it says in parentheses repeatedly. Why repeatedly? Because they're going to forget that you already said something lovely. Give them a compliment. Oh, you look so beautiful today. Your eyes are sparkly. Never say the word remember. Got to just take that out of our vocabulary. We don't want to say remember because it puts them on the spot and it's a conscious reminder that I'm having trouble with my memory. And that's insulting, especially someone in an early stage of dementia. They don't want people to know that they're struggling with their memory and they don't need you to remind them. One of the worst things you can do is to quiz them on their memory. Oh, Dad, I know you can get this. Just try harder. Think about it. They can't remember. So that's very cruel to put them in that position. Or have someone come in and say, do you know who I am? We're not going to do that. They don't remember that they don't remember that they don't remember. So we need to take the word remember out of our vocabulary, even when we're talking about ourselves. So how do I do that? I want to talk about a memory with my loved one. Instead of saying, hey, Aunt Pat, do you remember our old house that we lived in back on Prospect Street? Right away, the defenses go up. There's that word remember. I don't remember. So instead, give Aunt Pat a memory. How do I do that? Well, I just say, Aunt Pat, you know what I was thinking about? I was thinking about our house on Prospect Street, that nice family next door with all those children that were so polite and the yummy food. And most likely the person's going to join you in that memory because you created a memory for them and they're not on the spot. There's no pressure and they might enjoy it and you never know what they're going to come with. Maybe they'll add to the memory that you brought up. So let's not say remember. Here's a wonderful graph. And this is what I was explaining a little while earlier, that communication is so much more than words. in this graph, you see on the tiny sliver of pie that's blue, only 7% of anything that we communicate is communicated through our words. That's hard to believe, isn't it? 7% is nothing. And the rest of it is our body language and our tone of voice and some other things as well. So while the person with dementia is trying their best to process those words that you're speaking, because they're wanting to please you with what you're asking, and they're wanting to go about their day and their agenda the way it's planned with confusion and disorientation, they're really trying, they're going to react to how you're communicating your message much more than what you are communicating. 90% and more of the communication is nonverbal communication. So we use cues, we use gestures, and we demonstrate. An example of that is, don't have them sit down and have a meal all by themselves and then wonder why they're off task and they're not picking up the fork and putting it in their mouth. You eat with them. While you're eating, they can mirror what you're doing. Do an activity with them. Act it out. Act it out. So we're going to pat the chair. And this tells, come on, we're going to have a seat on this bench. It's so beautiful at the lake. Let's sit down here and let's look at the butterflies and birds. Or it could be holding up a fork. That's a cue. It's time to eat. Taking off your jacket. That gives them an idea that it's time now to take their jacket off too. They're going to mirror what you're doing. And as you have this interaction with the person, like Holly said, we need to center ourselves. We need to examine what are our thoughts and our feelings and deal with them and not let that color our interaction with our person with dementia. So what emotions are you carrying? In the later stages, you can mirror their actions to connect and communicate. We had an individual in our support group, and his wife's ability has narrowed so much that she really doesn't have words anymore to express. And he has an intimate time with her, watching her facial expressions and mirroring her expressions back to her. And then he makes an expression and she copies what he does. And that's all they do for 30 or 45 minutes. But it's a connection. It's joyful. It is communication. So even in later stages, there's a way to make that connection with your loved ones. Here's some things not to do. Remember, I told you in our executive function in the frontal part of the brain, that's where we have reason. That's where we have good judgment. And that is breaking down. So if you're appealing to reason and you're trying to convince someone with all the facts, you better let that go. Because if it's something that they don't agree with and you have a confrontation, I guarantee you, you're not going to win. It's not going to be win for either one of you. And it may end up becoming a horrible afternoon. So don't reason, don't argue, don't confront them about something. Of course, we're not going to remind them that they forgot. Don't question their recent memory. And really, don't take it personally. They're not meaning to target you. Just let it go and be willing to accept the blame, even if it's not your fault. We're going to slow down and smile. Like there's that smile again with an open posture and a big old smile. We had someone from the support group say he would walk into the room and he'd make it about him and he'd say, hey, I need a hug today. And he'd make it, I need the hug. And so that was a good introduction. And then she would melt and she'd give him a big hug and off they would go with their time together. When we try to convey a message with our words, we need to take out the flowery language, the excess words that are not necessary, and give short, to the point, brief phrases and sentences. Only the necessary information, and try to break it up in steps, one at a time, and allow plenty of time for them to respond, because they have to hear you, and then what you've said has to enter into their head for them to make sense of it. And then they have to formulate either a verbal response or an action. That's very complex, and that can take a lot of time for a person with dementia. The last time that my mother visited me in Dallas, Fort Worth, it was a nightmare. I didn't know enough about dementia. I knew a little bit, and I labeled things, I put pictures up, and I welcomed her into my home. She shut down because it was overwhelming for her, and she got in the bed, and I thought she was ill. So I took her insurance card and I made her an appointment. I'm in another room, and I come in, and my mom's sitting on the bed. I entered the room with her back to me, talking to her. Mama, we're in a big hurry. I got us a doctor's appointment. I need you to brush your hair, comb your hair, brush your teeth, and put on your shoes. I'm going to go in there and put on my makeup. I'll be right back. And off I go. When I returned to the room, do you think that I found my mother in the bathroom brushing her teeth? Was she on the floor trying to tie her shoes? Was she combing her hair? Of course not. Where was she? In the same place that I'd left her, sitting on the bed with a smile on her face, looking out in space. And what did I do? Mom, we're in a hurry. You haven't done any of that. And then I made her feel insulted and demeaned. And I didn't mean to. I was just so impatient and frustrated, and I was doing it for her good. So I did a lot of things wrong in my communication with my mom. I didn't make eye contact with a big smile. I entered from the back, so she didn't even know I was coming. She lost half of what I was saying, but as this said, only give her the necessary information. She didn't need to know that I'll be right back. I'm going to go put on my makeup, and all that was superfluous. I should have left that out. I should have given her one thing to do at a time so that she could hear it, run it through her brain. Hopefully some of it would stick, and I could assess for her understanding before I rushed on to the next. Too many times we're in a hurry and we give them way too much information. Also, people with dementia, they have a desire to feel like they're a contributor. They're constantly looking for purpose in their day, in their life. So we need to help them. They are still people who have a say. They have autonomy in some ways. So we want them to have that self-confidence and know that their opinion still counts. So you're going to look throughout your day to find things that you can give them options for. Maybe instead of having an open-ended question like, what are you hungry for lunch? Boy, that's hard to come up with something. That's very ambiguous, way up here. But if I say, would you like a grilled cheese sandwich or would you like a chicken salad sandwich? Right? I've given them two choices. Make sure both choices are choices you can live with. And then it makes them feel good that they have a say, that they can exercise their autonomy. Find things that they can do. Don't try to do everything for them. Let them help out. Let them set the table, fold some towels. There's a myriad of things you can think of that they can do to keep them occupied and build that self-confidence that I am a contributor to the family. Ask them to help you with something. So the idea is let's do it together, not it's their task and you're going to volunteer them. You're going to do it together. Or you could say, hey, you know, I could really use your help here in the kitchen. We're getting something together for lunch. And again, please continue to give them reassurance, because as soon as you've said it, a few minutes later, it may be gone. You need to do it continually. Here's a very special word that we can use in communication as caregivers, and the word is okay. The word okay is a neutral word. It doesn't mean that we agree. It just means we heard them. So when they're talking about something that perhaps is not true, we don't have to correct them. We don't have to get into any kind of debate or try to prove what is true. We just say, okay, okay, okay. We're acknowledging that they spoke and that we heard them. When we say it with a pleasant tone and a positive look on our face, we can diffuse a situation and not have it end in a big old blowout argument. So even if they are accusing us of doing something we didn't do, we can say, okay, okay. Or if they're saying like, I have a pristine driving record and I'm going to get my car and I'm going to drive, instead of saying, now, you know, the doctor told you that it wasn't safe. We even have on the refrigerator the note that he wrote. You know that we talked about that and we took the keys. That's not going to work. You're appealing to what? Reason. And a person with dementia is having trouble with reason. So instead, I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to listen. And I may even tell what's called a therapeutic story, which we'll talk about in just a moment. And then I'm going to redirect their attention, or another word for that is distract. And I'm going to fix it first. I'm jumping a little ahead. I'm going to try to fix whatever it is that's the dilemma that they're experiencing. I'm going to fix it with something called a therapeutic story. Other people call therapeutic stories fiblets or little white lies. And if you're someone who never lied to your husband or wife or to your parent, and you think, oh, I could never tell a lie, a therapeutic story is very different from a lie. A lie is intended to deceive, and it's for your benefit. You're getting something out of it. A therapeutic story is a story that brings calm and reassurance and peace for the person who is consternated, who has a lot of very strong emotions at the time. And it's for them. It's not for your benefit, although it is for your benefit because it makes your life a lot easier as a caregiver. And it's hard to use a therapeutic story in the beginning, but believe you me, it gets easier as you practice, and then you have a lot of them in your pocket. And whereas one has worked for a time, it may stop working and you might have to find another. So go to their world. They can't come to yours. So try to understand what is their situation, what's got them with their strong emotions. Don't get emotional about it inside yourself, but find a way to fix it. So here was one. A son said to his father, Dad, I'm very perturbed. I know that your money, that my money is going into your bank account. You're taking all my money. Okay. Someone who doesn't know how to use therapeutic stories and appeals to reason might say, no, Dad, that's not true. I'm going to show you from the statement. It just came a few days ago. This is how much money you have. This is your account. This is my account. The money, and you're going to appeal to reason. Person isn't able to understand logic any longer. So throw that approach away. It's not going to be effective. What is effective is entering that person's world. That's what that person believes, even if it doesn't have a basis in truth. So what would help is if you would say, you can even get mad with them. Well, I can see why you're upset. That makes me mad too. I don't want your money. I'm going to call the bank right now. You could call a friend. You could just pretend to call on your cell phone, and you're going to let them have it. I want to talk to the manager. This is not acceptable. I want to make sure that my father's money is safeguarded. You go on with this pretend conversation. If you had tried to appeal to reason and you had tried to show him, he might have said, you don't believe me. You think I'm stupid. You think I'm an idiot. You think I'm crazy. And you would not have been seen as an ally or someone on their side. But if you enter into their world, you're understanding where they're coming from and you're joining them there and you're solving it for them, they're likely to say, thank you, son. Thank you, son. I'm so glad that you're doing that for me. Do you get what a therapeutic story can do? It can bring relief for them and calm and peace. Do it also for someone who is talking about someone who's already passed away. You're not going to tell them, you were there at the funeral. I have pictures I can show you. Aunt May died 2 years ago, because for them, they can't remember that they were at the funeral. And it'll be like hearing it for the first time. And that would not be very compassionate and humane. So instead, you're going to say, oh, they're at the store. Or they called and said they were going to be a little bit late. Or he's golfing. Or he's working on a project. And whatever works for them. And so then you understand, you move toward them in a place of understanding, you enter into their reality, you give them a therapeutic story that fixes what they're upset about. And then very quickly, you're going to turn their attention to something else, because a person with dementia can only think about one thing at a time. So you can end up rediverting their attention, redirecting them. So what are we going to redirect with? Something sweet, yummy goodies. And we know around here at James L. West, our residents love ice cream. Every single one of our resident houses has ice cream at the ready. So taste buds, I mentioned the sight, the hearing, and the tactile sense of touch. Also, our taste buds are changing and our sense of smell are changing. And our taste buds, as we lose a lot of them, the taste bud that's responsible for sweet stays a lot longer for older people. So you can use that to your advantage. Not that you're going to get them all sugared up every day, but it sure does help to pull that out of your pocket when you need it. So a good redirection would be, let's go get something to eat. I know they have Bluebell homemade vanilla. That's a good one. Also, animals, especially baby animals. Redirect their attention to looking at animals, whether they are animals that are there present, pets, or animals that come in a long-term care community. Sometimes you have rescue animals come, therapy animals. But if not, we all have our screens on our phones, and we can pull up videos of dogs and cats, birds, whatever it is that they like and would delight them in their attention. And babies, human babies. Oh, human babies bring out the best in most older adults. So if you can bring in a baby, we had someone donate here at James L. West these babies that are not real, but you would swear they're real. They're the most lifelike babies I've ever seen. And even this morning, I saw someone holding a baby and she was talking to me about how beautiful the baby was. But even like babies, you can pull up those videos of babies cackling. Oh, who doesn't laugh back at hearing the babies with their delight, with their giggles? So those are ways that we can distract. And music. Music. And Holly mentioned that we form our music list in the ages, I think she said between 10 and 26, something like that. I may have it a little off, but our music list, the music that makes us revive our memories and the good old days, and the music that was a part of the soundtrack of my life. Don't play your modern music, play music that they would like. There is a documentary that was called Alive Inside, and they did a study with people who were their bubble of awareness was very small. Many of them had their heads down and they would put headphones on and play their music. Boy, oh boy, their brain would wake up, they would come alive. So music is a good way to bring joy and contentment. And we have a music therapist here at James L. West. I don't know if you know that. Most places that do senior care like this, long-term care, they bring in somebody from the outside who might have a contract. We have a staff that does music therapy, and all of our residents, those whose loved ones filled out a paper about the kinds of music they like, will have a music playlist that they can listen to. Now I'm going to move into talking about when I said enter into their reality. This is a whole section on what that's called. And the term for it is validation therapy. Validation therapy has to do with empathy. Before I talk about empathy, I would ask you, if you were here in person, what does the word sympathy mean? Sympathy would be standing on the outside looking in, saying, oh, I feel so bad for that person. I feel sorry for that person. But it doesn't impact your life. You're looking at them and you're feeling sorry for them. Empathy is different. Empathy is moving toward, coming from a place of desiring to understand. You're entering into that person's reality and you're accepting where that person is at any given moment and realizing that it's okay. That's where they are with validation. One of the things that I want to talk about is that time changes when people have dementia. We have the ability to know what's happening in the present time, what happened in the past, and even the ability to dream and forecast the future. But a person with dementia's time is constantly changing. They may be in the present one moment, and in their mind, they may be back 40 years. And their reality is different because they're seeing themselves in their memories of other people from a long time ago. Time is not sequential. It has no continuity. And that may result in a person getting confused and calling the daughter their mother. Why would they do that? Start calling her mama. this is the daughter. That can be very uncomfortable for the caregiver. And the caregiver says, why is she calling me mama? And she's constantly saying, I'm your daughter. I'm Sarah. And the person with dementia is very confused. Well, it may be that the person with dementia is thinking about life back when she was a small girl. She hasn't always been an older woman or a middle-aged woman who possibly was married, but she's always been a daughter. Early, she had a mama. So she's looking at her daughter, and if her daughter resembled her mother when her mother was younger, she may think that that daughter is her mother because that's where she is at that present moment in time. A child or spouse may become a sibling or parent. We had an interesting thing happen at James L. West. We had a male go into his mom's room, and the mom started getting really romantic with him and started talking about, it's time we talk about family planning. Whew, he got very uncomfortable. But the son resembled her husband who had passed away. So she mistook him because she's thinking at that moment in time that she's a younger woman. That's why that happens. So what do? We're not going to bring them into our reality. We're going to enter into their reality and play along to a certain extent, right? We can put boundaries, but we want them to know that we believe them, and we want to have a communication with them and have a moment with them. So with validation, we're going to use active listening. We're going to focus on how and what is being said with the individual who's talking to us, who has dementia, and we're going to try to repeat back their words and mirror their emotions. So let's say the person with dementia says, I don't know, it's not, I don't, this is not right. And I can say exactly what I heard them say. What's going on here is not right. It's frustrating. Wouldn't that feel good to know that someone tapped into what your emotion was? You're going to validate, you're going to enter into their reality. They can't come to our reality. You're the only one that can accommodate the disease. They can't accommodate the disease. They're doing the best they can with what they have. So try to identify what are their feelings. Try not to get upset or defensive, and guard yourself from reacting to what you think you heard. My custom was to take my mother to church when I would go 5 hours to visit her. And after church, we would use the bathroom before we went to the class. I took her into the bathroom. Think about this. She saw a modern bathroom. The modern bathroom has the touchless paper towel dispenser, the touchless faucet, and it doesn't even have a trash can. It has a big hole in the middle of the counter. That's not what they were accustomed to back when my mom was coming up. So she was very confused in the bathroom, but I needed to get her hands washed and her hands dried, and I needed her to throw away the towel. So I started making a game of it. And I went on and on with my antics, really thinking I was connecting to my mom. And since she was a basketball star back in her youth, I said, look, Mama, 2 points. And I was having fun throwing the paper. We were walking out of the bathroom and she says to me, I felt like an idiot. You made me feel like an idiot. Oh, and here I thought I was doing the right thing, and her words cut like a knife. And I could have been defensive, and I could have tried to explain myself, but that would have been appealing to what again? Reason. If I tried to explain everything and why I did it, so instead I just said, I am so sorry, Mama. I am so sorry. I didn't mean to make you feel bad. It won't happen again. Took her a little while. She was really offended, and then she came around. So identify the feelings, but when the feelings are aimed at you, don't get defensive and don't take it personal. While they're talking, don't offer the advice and suggestions unless they ask you. Sometimes they just want to talk, and it's your place to listen and support. The world of dementia can be a very scary place. It's a very different place for them, their world and our world. Their lenses are different that they're looking through. And they may not be able to piece everything together and come to a place of understanding, but they're really trying. And so in validation therapy, when we enter in with the desire to understand, we are validating or accepting that the person's reality or their beliefs and values and emotions are valid, even if it has no base in reality. So they're getting the feeling that we're on their side, we're their advocate, their ally, we're in this together. There is no other successful alternative but to accept what the person with dementia claims as their reality. Again, enter into their world. They can't come into ours. Their distress and anxiety can be amplified when they're not being understood. Isn't that a bad feeling when you think somebody doesn't understand what you're trying to express or where you're coming from or your point of view? So give them the feeling that you do understand. Accept their emotions, that their emotions have more validity than the logic that leads to them, and ask them questions about how they feel. Use your words and gestures, but look for their words and gestures and copy them or mirror them. So you could say, so I hear you say you feel irritated because the thing is not here. Tell me more. Your activity with them now is to listen. And they're going to share more information, hopefully, to give you more clues about what it is they mean. Or you could say, is it this or is it something else? Okay, let's say they have a word finding problem. You've done your best in the kitchen to prepare the meal, but you've learned that it's really important not to load up the table with a ton of food all at once. So you're starting out with a salad, and all of a sudden your loved one says, where's the silver bird? I need the silver bird. And you're going, silver bird. I can't eat my salad without the silver bird. And then you realize they're saying silverware. So you give them the fork for their salad. Is it this or is it something else? Can you show me? Can you show me? That's very powerful for them to get up and get it, and demonstrate it if you're not sure what they're talking about. Instead of saying, I don't know what you're talking about, use these words instead. Is it this or is it something else? Can you show me? Here are some effective communication phrases that you can use. You can say, tell me more about it. Okay? One of the things I think caregivers are afraid of is when a loved one talks about going home. And I just want to take a moment to tell you this. When a person talks about home, you don't know what home they're talking about. They may be in their mind in the past, and they may be thinking about their early home that they were in as a child. They may be talking about their home that when things seemed under control, when they were first married, when their kids were coming up, or it might have been the home that you recently moved them from. Or it might not even be a physical place. Home may represent the concept of when things were good, when I had a handle on my life, when I felt like I was flourishing. And maybe the person feels confused and disoriented and they long to go back to a time where things made sense. So don't be afraid when they talk about going home. Most certainly don't tell them, this is your home. There's your dresser. There's the picture of dad. No, you're not going to do that. You can ask them questions. Tell me more about what you're thinking about in your home. What would you like to do in your home? And then according to how they answer that question might give you a clue as to which home they're talking about. And maybe they just need reassurances and calm because they're looking for that feeling when things made sense. Maybe you could say, you're safe here. I'm with you. We're going to get through this together. I'm sorry that happened is a very good way to validate. It's even good to validate for people who don't have dementia. If someone tells you something, a very hard time they're going through, saying, I'm so sorry that happened. It can meet them right where they need it. And again, just like the illustration of the man who thought his son was getting his money from the bank, join them in their emotion. That makes me mad too, or I can see why you're so scared. A woman says, I'm not eating that food that your sister's bringing over. She's trying to poison me. I know she wants to take my house. Well, instead of talking about what a good daughter that sister of mine has been, instead of doing that and making my mom think that I don't believe her, that I don't understand what she's trying to say, instead to say, wow, that sounds really scary. I need to sit down and have a talk with her. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. I would be scared too. That's scary. So I'm telling her it's okay to feel scared. And I'm going to enter in and try to make a difference and resolve the problem for her. This is what I did. I'm sorry that I made you angry. That's not what I intended. Maybe you could say, it's going to get better. I'm not going to do that again. I'm sorry. I was just trying to help. Or even saying, I'm sorry that this is so hard right now. You're not doing it alone. I'm here with you. We're together. It's going to get better. These are the things that validation therapy does. Validation therapy can restore a person's self-worth. It can reduce stress. It can make life worth living for somebody. It helps them resolve unfinished conflicts from the past. Helps them work through pain. You know that pain is not just physical. Pain is cognitive. The things that you believe, whether they're based in reality or not, are real for that person. Pain can be cognitive. It can be mental. It can be emotional pain. Emotional pain from their past is really hard to deal with. It can even be emotional pain. I'm trying to think of what the other one was. The cognitive pain, or things that you believe, whether they're delusions or they're real. And a social pain. That's what I was thinking. People, even older adults, can feel left out and not included. You can have social pain, and then you can have spiritual pain. That's one of the worst kind of pains, when it's wrapped up in feeling like God let you down, or feeling angry at other people in a faith kind of environment. So there's a lot of different kinds of pain. And when you move towards someone trying to understand, and you let them talk and you enter in, then you can help them to resolve unfinished conflicts that are lingering from the past. The validation therapy can reduce the need for chemical and physical restraints. So trying to validate can take the place of just giving someone medication. And it can increase verbal and nonverbal communications. And one of the beautiful things is our brains are amazing, and there's so many connections. If you light up one area of the brain, it might be connected to another, and you may open up ways for a person to be able to do things that you thought they were unable to do. You might be surprised at the breakthrough because you were validating and you were talking about things they could relate to, and they could still go to that part of the brain and spend time with you in communication. It can prevent withdrawal, because if you feel misunderstood or you're not able to communicate, then it's not even worth trying. You don't want to go be around people. You maybe don't want to do the art project or get in the drum circle or help with the dishes or fold the towels, and you may just want to self-isolate. And that's the worst thing that you can do, because if you self-isolate, you're not using those connections. You're not listening. You're not trying to understand. You're not formulating. You're not producing language or behavior. You're just stagnating because you're not using your brain. So validation helps with that, and it improves overall well-being. So in the early stage, we're going to try to label the emotion that they're feeling. It's really crummy to have this happen. Whatever it is, whatever is the circumstance you're going to mention to them. Or it's really scary that there might be somebody living in our house. It's not our family that we don't know about. I'm going to go and investigate. Or I'm sorry that this is happening to you. In the early stage, because in the early stage, we are just trying to keep things normal. We say normalization. Keep things as normal as possible. And you're there to help out. In the middle stage, we're offering even more support. So we're going to repeat back and reflect their words, but we're going to reflect their words the same way that we heard them, with the same kind of emotion. If they're way up here with emotion, we're going to join them there, and then we're going to bring them back down. Listen for added information, ideas, and thoughts that they may give us, and we're going to watch and think like a detective, wonder what they might be trying to communicate. Even though they are having word salad or word finding problems, or even the loss of words, and they're doing things with their gestures and facial expressions. this was a story that I was going to tell. There was a gentleman here who had a family visit at the holidays, and his daughter set up a mini Christmas tree in his room. Well, this man was normally real easygoing, and he never presented any difficulty when it was time to do the activities of daily living. But all of a sudden, he started becoming very agitated and bothered. And he would say, "White mice, white mice." And the staff thought, that's not characteristic of him at all. That's so strange. They thought, well, maybe he's moving into his type of dementia into a stage where he's going to be having delusions and maybe hallucinations. So they thought, well, we'll just do the therapeutic story, and we'll go in there and we'll sweep out the room. We're going to let him see us. We're getting rid of all those white mice. And they told him, they're all gone. We got them out of your room. Well, time went on, and here we go again. The end of the day, when people are tired, and it's very common, the term is sundowning, when a lot of the expressions, they what I'm trying to say, accelerate. He started yelling again, "White mice, white mice." We're being detectives. Everybody's trying to put their head toward figuring out what he was trying to say. It was the Christmas tree had white blinking lights, and he was trying to say, that Christmas tree's driving me crazy. I can't stand seeing that blink, blink, blink. Turn it off. But he didn't have the words to communicate that. So he was saying white mice. Once they turned off the Christmas tree, it was fine to keep it in his room. He enjoyed it with its decorations, its ornaments, and things. So you're going to wonder what they're trying to communicate, and then watch to get to the bottom of it. And in the late stage, when so much of the brain activity has, trying to think what the word is, diminished, that we look at communicating through the senses. And so we're going to look at what their body's telling us. We're going to use it like a screening tool. So we're going to observe their face. Is a person in late stage dementia trying to tell us they're in pain? Are they knitting their brow? Are they making fists? Are they turning their arms and legs inward? That could be a sign of pain. Do they have a really deep frown, right? And we're trying to get a sense for what their body is telling us. And we're going to look at their face, their posture, their movement, their gestures. We're going to touch them. And we're going to try to say, what is the need that they're not able to express? Could it be something so simple as, I've got this itchy tag on the back of my shirt, it's driving me crazy. And so they can't tell you that. And so what are they doing? Saying ugly things, hitting other people, kicking. They're communicating with their actions, right? It's a form of communication. We don't call it a behavior because behavior has such a negative connotation. We call it an expression because they're expressing with their gestures, with their voice, with their moaning, with their sighs, whatever we can. We are constantly being that detective. Keep in mind that people who have dementia are saying normal things and doing normal things that someone with dementia would do. It's not out of the ordinary. Even though it's different than a person with a healthy, sound mind, this is normal for them. They cannot control the disease. They're doing the best they can. And another thing is you can't control the disease either. All you can control is how you are responding to your loved one with dementia. A common symptom is memory loss. Once again, they can't remember. They didn't remember. So you have to repeat a lot. And you need to repeat a lot with a smile on your face and with your tone of voice regulated. And when you repeat it again, try to repeat it the same way that you did initially. You know, we get tired of hearing ourselves talk. We get tired of saying the same thing. It reminds me back when I was a school teacher and I had 6 different sections of students that would come through. By the end of the day, I was so tired of hearing my own voice. So sometimes as caregivers, we want to jazz it up a bit. So we say it a different way, or we answer their question in a different way. If they say, I need to get home because the school bus comes at 3 and I made the snack and I've got to get my grandkids, even though their grandkids are already grown with their own grandkids. But if I were to say, you know what, your daughter called And she said they're staying after school for an activity. So we still got some time. Let's head over there. They're doing music today. But maybe I've said that 5 times. And now I want to say something different. So I say, your daughter's on the way. She's going to come and get you so that you can pick them up from the bus stop. Well, if I want her to receive the message I'm trying to send, good grief, let me say it in the same way, because it may be that something I say will finally stick. They can't remember your reassurances, so keep saying them. Keep reassuring them. Everything's fine. I'm here for you. We're doing this together. I know this is hard. It's hard for me too, but we're doing this together. I'm not going anywhere. Compassionate communication, then, as a summary, you're going to validate whatever it is they're feeling, what they're showing you with their feelings, not necessarily your words, their words, but what's underneath it with their feelings. You're going to solve their problem, fix it. You're going to use the therapeutic story, go into their world, guard yourself from getting emotional and taking things personal. Just fix it for them the very, very best that you can. And then you're going to redirect their attention to move on to something else. You will receive these slides. There's another part of this that I wasn't going into today that I wish I had. And it's going to walk through all 3. In James L. West, even though there are some classifications of different stages of dementia that maybe even go to 16 different stages, we keep it really simple. We talk about early, middle, and late stage, or you can say mild, moderate, and advanced. Same thing, just to make it simple. And we realize that your loved one can cross back and forth and have characteristics, more of them early, and then cross over to some mid, and mid, some late, because remember, it's an individualistic disease. But we talk about that in this presentation about how to communicate with people at each stage. So there are several slides for each of these, but I blocked those in this presentation. You will get it. I'm going to go over this in a moment, but just as a pause, it's time to donate if you want. Please use the QR code that's on your screen or the link. And oh, we had a donation. That's what she's telling me. Woohoo! How many? We had 4 donations in this segment. Thank you. Thank you. We truly give you thanks. We're full of gratitude for your help. So again, in the early to mild, mild stage, we focus on keeping things as normal as possible, making the best of the situation, and just everything's fine. Everything's normal. I'm just here to help. And then in the mid stage, which is the moderate stage, we are supportive. So I'm moving in a little bit more, but I'm still allowing them to do things that they can experience success doing, because everybody needs to feel a contributor, to have a sense of purpose. Everybody feels a sense of satisfaction when you're able to do something. And at James L. West, we try to, when we do activities with the residents, aim to that sweet, sweet spot where it's not above their abilities, because if the expectation is above their abilities, they're going to feel bad about themselves, and they may have that give up and let down and then not want to come out and do things. But if it's too far below their ability level, then they would be restless and bored, and then they're apt to wander and also not want to show up because they're not interested. And with communication, we would talk about how do we have communication that's effective and compassionate in the middle, moderate stage, using normalizations, but building in more support as we go along. And in the late or end stage, I mentioned before, it's more sensory, more support, and more sensory connections along the way. So I encourage you to check it out on the slides with even more information that is to come. So we say at James L. West that even though we don't have a cure, we're here to care until there is a cure. We say that dementia can be treated with knowledge, and good job, all of you who've joined in. And if you missed the beginning, then hang around for the 3rd segment that's coming up soon. And hopefully you can get the slides and maybe even see some recordings in the future. So congratulations, because you are getting so educated and smart on dementia today. So with knowledge, with continually building your skills as a caregiver, this is just a little plug. We do something that's called Dealing with Dementia. It's a 4-hour workshop. And there's one that we're doing here at James L. West. Is it closed? Do we have all the people? There are still some spots available. It's on the 30th of June, and it's a 4-hour workshop, and you get an over 300-page book that has all kinds of marvelous information that's for you when you need it. So it's a resource book, and we teach you how to use it, and we show you what's in it. And it's for family caregivers and professionals. If you're interested, you can sign up for that. Go on our website and access our calendar. And you can go on and come and be a part of it. But that is continually building your skills, because the more you build your skills, the more confident you are as a caregiver. Making quality of life important. Just aiming to put a smile on your loved one's face and make their life worth living, because there's still so much life to be had. We're going to focus on their current abilities, accept them where they are right now. And you're going to have a high level of commitment. You're going to be flexible as a caregiver. You're going to practice. And of course, you're going to continue to have compassion for people with dementia who need it, because they can't accommodate their disease. You can accommodate by making changes in yourself in the way that you communicate with them. Remember that a person who has dementia is never, never, never giving you a hard time. I think so. But if they could give you a hard time, they wouldn't have a disease that's causing dementia, because that requires a lot to formulate a plan to give you a hard time. The reality is they're having a hard time. They're not giving you a hard time, they're having a hard time. And here are our, again, services at James L. West Center for Dementia Care, and information about them. So again, my name is Tia Vieta. It has been my pleasure to be with you today. And if you want to check out the bilingual education, go on our website and look up Espanol. I think it's Educación Bilingüe. I think we've changed it to that. And be sure and tell a friend. And Cerebro Sano has a Facebook. So go to Cerebro Sano. If you want more information, let me know. And I am open to taking questions. Do we have any questions? Nobody has had
Not now, but we can go to commercial break.
Okay, it's time to go to a commercial break, and I'm going to sign off for now. So glad that you've been with me on this part of the journey. We still have more, so stay in your seat, because Jamie Cobb Tinsley is going to talk to us about brain health and the latest science that shows things that we can adopt as healthy lifestyles to lower our risk for dementia. So we're going to go to a break, and this break will be about our home care and our human resources. So enjoy. It's been good to be with you today.
You may not always see us, but we're here every day, supporting the people who make our mission possible.
HR helps our employees grow and succeed.
IT keeps them connected and protected.
And payroll ensures accuracy and trust in every paycheck.
We're the people behind the people, working together so that our teams can focus on delivering exceptional care to our residents, day program participants, home care clients, and the community. If you or someone you know is ready to be a part of a team that truly cares, check out our career opportunities at www.jameslwest.org.
Hi, my name is Kennedy Hallberg, and I have the privilege of serving as the director of James L. West at Home, the non-medical home care program of James L. West Center for Dementia Care. We've proudly been serving seniors in the North Texas area since 2025, and I know the decision to bring someone into your home can feel overwhelming. But at James L. West at Home, we believe home care is about so much more than assistance with daily tasks. It's about preserving independence, maintaining dignity, providing meaningful companionship, and giving family caregivers the opportunity to simply be a spouse, a son, or a daughter again, not just a caregiver. Our mission is to help clients continue living safely and comfortably in the place they know and love the most, their home. But don't just take my word for it. Here's what one of our clients, Angela S., had to say about her experience with James OS at home. Thanks to the Medicare Guide program, my husband is eligible for James OS home care, as he also attends the James OS day program thanks to the VA. The home care has been a perfect addition to the day program. The director placed a very capable, kind, and eager to help young person with us for hours and days that flex according to our needs. Helper is ready for anything from cleaning to shopping or transporting my husband with his walker to or from the day program. She's honest and self-motivated. If I need to be gone, she knows to change linens, vacuum, mop, and she can set up pre-measured healthy cereal servings and dried fruit portions for the week. My husband and I greatly appreciate her consistency. She was our first, and there's been no change in caregiver. We've been blessed to have her for months and will certainly continue. There's a lot of comfort and assurance in having the same person that we can count on. She's never late and she never asks to leave early. She's even going to help me prepare for his 75th birthday. The home care program is the best thing to have entered our lives since the James OS Day program. They say it takes a village to raise a child, but it also takes a village to care for our seniors as they do their best to have quality in life with Alzheimer's and dementia. If you have a loved one and want help, we highly recommend the James OS Home Care and Day program be where you will find the best in DFW.
All right, and welcome back. I want to just take a note and talk to you about our other services that we offer here at the West Center. I'm Jamie. I am Vice President over our Dementia-IQ, which you have been with us for our day of streaming. But we are here. James L. West is an organization, a nonprofit organization that serves persons impacted by dementia. And we do that through a variety of services. Our education is just one of those services that we offer that's free of charge to families, healthcare professionals, no matter where you are at. But we also have our community that's here in Fort Worth, Texas, and this is where we care for persons living with a disease at any type of dementia and at any stage of their disease process. They can come and live with us full time. We have short-term rehab as well, dementia-specific short-term rehab or short-term respite stays. We also have our day program, which is a separate campus here in Fort Worth, but this is a place for people that might still be living at home. They can go during the day, be around people just like them, still be part of a community, and the caregiver also gets some respite or can continue to work. You just heard from Kennedy and about our home care services and the great stories that we are hearing from families as we can meet you in your home and meet you wherever you are at. So we really are here to be with you wherever you're at in the journey of dementia and caregiving. And we are so glad that you're here today. We have actually raised a little over $700 today, and we thank you so much for your donations. We are actually trying to reach $1,000, and we just need a little bit of extra push in this next couple of hours. If you don't mind donating, thank you so much. We really do appreciate your services. Your money goes back directly to impacting persons living with dementia and those that love them the most. Thank you. And I want to give a quick shout out. Obviously, you've heard Holly and Tia today, are great educators, but I do want to give a shout out to our moderator, who is not going to come on screen. She refuses. But Natalie Cobb is our administrative assistant. She's done a wonderful job moderating today, setting us up for our first annual Streamathon, and all the banners and donations you see across. She's done some great work. Very proud. We would not be able to do this without Natalie. So I wanted to give that shout out to her. But we're here to talk about the last couple hours. We're in the home stretch, halfway through. Stay with us, continue to donate. But talking about brain health and how important it is to learn about how to take care of our brains across the span of our life, not just when we get older, but anywhere we are in our lifespan. So early life, midlife, and late life. And that we can also dramatically reduce our risk for developing dementia and just aging to the best that we absolutely can for our whole body health, but our brain health as well. So my question to you is, and you might have heard somebody in your life at some point say, well, dementia is just a part of aging. Maybe you've said it, or you've just grown up thinking that that's true, but that is absolutely a myth. It's wrong, it's false, and I am here to tell you that dementia is not a normal part of aging. Dementia, now it's easy to believe that dementia is a normal part of aging because age is one of our greatest risk factors. You can see the statistics here on the screen. 80% of people believe that dementia is a part of aging. Age is our biggest risk factor, and it is becoming more common to be diagnosed with dementia. Right now, there's a little over 7 million Americans living with Alzheimer's or related dementia. And 65 and older, it's about 1 in 9 persons. 85 and older, it's about 1 in 3 persons has a diagnosis. So you can see just as we get older, our risk is increased. But it's not deterministic. Just because we're getting older does not mean we're going to get dementia. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that. But we can also see that we're getting more and more people diagnosed that are 60 to 65, or maybe even younger than 65. People are being diagnosed with dementia. The numbers are less, but they are being diagnosed. And I want to talk about that. Well, dementia and aging are two different things. Aging is not a disease. We're all aging. We're doing it right now. But I think a lot of times we think, oh gosh, aging is going to be horrible, or might be portrayed that way in media. But aging is not a disease. And a lot of great things come along with aging. Now, dementia is a disease. There are functional changes that happen. And Tia did a great job explaining about what happens when we have dementia and all the different types of dementia that we have. But normal aging, we do see some changes. We might have a slower decline in our recall process. So thinking, what's the name of the person in the movie last night? It's not coming to me as fast as I want it to, or maybe that it used to when I was younger, but it will come to me eventually. And it might take me a little bit longer to learn something new, but I'll always be able to learn something new. With dementia, there are functional changes that are absolutely happening. There is a changing in their abilities, and it progressively gets worse over time. And we can see here that Tia already described this, but dementia is that umbrella term. And there's underneath that umbrella term there is the loss of somebody, their abilities and their ability to get through their day-to-day life, and the list of different types of progressive dementias that somebody might have. There's a lot. There's over 130 different types of dementia. Listed up here are the most common, and Tia went over those as well. But I want us to look at some other things, is that there are also other causes of memory loss and confusion. Because just because somebody might have or might not have normal aging, we don't automatically have to jump to the fact that, well, it must be Alzheimer's or dementia. Because there's a lot of things that can cause memory loss and confusion and changes in judgment, maybe changes in mood and behavior as well. And those are listed here. Now, this is not an exhaustive list, but it is a list. And we're going to go over some of these more in detail, and we talk about brain health and things to modify our risk and influences that we have. But I want to just say that a lot of the things up here are lifestyle choices, things that can be modified through choices that we make every day in our life, whether it's through diet, it's through movement, it's through already managing maybe some conditions we already have, including heart disease. We're treating our heart well, but if we do live with a heart condition, we're managing it well, and we're taking our medications like we're supposed to, and we're going to the doctor and doing the checkups like we're supposed to. We're also making good lifestyle choices in that we're not doing things that are detrimental to our health. So we're not partaking in or using recreational or abusing drugs. We're not drinking in excess. We're not just sitting on the couch eating fried foods. So we want to make positive choices, but we also want to not do the things that we know that are detrimental to our health. Because anything we do that is positive, or that's negative to our heart is automatically going to be positive or negative to our brain. Our heart and our brain directly connected. And you're going to hear me say that a couple of times. But let's think about all the organs in our body. Anything that we do that's negative to our liver or to our kidneys is eventually going to be negative. It's going to have bad impacts on our brain as well. So we really have to take care of our whole physical person. And as we're going to talk about, we also have to take care of our whole emotional and spiritual person too, because we're not just a physical body. We are all of these elements of physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, social, and all of those elements of us, we have to take care of those to age well. And all of this plays into our brain health and reducing our risk for dementia. So let's look up here, and on this, these are 14 modifiable risk factors, and this has come from the Lancet Commission. And the Lancet Commission, this is a group of experts from around the world in different segments, so it's multidisciplinary experts that have come together and that have done research on decades they have done assessments on decades of research on all of these elements, and they have come up with, and this is a continuous study, this is not just one person's opinion, and it's not just one study, they're continuous studies that they're continuously looking at and researching, but up to these 14 modifiable risk factors for dementia. And up here, we're not going to go over all 14, but we're going to go over quite a few of them actually. But a lot of these risk factors are things that let's just think about it as we have influence on all of these risk factors. What we choose to do or choose not to do can influence the impact it has on our health, either positively or negatively. And we'll talk about how do we positively influence a lot of these going up. But I have this asterisk by hearing loss, which we will talk about more here in depth, but hearing loss has actually been shown that this is recognized as the single largest modifier. So that's the one that we can modify the most. But what I want to point out here with these is a couple of things. Is these modifiers that we have to do these across our lifespan. So it says up here, risk factors that are across your lifespan. I think a lot of times we think, especially when it comes to dementia or brain health or getting older, I don't have to worry about that until I'm older. Or I can start doing these, like brain exercises when I get older. All of these, how we modify or how we influence these to protect and preserve ourselves, we got to do across our lifespan. So this is early life. This is midlife, but it's also late life. So because I don't want you to think, oh, well, I didn't do, take exercise, for example. I haven't really exercised most of my life, and now I'm in my later life, so why would I start now? Well, all of these things, we want to start as soon as we know, or as soon as we know that they can impact our brain health, and we want to start now because we'll always have good outcomes. But the earlier we start, the better the outcomes we're going to have. And a lot of these things really are crucial, especially in our midlife. And midlife is defined as 45 to 65. So a lot of these things are 45 to 65 that we'll talk about. But I also want to point out here, and what this the Lancet Commission, this report is saying, is that by working or making positive choices in all 14 of those areas, the 14 modifiable risk factors, up to 45% of dementia cases across the world could be prevented or delayed by making positive choices that can modify those risk factors. So that's almost half of dementia cases can be prevented or delayed if we address these risk factors that are easily, they're practical, easy things that we can do to modify these to our positive, for our positive lives. Again, it is across our lifespan as well. So why wouldn't we start making some good choices in these areas. And again, we'll talk about some of those areas, but I want to take a second just to talk about the aging brain, because I mentioned there are some things that come along with aging. Now, I said aging is not a disease, but there are things that change as we get older, and these are predictable changes. They're biological changes that we know are going to happen. We're going to slow, our processing is going to be a little bit slower. Again, it's just taking a little bit longer to recall something. Our working memory is going to be reduced. So we're not losing memories, but the working memory, what I'm using, what the memory I need right now to get through the next couple of minutes is going to be reduced just a little bit. It's not that we don't lose it. It's just we can't hold as many things. When we're younger, we can hold like 8 things on our working memory. As we get older, we're holding like 5 things. No big deal. Our blood flow is less efficient. And then we do have increased inflammation across our whole bodies that we want to be aware of as well. But again, these are biological predictable changes that happen. But I really want to focus on the strengths. Because just because we're getting older, here's a great thing about our brain is very moldable, it's plastic, and it's resilient. We can continue to grow and strengthen our brain as we get older. We have to work at it, but it's something that we can do. And these are the strengths that we have is that our emotional regulation improves. Our interpersonal and social communication generally improves as we get older as well. We're better able to recognize patterns. We can grow and strengthen our neurons. Our social judgment, I mentioned sometimes our vocabulary, just our general knowledge increases. And there's a lot of studies that also show that our stress levels kind of reduce as we get older because we're more experienced with life. We've been through a lot more things. And so that stress level, or we're not as easily stressed out by things because we know we've been there before, essentially, right? And there's this thing about cognitive reserve. And I'm going to spend some time talking about cognitive reserve because this is important. This is what we're doing by modifying those risk factors and building our brain health, because cognitive reserve is a brain's ability to compensate for any damage or loss or slowing down due to aging. But cognitive reserve also protects our brain as well. And let's look at what cognitive reserve really kind of looks like. And this image comes from the University of Alabama in Birmingham. And this is from a Dr. David Vance, who has really put this together. But let's think about our brain. And each one of us has over 100 billion neurons in our brain. We were born with these neurons, and as we have gone through our life, these neurons have made connections with each other. And this is, we form new memories. We are, every time we practice a new skill, we experience something new. These neurons make connections with each other. And this is where this network comes up, this network of things. But we have to continue to work at our connections. And he likened this, Dr. Vance likened this to having friendships. You know, when we have our friendships, we have to work at our friendships. We have to be disciplined about staying in contact with them. We call, we talk, we ask about how they're doing. And quite frankly, we stay connected with some friends more than other friends, right? So we have stronger relationships and we see more friends maybe than others, or what we might call acquaintances. And where over time we lose connection with some friends because we don't make as much effort. We have to keep in contact with our friends, keep the work up. Well, it's the same with these connections between our neurons. We have to work at it to keep the connections strong. And some connections are going to be stronger than others. And this is where this looks like some of these bolded lines, these connections between these neurons are much stronger than maybe the lighter green ones. There's still a connection, it's just not as strong. But you can also see on the left-hand side here, there's a lot more efficient cognitive processing because there's a lot more connections between all of the neurons. So this brain, or this image of this brain, has been making connections and has been working at making connections for quite some time. Now, on the right-hand side, there's a less efficient cognitive processing, and this could be due to they just have less connections, they haven't worked as much as making connections, or there could potentially be damage that's happened. They've lost neurons, living with disease, there was a brain injury of some sort, so there might be some losses there. But we can just see the difference between the two images. Now, I want to talk again about this lifespan. This doesn't happen overnight. This work and all these connections, this has been built over a lifespan, over several years, maybe since they were born and all the way up until you're 70 or 90 or however old. All of these things are working together. And this is the cognitive reserve that somebody can pull from if they need it, as things might slow down, or if there is damage, they can pull from more things. It's like pulling from a bank account. There's a couple of different analogies. I'm putting money into my savings account so I can pull from it if and when I need it in the future. I have it there. And some people's savings account is much larger than other people's because they've been adding to it and building to it. But it's there to pull from. At some point, if we keep pulling from that cognitive reserve, especially if somebody's living with dementia or another chronic illness, they're pulling from that cognitive reserve, there's not going to be a reserve. That reserve is going to be emptied out and they're not going to have anything to pull from anymore. So we want to make sure that reserve is quite full, right? Another analogy is that we're building back roads or back routes in case that main road is closed off. Because if my main road is closed off between here and here for whatever reason, it could be an illness, it could be a loss of something, that's okay because I've built these other routes around to go. So I want to make sure I'm building enough back roads. And that's essentially what cognitive reserve is. I have it to pull from, but it's also protective for me as well. All right. And how do we do that? So let's start diving into, well, what are these modifiable risk factors? How do I build my cognitive reserve and protect my brain health as I get older? Because I want to age as autonomously and independently as I possibly can. And it really starts with metabolic health. And we think about metabolic health, the word metabolism is our body's energy management system. Now, our brain, and why this energy management system is so important, is because our brain might only be 2% of our body weight, but it takes up a lot of our energy. So it takes up about 1/4 of all the oxygen that we breathe in. It takes up about 70% of all the glucose that we eat because our brain needs that energy to continue to create and work with all those connections, but to continue to function optimally throughout the course of the day. It needs that fuel to do that. And then it also takes up about 20% of all the other nutrients that we feed our body. So our brain needs a lot of stuff. And so this metabolic health is so important. In metabolic health, we think about metabolic health is or the things that come along with this. We do think about diabetes a lot. There's insulin resistance or insulin sensitivity. Sometimes it's high blood pressure. It can be high lipid count. It can be body mass as well. All of these things influence our metabolic health. But a lot of times the most common one we hear about is diabetes, whether it's type 1 or type 2. It is the most common, but there are other things that go along with this. With metabolic health. But when we think about if this metabolic or this energy delivery system is unstable, the first thing to really be affected by it is our brain. Now, we may not see it quite at first, but our brain is very sensitive to it. It's powerful, the energy that our brain uses, but it's also very sensitive to anything that's unstable or disrupted in this energy regulation system, this metabolic health system. So it really is about energy regulation. I want to make sure that my energy, my brain, my whole body, but my brain is being fed and has this, it's a well-oiled machine, essentially, right? And a lot of this has to do with our blood sugar or that blood insulin. And insulin is more than just energy regulation, but insulin plays an important part in our memory formation. It plays a very important part in growing the connections between those neurons and keeping those connections strong. And it also helps with the survival of our neurons. So this insulin we kind of contribute to energy is very important for our neuronal health and brain health as well. But so if this insulin signaling or energy signaling again becomes dysregulated or it becomes unstable, several things happen. Of course, our glucose, our brain takes up 70% of our glucose, that glucose becomes less efficient. And so the brain's not getting the fuel that it needs to function at its best. Inflammation increases as well in our brain, but also to other areas of our body. This inflammation just increases. And there's been evidence to show that it disrupts the clearance of an amyloid plaque. And Tia talked about amyloid plaques that build up, and we see this in Alzheimer's disease. There's this plaque that builds up, disrupts the connection between the neurons. And so when we're having this disruption in our metabolic health, it's been shown that it disrupts the clearance of those amyloid plaques that we do want to clear out through our brain. So this is very important. And a couple other things I want to point out is that insulin resistance has been shown to increase our risk for dementia. And you may have heard the term that diabetes type 3 is another type of Alzheimer's disease. I've seen that myself and have other people ask me about it. Now, that's not an official diagnosis, but it does speak to the importance of this metabolic health and the insulin resistance and how important it is that we need to regulate that. But what studies are showing too, and this is fairly new, that the blood sugar irregularity matters. So when we have spikes and crashes, ups and downs, we spike our blood sugar and then we crash, spike our blood sugar and then we crash. We've all done it. We're all going to do it again. We know what it feels like to spike that blood sugar beyond high and then we crash and we're no good, right? We've got no energy. Doing this regularly all the time adds stress to our blood vessels in our heart and our brain. And the spikes and the crashes add up over time. And of course, it's going to add more stress to our vascular metabolic health, but our vascular health, which I'm going to get to in a second, our blood vessel health as well. And it also increases our inflammation. And this is particularly important in our midlife span. This is where the studies are showing this crash, spike and crash is particularly important. We need to regulate that or not do it as much, in particular in a lifespan when we do have more reserves. Because as we get older, when we do have less reserves, we don't want to use that all up because I've spiked and crashed my blood sugar so many times, if that makes sense. And there, you can liken it to a 30-year-old body can go out and run 5 miles and do better than a 70-year-old body. It's the same. I remember I went on a race once when I was running, and I would train and I would run regularly. And this kid who was, 15, 20 years younger than me, hadn't ran at all, probably, ate poorly the night before, maybe even had a few drinks, whatever it is, went on the same race, within our group. It was 10 miles, but ran that race just fine. Of course, finished it way faster than I ever would have finished it. It was just fine, no big deal. Of course, he had body was 20 years younger than mine was, even though I was training and all that. It's kind of that same theory. A 30-year-old body or brain is going to do better than a 70-year-old body and brain, but I want to make sure in this midlife, I'm not using up all my cognitive reserve to when I get to 70, I don't have it to pull from. So it's being very aware of this insulin irregularity, but also just not intentionally inflaming our blood vessels, our heart. And how do we do this? So of course, we're talking about our metabolism and our metabolic to diet. next, right, as this modifiable risk for dementia. And this should be commonly known that diet plays a huge part into our whole body health, to our brain health, but also to our emotional health as well. Diet is huge. And it really is what is the fuel that I'm feeding my body? You think about it like a car. If I give my car bad gas or bad oil, that car's not going to run as well. It's going to be sluggish. It's not going to last as long. Other things are going to go out in the car first, right? The pistons are going to go bad, or I don't know car stuff, but it's just not going to work as well. And we're going to be constantly at the mechanic because we're trying to treat things because I'm not feeding the car what it needs, the good stuff. It's the same for our bodies. I've got to fuel my body with good food, good news, good hydration, with all the good stuff, whole foods, non-processed, get plenty of proteins and plenty of nutrients so I can continue to function optimally, and I'm not having to be in the doctor all the time. And it also helps, kind of a bonus, my emotional health too. Many studies are coming out as how food plays into our emotional health just as much as it does our physical health. But what this is saying, it says, I'm saying nutrition, I'm not saying diet, because diet is a 4-letter word. And we want diet, and really diet is just what we are eating anyway, right? So it's just what you're eating is what your diet is. But what the research is showing, the newest research, is that it's about whole foods and not processed foods. So many studies have come out that are saying people that are on high processed or ultra processed foods are at a much higher risk for developing dementia. And it kind of makes sense. We get it. Well, what does this whole foods look like? And it says up here, we're looking at patterns, not perfection. And this really is kind of like, well, how can I stack the odds in my favor, right? I want to eat well. I want to put good fuel in my body to stack the odds in my favor. It is whole foods in a plant forward pattern is what the patterns come in. So it's plant forward. And there's 2 diets that have a lot of studies behind them for heart health and brain health. The first one is the Mediterranean diet. You may have heard of this one already, but it's a different way of looking at the food pyramid. And at the bottom of that food pyramid, there's whole grains, lean meats, all those things. As you get to the top of the food pyramid, there's like higher fats, like a red meat is once a month, whereas they're asking you every day, let's get some whole grains, whole foods, vegetables, beans with a lot of fiber in them at the bottom. And as just kind of the pyramid goes up, let's just get less and less of the meat that might have higher fat, higher saturated fat in it, sweets, pastries, all those things. Now we kind of want to avoid the bad things, right? It's asking myself, well, I want to feed myself good things, but maybe I need to get rid of some bad things too. And this is where that MIND diet comes in, is that second diet, the MIND diet, M-I-N-D. And this is a hybrid of the Mediterranean diet and the DASH diet. The DASH diet is a diet specifically for hypertension, but it's a hybrid of those. And the MIND diet can be a little bit easier to follow because there's 10 do's, 10 do's and 5 not so muches or avoid type things. So the 10 do's, and it's kind of down here, they're really the core brain healthy foods, which we should know, or, it's leafy greens, it's lean meats, it's whole grains, it's vegetables, it's berries, it's cooking with things that are more healthy like olive oil and not margarines and butters. So it's these core brain healthy foods, and these 10 do's, I want to get these every week, if not several times throughout the week. The 5 not so muches, if not avoid altogether if you can. Those I don't want to do. I want to avoid them. It's maybe once a month. This is processed foods, right? So fried foods, pastries, fast food, margarines and butters is in that. Cheese is in that, unfortunately. but it says not so much, maybe just not every day. But this is a little bit easier to follow diet. But I highly encourage you to look at both of those diets. And really with these, and I shouldn't say diets, nutrition plans, right? With these, it's how much you adhere to the nutrition on these is going to correlate with how much you can reduce your risk for dementia. I know I think it's the Mind diet, if you follow it to the T, you can reduce your risk by 54% just by what you're feeding yourself. And that's how important the nutrition is that we feed ourselves. For our brain health, they're automatically good for your heart health, which is automatically in turn going to be good for your metabolic health. Now I want to ask you, before I move on, because I'm not really asking y'all to really overhaul your whole food plan and what you eat and your diet, but what I really want to ask you is, can you just do one swap for me for 2 weeks? It's kind of like my push to you. For 2 weeks, can you do one swap? And that might be, I'm going to swap out drinking Coke with seltzer water. Okay, so I'm going to swap one not so good thing with a better thing for me. Or I'm going to add a vegetable to every day. I didn't say every meal, to every day. I'm going to add a vegetable. Or I'm going to add a fruit. I'm going to eat an apple every day. Or I'm going to use a piece of fruit every single day. Or maybe it's, I'm going to do desserts or sweets just on the weekend or just on Saturdays. So just one small thing that I can do to take this step forward in better nutritional health. And when I do that consistently, let me take that next step. Let me just make these small, consistent changes over time. And you'll notice real quickly how well you're doing with your nutritional health. Because it's more about small, sustainable changes that you'll actually do, as opposed to just perfect eating, because nobody eats perfect. Maybe one day you eat perfect, but then you're not going to the next day. Or at least that is for me. So I got to make small changes. All right, let's talk about cholesterol in the brain. And a lot of times when you think about cholesterol, we think about vascular health. And so we think about heart attacks. And so we don't really necessarily always correlate cholesterol with brain health. But our cholesterol is so important because let's think of our brain as a vascular organ. Just like we think about our heart as a vascular organ, the brain is also very much a vascular organ. I said it earlier, but our heart and our brain are directly connected. And I don't want you to think about them as separate things. I want you to think of them as one system. Anything you're going to do good for your heart, you're automatically doing good for your brain, and vice versa. And we know what's heart healthy. So let's think about this as brain healthy as well. But anything that damages our heart is going to damage our brain and these blood vessels that we have too. So midlife, so we're talking again, this is this lifespan thing I'm talking about, but midlife high cholesterol has been linked to a greater risk of dementia. And more studies are coming out with that. So this is why it's so crucial in this midlife. Again, midlife is 45 to 65 years of age. But let me say, even if you're younger than 45 or you're older than 65, please practice good heart and brain health, because whatever you do, you're going to have positive effects no matter what age you are. But this is, well, and I will say this, even if you have high cholesterol right now, that doesn't mean you're destined for dementia. It just means that we need to manage it and keep a good eye on it, and be talks with a doctor that you trust. Because vascular health is going to affect our cognitive resilience and our cognitive reserve. So it's going to help build that cognitive reserve, but it's also going to help protect the cognitive reserve as well. And we hear the numbers, the HDL number and the LDL number correlated with cholesterol. And how I remember it is our HDL number is our happy cholesterol number, and the LDL number is the lousy cholesterol number. And for the longest time, and still, the doctors really look at that LDL number because we don't want the lousy cholesterol numbers to be really, really high. We want the happy cholesterol numbers to be high. So they've just been looking at the LDL number. but the studies are coming out that cholesterol is more than just that LDL number. So talking to your doctor about some of these other numbers that are focuses that are listed up here. So the ApoB number, how does this LDL, this lousy cholesterol number, how does that really correlate and how does that really work within my system? Because just like dementia and other illnesses, our cholesterol is so specific to us and it's specific to our genetics and how this works in our bloodstream, because my number might be the same as Tia's number, but our bodies are working with it differently, right? So it might be high for me, but it might be great for her because our bodies are different. So it's not a cookie cutter or black or white. And then of course, looking at the inflammation markers as well. So really start talking to your doctor about this and talk to your doctor about it if you are 45. Don't think that you're invincible. We're like, I'll worry about my heart health stuff till later, because I don't have to worry about it until later. No, we want to start talking about it now, or even if you're 35. Let's start talking about it and make sure we have a good baseline number and we can possibly see any changes that come along in the future and make changes as needed. So there's cholesterol, and then we've got blood pressure after this also. So blood pressure, high blood pressure, hypertension, this is a symptom, or it's the silent brain stressor. This is something that we don't feel coming. So people that have high blood pressure may not feel anything at all. We just don't really feel the symptoms unless it's extremely high. And if it's extremely high, we start to feel dizzy, fainting. We might sweat a little bit. We might have a racing heartbeat, chest discomfort, or even like a headache. I've had a worse headache in my life type thing. So but that's when it's extremely high, like dangerous. You need to be in the emergency room right now, high. But other than that, you can be living with high blood pressure and not know it for the longest time. But what's happening with high blood pressure is that it really starts to affect the vessels in our body. And again, our heart is a very much vascular vessel. Our brain is a very much vascular system, I should say. And it has all of these blood vessels in here. And we need to make sure that we have good, healthy blood vessels. So this is an image of a healthy blood vessel. It's the interior of it, the diameter of it, it's open, plenty of blood can get through it, it's healthy. It's also flexible or pliable, so it can move in and out. The hypertension, or somebody with high blood pressure, the image on the right, that blood vessel, the walls of the blood vessel are much thicker, so less blood can get through it, and it's not as flexible, it's much more rigid. So it's not able to expand or contract to move with the blood flow that goes through our bodies. So this is important when we're sedentary, but it's also important when we have some physical activity also, to make sure that these blood vessels, we have to treat them well, because we're born with what we got, and I want to make sure that my blood vessels are treated, are very healthy, especially into my later age. Because as we get older, things are going to slow down, right? Inflammation happens. But I want to make sure in my early life and midlife, I'm treating my blood vessels very, very well. And this is where this hypertension, high blood pressure comes in. So what happens when we have high blood pressure is it does damage the blood vessels in our brain, damage the blood vessels in our heart, but it damages the blood vessels in our brain as well. So again, these blood vessels are going to become more rigid, narrower, so less blood's going to get through, and they're not able to expand and contract and work with the blood flow. But I want them to stay healthy as we get older. And this damage to our blood vessels happens long before we might even ever see any symptoms, or it might even be recognized by tests that are done. So decades before, we are either causing damage to blood vessels that I don't want to do because it's too late. We can't reverse some of this blood vessel damage that's already happened. It also has been associated with changes in the white matter of our brain, and the white matter is how our neurons can talk to each other. is through our white matter. So I want to make sure that's working really well so my neurons can talk to each other efficiently and quickly. And it's so early treatment. So what happens is that I want to treat this. The prevention is better than treatment. You know, if this has already happened and now I have hypertension and my blood vessels are already rigid and stiff, it's harder to, treat that. You can treat it, absolutely, but it's harder to treat it. It's easier to prevent it. So, and again, this damage starts happening decades before we see any symptoms. So just being aware of hypertension. And high blood pressure comes along with the food, a lot of times with the food that we eat. So are we eating ultra processed foods, high sodium within our diet? We're going to talk about sleep. We're going to talk about exercise, and we're going to talk about stress, because all of those play into our high blood pressure as well. Now, genetics plays into it as well, and if you know that, please be aware and talking to your doctor about that and making sure you're checking your blood pressure. But let's talk about exercise. And I'm going to spend a minute on exercise because exercise is your brain's best friend. Hands down, it is one of the best things that you can do for your brain. And it says exercise grows neurons. So exercise does something that medication cannot do. And only exercise can do this. But when we exercise, the brain releases a hormone. It's a brain-derived neurotrophic factor. And this hormone, the BDNF, it promotes learning. It promotes memory and cognitive flexibility. So as we're exercising, we're moving, we're not only burning calories, but we are growing our neurons. We're forming, better able to form new memories or strengthen the memories that we have. And we are building our cognitive resilience. So why wouldn't we do that? There's nothing bad about exercise. There's just not. You got to find something you like to do, but there's nothing bad about exercise. It also has been shown to increase the hippocampal volume of our brain. So I'm going to take a quick side note and say that as something that happens that's normal part of getting older in our brain is there's a hippocampus area of our brain that does tend to get a little bit smaller. Normal, predictable changes that happen. Now, the hippocampus area of our brain is the area that houses our short-term memory and our ability to really learn something new. So as we get older, this area tends to shrink just a little bit, but not to a point to where we're losing memories like we might with dementia. But it's just to a part, this is where we kind of notice that's where we're slowing down a little bit, just the recalling of things, and it takes a little bit longer to learn something new. That might be shown because of the shrinkage, the small shrinkage of the hippocampus, which is a normal part of aging. But exercise offsets that shrinkage because of that neurotropic derived, am I saying that right? Brain-derived neurotropic factor that gets released when we exercise. And it also preserves our white matter. Again, our white matter is the area where our neurons live and they talk to each other. So I want to make sure that that white matter is preserved in our brain. And we do that in exercise. So yeah, so the white matter is important to the communication of our nerves, nerve cells. And it helps improve our insulin sensitivity. So we talked a lot about metabolic health, but exercise helps improve that energy regulating system. Okay, it helps improve our sleep, it helps reduce inflammation, and it helps improve the blood flow throughout our entire bodies, but to our heart and our brain. So again, there's nothing bad about exercise. There's all good things to it. And when I say exercise, I mean moderate to vigorous exercise. Okay, so this is a type of exercise that it's moderate. We're not super intense. We're not doing high intensity exercise because sometimes that can be more damaging, especially if it's for an older body. But I'm just talking about moderately intense exercise, which really kind of translates to I'm sweating a little bit and I can't have a conversation with the person next to me because I'm breathing too heavily, right? So I've got to put some effort into it. I got to work at it to get the benefits of the exercise to start reducing, not reducing your inflammation, but inducing the brain-derived neurotropic factor, inducing other endorphins that get released into our bloodstream, the endorphins, the feel-good hormones, and it reduces our cholesterol, which is our stress hormone. All of this is happening when we're exercising. And exercising doesn't necessarily mean you've got to go run a marathon, but exercise is, again, it's anything that gets your heartbeat up to where you're breathing heavy and you're sweating a little bit. So this can be yard work. It can be pickleball. It can be going for a walk. It can be going for a jog. It can be riding your bike. It can be Pilates. It can be yoga. It can be so many things. Dancing is one of the best things that we can do for our mind, our body, our spirit, socialization. It's something, you've got to find something that you enjoy and that you'll continue to do for exercise. A couple of things though about exercise is that the guidelines is still 150 minutes a week is the guideline. I think Holly said that earlier, so which really kind of equals out. It's 5 days a week at 30 minutes a day. But what the new studies are showing is that even if you did 5 minutes a day, it lowered your risk. 5 minutes a day of exercise, it lowered your risk of dementia by 41%. That's pretty big statistic. And some of y'all might be like, did she get that right? We're sure about this. But I looked, yes, I'm sure about this. 5 minutes a day can lower your risk. Now, this is consistently doing it, right? And you want to start increasing your time, because we might think, gosh, 30 minutes a day, that's just not doable. It's just not doable. I've never exercised before in my life. It's too hot outside. I've got a bum knee. I don't have the time to do it. It's just not doable. So you don't do it at all, right? And I totally get that. But can you do 5 minutes? Now, this is 5 minutes in the where your heartbeat is up. So it might be 7 minutes overall to get your heart rate up. So it's 5 minutes with the heart rate up and you're sweating a little bit and you're breathing heavy. But it can reduce your risk. But the goal is to start with the 5 minutes and then increase it from there. So you add a minute every week and get up to the 30 minutes. But you can also see if you're doing 45 to 70 minutes, it's 60% lower chances of reducing your dementia. 70 minutes to 150 minutes, 63, all the way up to 150 minutes or 140 plus minutes a week is close to 70% reducing your risk for dementia. So there really is no excuse not to do it. And again, I'm not asking you to run a marathon, but I am asking you to move. And I've been saying exercise, but I'm going to go to the word movement now, because what happens is we will go and we'll do our exercise, but then I'm sedentary the rest of the day. And I'm a culprit of this a lot of the times. I might exercise, I'll go exercise at night, but the majority of the day I am sitting behind the desk or I'm sitting on my couch. And I'm not doing much of anything. I'm sedentary a lot of the times of the day, but then I'll go do my 30 minutes of exercise. Well, I got my exercise in, I did what I'm supposed to do. And while that's great, the more sedentary we are, the more it's going to offset the benefits of the exercise. So it really is movement throughout the day. And more studies are backing this up. It's movement throughout the day. So it's parking as far away as you can. It's taking the stairs. It's setting a reminder on your phone to go up every 30 minutes and you get up and you stretch. Maybe you do some squats, whatever it is, or maybe you go for a walk around the neighborhood. You've got to get up and move something. And this, every time we move, we're increasing the blood flow. We're pushing the oxygen, we're pushing the nutrients, the glucose up to our brain that it needs to function optimally. We're building muscle within our whole body, so we feel more confident on our own 2 feet. And there's other studies that are showing that cardiovascular exercise is important. So this is the heart rate. I'm going to go do something cardiovascular. But also strength training as well is important. But right now, before I move on to the next thing, is we're going to take a quick tech break. We're having some IT challenges, so we're going to take a quick tech break, and I'll be back with you as soon as possible. What's Okay, so we are back live, and I want to acknowledge that I think the Wi-Fi connectivity is going in and out a little bit, and sometimes I might freeze, or I might be a little bit blurry, or having a hard time seeing the screen. So sorry about that. Hopefully it fleshes itself out from here on out, but bear with us. Bear with us as we're going through this. But again, thank you for bearing with us as we're coming into almost our home stretch, our last hour here of our day long of or a day of dementia and caregiver education. We were talking about exercise and movement, and I want to end before I move on to the next thing with exercise and movement, is that our bodies are designed for movement. We're not designed to sit there on the couch, even though sometimes it feels good. That's not what we're designed for. We're designed to move. And there was a doctor that had said, I'm going to read it, that, well, and we might have heard, the more emotion we are, the better we feel, but the more sedentary we are, the worse we feel. And I think Holly talked about this earlier today too, but when we're not moving and we're not in exercise, our joints get stiff. We just don't feel as good. We're more lethargic. It also affects our mental health and our emotional health. And movement, when we are moving, it positively impacts not only just our physical health and how we feel overall, even though we might still be slower to, arthritis still might be acting up, or I might be a little bit sore, or it takes me a minute to get going after I get up in the morning or get up from the chair. But it also positively impacts our mental health and our emotional health. Just like eating good food is going to impact this, our movement impacts it as well. But staying moving throughout the day. So it might even be, and I'm not going to go do 30 minutes today, but I will get up and move every hour on the hour. Or maybe it's every 30 minutes. I'll get up and do something. But there was a doctor that had said, this is from the doctor, the patients I lose to dementia were not sedentary their whole lives. They were active until their 60s. Then they stopped. Their knee hurt, their back hurt, they felt tired, or they just said, I'm too old for this. And that is when the decline started. And I have seen this happen. I'm not a doctor by any means, but I've seen that happen. And we've heard stories and support groups and families that we work with. Well, dad or mom, after they retired, they just kind of sat there and they just plummeted. So the importance of movement for our brain health, our whole health, but particularly our brain health. So we've talked about our metabolic health. We've talked about cholesterol, high blood pressure. We've talked about our nutrition. We've talked about movement and exercise, but I want to talk about sleep. And is that right? Sleep could almost be one of the best things that you can do for your brain health, because when we have poor sleep, it impacts a lot of the things we do. It impacts the choices that we make on what we eat during the day, because if I'm so tired, I can't make something healthy, and I would just rather there's the pizza there, or it's easy to go through the drive-through because I'm too tired. Or I'm so tired I am not going to go exercise. I just don't have the energy to do it. So the sleep that we get impacts all of these other modifiable risks when we have poor sleep, because it's harder for us to make good choices and to motivate ourselves to make the best choice that we can. But so sleep is very important, but sleep has a huge impact into our brain health. And what we know about sleep, sleep is its own science to itself, and there's a lot of studies around sleep and a lot of stuff we're still learning about sleep. But what we know so far about brain health is when we sleep, several things happen in our brain. During sleep, our brain, this is the time our brain cleans itself or clears out all this toxic waste and buildup that comes up. Just like, throughout the day, we get dirty. We've got to take a shower and clean ourselves because we get dirt and grime and grease kind of builds up as we move throughout the day. Same thing happens in our brain. There is just kind of waste that happens in our brain. And during sleep, the fluid that surrounds our brain comes in and it helps clean out the stuff that needs to be cleaned out, that waste that gets built up in our brain. But what also is happening is that this is the time is when we start to form memories. So we take what we've learned from the day or the experiences that we've had, memories that we've had, and during sleep, different parts of our brain turn on. And this is when we process those memories and store those memories in the right parts of our brain. So if I'm not getting good sleep, I may not be able to process some of those memories, or it gets processed or stored in a different area of the brain. So when I go to recall it, it's not where it needs to be recalled it. So where is it, right? And that's important for our sleep. So it's clearing out this waste, which also helps fight our inflammation, and then it consolidates our memories. But it's also strengthening our neuronal connections that are inside our brain. But also sleep helps with all the other systems in our bodies too that we've talked about. Sleep helps restore our whole body. So it's helping with that metabolic health or that energy regulation. So it helps manage blood pressure when we're getting good sleep. It helps manage type 2 diabetes. It helps lower our risk for heart disease and better metabolism, because it's helping lower our inflammation also. So when we have things that maybe we do have sleep apnea, or maybe we have other sleep disorders, maybe it's restless leg syndrome or something, another sleep disorder that we may not be diagnosed with already, or we might not be aware that we have it, or we're not managing it like we should be, it disrupts our sleep, which is going to disrupt all of these important things that have to happen when we sleep. So if we have sleep apnea and we're not treating it or wearing that CPAP like we're supposed to, it's really detrimental to our full body health because we stop breathing in the middle of the night, but it really impacts our brain health, because when we're not breathing, our brain's not getting the oxygen that it needs. And when we have a disruption in that oxygen, that can cause some really bad damage to our brain. So we really have to be very mindful of that. So if you are noticing that maybe you wake up, you're groggy throughout the day, you just don't feel like you get good rest, really go talk to your doctor about it and advocate for yourself and saying there's something that's not working well. And if that doctor doesn't help, maybe they can refer you on to somebody, or you get a second opinion, because it is so important to make sure that you're getting good quality sleep. Because a lot of time with sleep, it's about quality, not necessarily quantity. Now, quantity is important, but it is the quality of sleep that we need to be aware of. And you can see here, this is from Dr. Lewis from MIT, but sleep disturbances precede most neurodegenerative diseases by up to decades. So again, this is something I'm talking about, the lifespan. Like we talked about with blood pressure or metabolic health. We need to be very aware of what's going on in our midlife or our early life that's going to impact our later life. Because damages that are happening during sleep, or damages that are happening to our blood cells, or those spikes and crashes of the blood sugar I talked about, am I managing those in my early and midlife so I have better cognitive reserve in my later life? Because this is happening decades, because we really start to look at sleep as an opportunity to prevent many diseases of aging. So that's so important. And I want to talk about our sleep hygiene, but before I do that, I want to make sure and take a quick commercial break, because I want you to hear from David, our Vice President of Development, and from our Life Enrichment team. So watch this commercial.
Hi, I'm David Farrell, Vice President of Development here at James L. West. You're no doubt enjoying today's hours-long Dementia-IQ educational content. But did you know that all of our education offerings at James L. West are purely donor-funded? It's true. We pride ourselves on keeping our content cost-free for healthcare providers and family caregivers. But to do that, we rely on the generosity of others to make it happen. If you see the value in what we're doing to better people's lives through dementia education, then we invite you to please make a gift of whatever amount you see fit. We like to say that until there's a cure, we're here to care. But we can't meet the demands of instructing thousands of people each year on how to provide that care without your help. Thank you very much.
Here at James L. West, life enrichment engages our residents through socialization, games, fun, and of course, music. Come on down to James L. West and experience the Life Enrichment team. Bye for now.
All right, welcome back. And thank you for watching those quick commercials. You heard David, you've heard him several times throughout the day. We are just $125 away from our goal of $1,000 to raise today for the longest, our longest day of teaching dementia and caregiver education. And all of this money goes straight back into the James L. West Center and the services we provide to persons living with dementia and those that love them the most. So please, if you're so moved, please hit the donation. The QR code is on your screen, or there's a link in the comments to donate as well. But then also the commercials you've seen from our other services here, life enrichment, human resources. We will see from nursing before the day is over, but you've heard from our home care, our day program, our dining services, all the care that we do here at the James L. West Center is so person-centered. It's so compassionate. We have actually, second year in a row, we have been named one of the great places to work, because the care that we provide for our residents and the care that we provide each other as colleagues is so evident. Just and the care we provide for our families is so evident. And we appreciate you being a part of that today by joining us, a part of our live streamathon of education. Yeah. We were talking about brain health. And we were talking about sleep and the importance of sleep and thinking of sleep as our brain, it's brain maintenance, essentially. We're just maintaining the system of our brain through quality sleep. And how we get quality sleep, I'll take a little side note here, because we know that sleep is regulating our waste system. It's cleaning up the waste of our brain. It is helping us solidify memories. And it's helping us manage all other, decrease inflammation and manage maybe high blood pressure, help managing insulin resistance, all of these things that happen during sleep, quality sleep. How do we get that good quality of sleep? And a couple of great tips that you may not be aware of with getting good quality sleep is that sleep starts when we wake up. Getting good quality sleep starts when we wake up. Because when we wake up, what we want to do to help set or reset our circadian rhythm, so starting that clock down to when I want to go to bed at night, is we need to get sunlight within the first 30 minutes of the day when we wake up. So whether that's we go outside or we sit by a window or we look outside, is we're getting that sunlight absorbed into our skin, or we're looking at it. That helps set our clock. And so that clock starts down and it ticks down and goes up to to the evening time, to when our body says, oh, okay, now it's time for me to go to sleep. So we want to make sure and get that sunlight early in the day. And let's say it's cloudy outside, still go outside. There's still the UV rays, thank you, that come down through the clouds that will get into our system, into our eyes, that can help set that clock. So good sleep starts in the morning with sunlight. And of course, you want to make sure and get exercise throughout the day or during the day at some point, that helps your body metabolize a lot of this excess energy or restlessness, and to get it out. And earlier in the day is better for exercise, but really, let me tell you something about exercise. Go exercise. The best time of the day exercise is when you are actually going to go exercise. Okay, so you go exercise when you want to, but it is best practice not to exercise like 2 hours before you're trying to go to sleep. So give that that window of time for your body to kind of relax. Watch what you're eating, especially in the evening time, because if I eat something that upsets my stomach or gives me heartburn, that's going to interfere with my ability to go to sleep. But then also during or at evening time, we want to make sure it's relaxing and restful. So maybe I don't watch something that gets me excited or increases my anxiety. Let's watch something that helps relax me or keeps me calm. And then light. So we talked about getting sunlight in the morning, but at nighttime, the light is important because if we're looking at light, and I'm talking generally about light from the screen, so whether it's the TV or it's the computer or it's your tablet, the light, our eyes see it and our brain stays on because our brain is seeing the light, and our brain says, oh gosh, it's still daylight outside, I need to stay up. But I need to tell my brain that it's evening time, so we need to dim the lights. And that might be an hour before bedtime. I do turn off all the screens so I can really set my brain. My brain starts to shut itself down, which means it's going to shut down the other systems of my body to really start to prepare me for good quality sleep. So that light is really, really important. Now you can, especially if you read like through a tablet or a reader, you can have the settings on there for blue light. But that's generally, again, this is kind of specific for each person, but this is generally the best ways to get good quality sleep, because it's really called our sleep hygiene. How do I have a good sleep hygiene to give me that good quality sleep? And like I mentioned earlier, if you really are having a hard time with sleep, or maybe you have a sleep disorder, or you just feel like I'm just not getting good rest, and this has been a couple of weeks, let's talk to our doctor about it, because we know the importance of sleep. Now, I want to talk about something that we don't really ever talk about, or it's not as talked about, I should say, when it comes to brain health, and that's our senses, particularly our hearing and our vision. And there's some studies that have come out and a lot of evidence about how protecting our senses is protecting our brain. Absolutely. So let's think about our hearing and our vision. And when we hear and when we see something, that's just one part of the whole hearing something or seeing something. Because if I hear something, the ears just hear it. Or if I see something, the eyes are just seeing it. Oh, but side note, we've got a donation. So thank you so much. Thank you so much all for y'all donating, and continue to donate. We've got just under an hour, and you can donate as much as you want to donate. And of course, you can donate after our streaming is over as well too. But thank y'all so much. For our hearing and our vision, though, just think about the hearing and our eyes. It's just one part of that whole process, because our brain then has to take what it hears and what it sees from our eyes and our ears, and it has to translate it, it has to process it, it has to analyze it, and it has to interpret it. And all of that is happening in the brain. The eye and the ear just hear it and see it. All the rest of that is happening in the brain. So really protecting our senses so much is protecting our brain. And what happens, particularly with hearing and vision, is, and I'm going to start with hearing, as our hearing might start to decline, what happens is our brain goes into cognitive overload, because if I'm having a hard time hearing something like at the restaurant, right? I'm going to eat a meal with my family at the restaurant, and I can't hear what's being said at the end of the table, or much less the person sitting next to me. My brain is having to work harder to hear, translate, process, analyze, interpret all that stuff. So I have this, what they call cognitive overload. And my brain's having to work harder just to hear and interpret and process everything. So what happens from there is I have less cognitive reserves for memory formation, for processing what's happening around me, because my brain's having to work so hard just to hear things properly. Same thing with vision. If I'm having to work too hard to see something, that cognitive overload, I don't have the reserves to take in all the other stuff that's going on because my brain's having to work too hard to see it, right? And this is such an easy fix. And I think I mentioned at the first, hearing is one of the highest ways to, or easiest modifiable risks of those 14 that are listed, because we can get eyeglasses and we can get hearing aids that absolutely protect our hearing and protect our vision. When I have hearing aids and I have the glasses, then and I can hear better and I can see better, my brain's not having to work as hard. I'm not having to put so much effort or labor into just hearing or seeing. My brain can then work with formulating the memories, processing everything else that's going on around me, and my brain doesn't have to work as hard, so I can take in the rest of the stuff that's going around me. Another thing that happens with our 5 senses is when we don't hear or we don't see as well, we tend to isolate or we start to withdraw. Because if I just can't hear and I can't see, well, what's the point of going? You know, it's so frustrating and I have a headache afterwards anyway. It's too much. I feel isolated, so I'm just not going to go. So we tend to isolate and we tend to self-withdraw. And we'll talk about isolation and withdrawal here in a minute. And then we're not going out as much. So we're not being as social, and we're not socially engaging, but we're not cognitively engaging ourselves either. So there's so many implications to our senses, and you're not doing the things like wearing hearing aids or glasses, because it really isn't about a vanity issue. Even this day and age, glasses are so stylish now, everybody's wearing them, and you don't really see hearing aids anymore either. And the hearing aids, the technology is so fancy. Fancy now, I know that you can set those hearing aids to turn off ambient noise. You can set them to turn it off just in general if you want to. My dad does that. He's like, oh, I turned my hearing aids off when y'all came in. You know, his grandkids when they came in, I turned those hearing aids off so I don't have to hear them, because it can be too much. But you can also listen to books. I know he can set books on to listen to books through his hearing aids. He can hear his phone through his hearing aids. The technology is great, and there's no reason not to, particularly when we know how important and how easily it is to help protect our brain, build that cognitive reserve, and protect that cognitive reserve. But we started to talk about isolation. So if I start to withdraw, there's some differences about social isolation. So social isolation, it says here, social isolation is not interacting. So we're just not engaged in community. I'm not interacting. I'm not going out to the restaurant as much as I used to. But then there's the loneliness. And the loneliness is, it's a feeling of not connecting or a feeling of not belonging. And that's a distressful feeling. Now, social isolation for a long period of time can lead to higher rates of loneliness. It doesn't always, but it absolutely increases your risk for the feelings of loneliness or those feelings of not belonging or not being connected to a community. Both social isolation and loneliness adversely affect our physical health, our mental health, and our emotional health. What happens physically is our bodies go into a stressful state when we have social isolation that's long-term, but when we have loneliness as well. And our bodies go into this chronic stressful state, so there's an increase in inflammation, and there's an increase in our cortisol hormone, that stress hormone. And that stress hormone has adverse effects to our health because it increases our blood pressure, which we talked about. It decreases our, or changes our breathing, so we're not getting as much oxygen into our bloodstream, so our brain's not getting the oxygen that it needs. It increases our muscle tension as well, and it increases our heart rate, excuse me. So that a lot of those things are happening just because we're in a stressful state. And we already have talked about all of those things are increasing our risk for poor brain health, which in turn increases our risk for dementia. So what do we do when we have this chronic isolation or feelings of loneliness? Because when we have this increase in stress, what we see with stress, we have this increase in stress and long-term stress, we also start to see changes in memory. And memory that I just can't remember. It's a short-term memory change because after a while, that cortisol hormone, whatever it's caused by, that cortisol hormone will start to affect our hippocampus. And I mentioned earlier, our hippocampus is that area of our brain that houses our short-term memory and our ability to form new memories. And that cortisol, that stress hormone, if we have it for a long term, it will start to directly attack the hippocampus and start to eat away at it. So we might see, well, I'm not remembering like I used to. And this can be a variety. We have caregivers for persons with dementia that come to us and they're very serious about, I think I might start having dementia as well because my short-term memory is affected. When we can say, okay, let's wait a minute. It might be that you have high unmanaged stress. And we know that can be a side effect of high long-term stress. It can be a side effect of long-term social isolation that's increased your stress. It can be a side effect of a loneliness, feeling of not belonging. It can be a side effect of just stressful state. So this loneliness is important, and living alone can do it, but we can be around others all the time and still have a feeling of loneliness. And just having that feeling of loneliness, not belonging, is what absolutely increases our risk for the stress, which is increasing our risk for dementia. And we as human beings, we're social creatures. We're meant to be social. We're meant to be in community. We're meant to have purpose and belong and feel connected with one another. So when we don't have that, we are affected physically, mentally, and emotionally, because we also see in people that have loneliness and high lack of socialization is that they have higher rates of anxiety, higher rates of depression, and higher rates of stress, just long-term stress as well. So what do we do? How do we help with making social connections? And we can't always take away social isolation, or we can't always take away the feeling of loneliness, but there's things that we can do. So again, these are modifiable things we can do, and this is across our lifespan. This is, everybody can have feelings of loneliness. I don't care what age you are. You can be socially isolated. I don't care what age you are, but what can I do to help that? And one of those is to take care of your physical health. We want to make sure that I'm healthy enough that I can go out. I can go meet my friends for bingo or for lunch, that I have the health to go and do that. And that might be the first start. I just don't feel well enough to go out and do it. So let's make sure that we're healthy. So we're seeing the doctor. But then we make it into our routine. I'm going to make time in the routine I already have to connect with others. And this can be something as simple as that I go to the grocery store once a week, and when I'm at the grocery store, I am going to say hi to somebody, or I'm going to you don't have to have a long conversation, but just talk to somebody when we're standing there at the produce together. Just talk to them and ask them a question, or talk to them about something, making that connection. Because studies have shown even small interactions at the grocery store, at the bus stop, wherever it is, just small interactions like that added up over time help with socialization and help decrease feelings of stress, anxiety, and loneliness. So while deep connections with people are important and having those deep or those strong connections, social connections, it's these little things that add up throughout the day also benefit just as much for doing that. And then sharing activities that you enjoy. So what do you already enjoy? And go share that. I promise you there is a group out there that enjoys what you do. Whether it's crocheting or it's pickleball or it's book club, there is a group out there that enjoys what you enjoy. So connect with the people that are doing things that you already enjoy, because you're more likely to stay connected and doing the things that you enjoy with people that are like-minded or have the same interests, right? And now in person is better than screen or online. but online is there and it can be so beneficial. Because sometimes I was a part of an online book club for a long time because I couldn't really do it in person for a variety of reasons, but I was able to connect. It was online and that worked well. It might be the group that there's a travel group of all of y'all that are around the country or around the state that you get together online. Or maybe your friends that you've grown up with, maybe they were in college or high school that you have stayed connected with, and y'all are all in different states now, but you get together online on a regular basis. And then hopefully maybe once a year, every other year, you get together in person. So online is fine, but in person is better too. Better if you can't be in person as well. And this is why support groups are important. If you are a caregiver or a support group of anything, get involved in support groups for a variety of reasons, but one of those can just be a social connection. Volunteer. There are so many organizations, I promise, wherever you are at, that need volunteers. You're welcome to come volunteer at the James L. West Center. Come work with our residents, work with our day program, help administration too. Just come and volunteer in a variety of different ways and just stay connected and know that you're giving back too. And don't be shy. Get to know your neighbors, community involvement. There are so many ways to stay involved, and it's making an effort. So a lot of these things that we're talking about is the modifiable risk factors is we have to work at it, right? Like I mentioned with those neurons and that cognitive reserve, we have to put effort into keeping our neurons connected, but we have to put effort for us staying connected as well. We have to put effort into making good nutritional changes. We have to put effort into moving more throughout the day. Maybe it's changing our sleep hygiene. We have to work at these things. Again, small things, consistent things every day. You don't have to do a complete life overhaul, but it's just small things that we're doing each day. So talking about cognitive reserve in brain fitness, because we know physical fitness is important and it's your brain's best friend, but what about this cognitive fitness? And how important is keeping your brain engaged? And there's so much evidence behind this, and this is across your lifespan, shocking, but from early life, midlife, and even into late life, it's really lifelong learning. That's it. I'm going to continue to do lifelong learning. Don't think, well, I finally graduated college, I don't have to learn anything new again. Or I'm retired, that's it, I don't got to do anything else. I'm going to sit in this chair. Well, we know if we sit and be sedentary, we're going to decline physically. But if we stop learning and we stop engaging, we're going to cognitively decline. So we have to have brain fitness. And this builds our cognitive reserve. No matter what age we are, ideally, we're building our cognitive reserve early, right? But even if we're later in life, we can still add to this cognitive reserve. Just like we're adding to a bank account. When I'm 80 years old, I'm hopefully still adding to a savings account, okay? We still want to do that because I want to be able to pull from it. I want to be able to compensate for any possible damage or loss that I have. So I want to build this across my lifespan. But challenging our brain equals more brain plasticity or more brain or cognitive reserve. And brain plasticity is it's moldable and resilient, okay? But what builds cognitive reserve? So how do I do that? Because we think, oh, okay, I've got brain fitness down because I do my crossword puzzle every day. I get out my easy crossword puzzle. I do one puzzle every day and I'm good. I've got it down. And that's good. But it's not building cognitive reserve, unfortunately. I want you to still do that, but you're going to have to start adding on to it because all the new research that's coming out and what we already know is that there has to be structured cognitive training and it has to challenge you. So what it is, it's lifelong learning, but it's effortful learning. So it has to take effort for you to really actually be the brain fitness and build the cognitive reserve. Holly said this earlier, but when we go to the gym, and because I'm going to go build some muscles, I don't pick up that dumbbell and just build my right arm. I'm going to have a really good looking right arm, but the rest of me is going to be flabby and useless. So I need to build up the whole body. So I need to build up my whole brain, the whole cognitive reserve. So this is working on memory and vocabulary. This is working on visual spatial. This is working on math skills. This is working on executive functioning skills. This is working on judgment skills. It's working on all these areas of our brain, not just one area, but all areas. And that's in doing that to where it's effortful. I have to challenge myself to do that. And it comes down to these things. I'm going to come back to speed processing here in a second. But these right here, novelty, challenge, and variety. So what we can do is I know I want to start something that's new. Something that I haven't learned before. Or something that's just different. So it could be something new like I'm going to learn a new language. I'm going to learn a musical instrument. I'm going to learn about how to fix a car, something I've never learned before. Or it could just be something different, that I'm going to take a new route on my walk because my brain's having to see something different and it's having to navigate a different route. So it's new or novel to me. Or let's say I travel a lot, instead of going back to the same stop in Grapevine every weekend, I'm going to go travel somewhere else. I'm going to go to a different, like day trip, and maybe it's to Waxahachie. I've never been there before, and I'm going to try something new, and my brain has to figure something new out, a new route, new things to do. So that's going to be a challenge for me, right? So it can be along those lines as well. And then variety. So we talked about I've got to work out all the different areas of my brain. So yes, do the crossword puzzle if you like the crossword puzzle. You're going to want to start doing you challenge yourself. So do the easy one, but you need to do the next level. You got to up your game a little bit. You got to do the next one, the hard. And then you got to do the extremely hard, or there might be even one that's called diabolical, right? I think my dad does diabolical Sudoku or something, because it's easy, medium, hard, harder, diabolical. But you have to continue to challenge yourself, but do what you like to do. But then you have to do different puzzles, different games, different challenges as well. And as we take a break here, we are only $12 short of our goal of $1,000 today. So if you have it in you to give $12, or maybe several of you, maybe 12 of you have it in you to give $1. I don't know. But we're $12 short of our goal of $1,000 for our first annual Streamathon, Day of Dementia and Caregiver Education. Just $12 short. So please give the $12. You can obviously give more than $12, but $12 would be great to meet our goal. So bilingualism, there's several studies that people that have bilingualism or trilingualism, of course, their cognitive reserve is way better than my cognitive reserve because I am not bilingual. But they just have that the cognitive reserve there because the brain's having to work harder, and they have learned something more. Music as well, and then teaching. So learn something and then go teach somebody what you've learned. That, for one thing, that reinforces what you've already learned, but then you're getting to teach somebody else, and you're doing something new by teaching or mentoring or coaching somebody else. Now, the processing, the speed processing, is what some of the studies have shown recently, is that the speed processing, so part of this is that I'm going to do, let's say I'm going to do, a word search. And I'm going to do this word search, but to challenge me is I'm going to time myself and how fast can I do this word search. So this is a challenge, right? But it's the speed part of it. And a lot of studies are showing that when you're doing some structured training or your like cognitive fitness stuff, to add the processing, the speed processing into the training. And why they think this is important, because they think as we get older, an aging brain, the speed processing slows down. So the more we work on the speed processing, the better benefits we have. So that's where the newest studies have come in, is really to start to incorporate, yes, I want to challenge myself. I want to do something new or novel, and I want to do variety, but I want to add that speed processing to it. So it could be, yes, I'm going to time myself and see how fast I can get through the word search or the Sudoku, or I'm going to compete with my spouse sitting right here and see who can get through the puzzle first, or whatever it may be, because it's that speed process that helps. That they're showing so a lot of positivity on the cognitive fitness for it. And that's where this active trial came up. And then the long-term benefits of it. So somebody that had some structured training, meaning that they every day they did some structured cognitive training that include challenge and include a variety. So they're working different areas of their brain, and it did the speed processing. They checked them several years later, up to a decade later, and the benefits of that training they did for a period of time. It might have been 6 months. Off the top of my head, they did that structured training. A decade later, their memory and attention and concentration were scored just about the same as when they were in the middle of the training. And they're contributing that to the speed processing part of it. So here are some other tips for cognitive reserve. And this is, I've said this, but I'll say it again, the brain is only changes when it is challenged. So the brain is only going to change positively. You're only going to build and strengthen those connections between your neurons. Either you're going to grow new ones or you're going to strengthen a connection that's already there. The brain only changes when it's challenged. So you have to challenge yourself. It has to be effortful. Okay? The brain has to struggle. Okay, to adapt or to make a new pathway or to grow or strengthen the pathways. So whatever that looks like for you. And what that can look like is curiosity. So find something that you're curious about or you want to learn something new. Because not only are you curious about it, you're going to be engaged by it and you're going to continue to learn more, but it's going to motivate you to learn more and dive deeper into here. And oh gosh, well, that was interesting. I want to read a little bit more about this, or how can I do this, or how can I help there? And it's going to boost your dopamine and your endorphins because you're, as you're learning more and you're doing something that you enjoy, of course, the dopamine and the endorphins are going to get boosted. And when we have higher levels of dopamine and endorphins into our system, that helps our emotional health as well. Right, so it helps with depression and anxiety. It can get us excited more about, or get us more excited about what we're learning and sharing it with others. And I just got notice, as a side note, that we're $3 away.
We had 3 donations.
Oh, we had 3 donations. I misunderstood. We had 3 donations. We got our goal.
We got our goal.
We got our goal. Thank you so much. $3 away. We got 3 donations in. So we met our goal of $1,000. Thank you so much. If we want to make it $1,100 goal, and we can do that too. No, thank y'all for helping us meet our goal. We still are accepting donations. You can see the QR code up on the screen there, or there's a link in the comments. We really appreciate your support today. Being on with us for 6 hours of dementia and caregiver education through the Streamathon, but just supporting us. Again, all of the money that we earn today does go back to supporting our mission here at the James L. West Center, which is to serve persons impacted by dementia. Now, we talked about curiosity, but I want to talk about focus too. So doing something that really motivates you, but the focus. When we are focused on something, the neuroplasticity activates in our brains and it allows us to stay focused. Our brain knows that this is important to me and it allows us to stay focused and it strengthens our cognitive reserve. So I'm only want to really stay focused on something if I'm curious about it, right? So that is important. The focus is important. And the repetition is important as well. Because each time we repeat a behavior or maybe we reminisce on a memory, we talked about reminiscence earlier. These are all associated with those neuronal connections and they become stronger and they become faster. So this practicing this repetition is important. This is great for obviously our brain health, but it also is great. We did talk about reminiscence earlier when working for or working with our loved ones that might have dementia. They can reminisce. That helps with their cognitive reserve as well. It helps kind of strengthen and maintain the connections that they already have as we reminisce, and that's so important about this repetition for us. But again, just like with anything, it is about consistency, not intensity. Just like with movement, just like with nutritional things, like it's these small, sustainable changes that we're doing that really make a huge impact and lasting change. So let's say cognitive fitness. What are we going to do different about cognitive fitness? What I'm going to challenge you to do is to really, for 15 minutes a day, I want you to learn something new. Can you take 15 minutes out of your day and learn something new? And that might look like I'm going to learn something completely new. I'm going to research a subject I've always wanted to know about, or a history thing, or whatever it is, 15 minutes. Or it could be I am going to work on my speed processing for this puzzle that I'm already doing. Because that's new, it's challenging. Because again, your brain is only going to change when it's challenged. But give yourself 15 minutes a day. That's it. That doesn't seem like too much, right? And sometimes you can do that if you're listening to something and you're learning something new, and then go teach somebody. All right, there's a lot of different ways that you can do this. Maybe you're going volunteering and you learn something new about the place you're volunteering at. That's your 15 minutes of learning something new, but you're also staying socially connected, and it's getting you out of the house. Or maybe you join a new walking club and you're also getting your exercise, but you meet somebody new and you learn something new about them, and you're staying socially connected. You see how a lot of these things can tie together pretty quickly? All of these brain health things that are so easy changes that we can practice every single day to modify our brain health. Go to a museum. There's a lot of museums here in Fort Worth, Texas. We have a great arts district. Go to a museum and just learn something new. See something new. Open your horizon, expand your horizons to stuff. So I want to take a minute before I get down to kind of summarizing things. I talked a little bit about stress, but I didn't talk a whole lot about stress. And I don't have a slide up here for it, but I want to, because I think everybody knows what stress is and what it isn't. We all have been in stress, or we are in stress right now, or we will be having a stressful state. But stress is something that can be very detrimental to our health if it's chronic stress. Just like we talked about having chronic high blood pressure, or having chronic high cholesterol, chronic metabolic disruption, bad metabolic health, and how disruptive that can be for our whole health, but our brain health as well. Stress is also one of those things. But what happens when we are in a stressed state, or something stressful happens, and this can be anything from we got a diagnosis all the way to I got into a fender bender just the other day, to I've got some financial problems, to I'm about to retire, to my grandkids getting married, all of these things, whether they seem like good things, like grandkids getting married, I'm about to retire, those are good things, but they can still add stress to our lives. And what happens is our bodies go through this change. It goes through kind of like a hypervigilant state, and it changes to where our blood pressure does increase, our heart rate increases, our our breathing becomes more shallow. Our cortisol is increased into our bloodstream. So that stress hormone I briefly talked about, cortisol is increased, adrenaline is increased, and our brain kind of diverts energy away from those non-essential organs. So it diverts attention away from like our digestive system. Because what our brain is doing is it's going into a survival mode. So it goes into fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. It goes into one of these modes. And this state that we go into when we're distressed, when we feel or see something stressful, this is all natural. It's how we were made. It's how we were built. Our bodies are meant to go into this state. And for a short amount of time, this is very, very helpful, because what it allows us to do is it does allow us to go into survival mode. Whether I need to fight something, I need to flee or run away from it, I need to manage this state, the stressful state. So let's say I'm in a fender bender. Oh gosh, I'm in a fender bender. I go into this stressful state, this stress response, and it's going to allow me to think quicker. So I'm able to think, okay, I got to get off the freeway. I'm on the freeway. I need to get off. I need to exit safely off the freeway, or get over to where I'm not going to get hurt. I'm not going to hurt anybody else, and I can safely maneuver somewhere. Hopefully the person follows me. We can exchange insurance information. We can make sure that nobody's injured, that the cars are okay. Do we need to call a tow truck? All of these, it allows me to make these decisions and think quick on my feet, and to respond in a good way to help me through that stressful experience. But when that experience goes away, or that stressor goes away, my body goes back into its normal state. So fender bender happened, we exit safely off the freeway, we exchanged insurance, nobody was injured, the cars were not damaged. Okay, so what happens is I go out of that stressful response. My breathing becomes more normal. My brain stops releasing the cortisol hormone, the stress hormone, and the adrenaline. It starts averting all the attention to all of the organs throughout our bodies, and our muscle tension goes back down, our blood pressure goes back down, so we go back into our normal homeostasis state that we were in before the stressor happened. And that's all great, but that's short-term stress. But what happens is in long-term stress, and I'm talking to you if you're a caregiver on here, or you're just having some long-term stress in your life right now, we're in that hypervigilant state. And this could be weeks, it could be months, it can be years that we're in this with the high blood pressure, high muscle tension, the cortisol hormones being released into our system. Our brain is not giving a lot of attention to our non-survival organs like our digestive system or our immune system. High heart rate, high blood pressure, and this is months, maybe even years into it. And what do you think is going to happen when our bodies are in this hypervigilant stress response state? After a while, the body starts to shut down. The body can't handle that hypervigilant state for a long period of time. Now, some persons can handle it for longer than others, right? But after a while, the body is it's gonna start to feel the effects. Now, our ego can keep going, because our ego can think, okay, I can still do this. I'm gonna still caregive for my loved one. I'm the only one that can do it. Nobody else is gonna be able to do it the way I do it. I'm the only one that can do the work anyway, whatever it may be. I'm gonna get it done faster. Our ego keeps going, but the body's gonna stop and not work as well. And this is so bad, not only for our brain health and our emotional health, mental health, and spiritual health, but for our brain health. So what we want to do is to be into a practice stress management techniques on a regular basis. Because even if we're caregiving, for instance, and I can't take away a diagnosis, or I can't take away that I'm caring for my loved one, what I can do is I can change how I react to it, or how I respond to the stressful situation. And a lot of that will have to do with how we manage our stress levels. So it is important to practice stress management on a regular basis. And a lot of the things that we talked about with brain health are also stress management techniques. Food, our nutrition, the food that we fuel our bodies with, I mentioned, not only helps us physically, but it helps us manage our stress. It helps us manage our emotional health and our mental health. Moving every day. Moving and exercise helps our body go out of that stressful state and into a relaxation response. We're trying to relax our bodies. Even though we're still caregivers, or we still have a demanding job, or whatever it is, how do I be in that relaxation response? even though there might be some stressors in our lives. Move more, exercise, make it a priority. Sleep. We talked about how important sleep is, and really how sleep influences all areas of our whole health life, right? So am I making sleep a priority? Not only to manage my stress, but am I making a sleep a priority for my brain health? And staying connected socially. If I stay connected socially, for one thing, that can help me get some stuff off my chest if I'm talking to trusted friends, or maybe I'm staying connected through support groups. Or it might be that I need to talk to somebody like a counselor more one-on-one to help me manage or learn coping skills that I might not realize that I have, or that I can hone a little bit better. Those can help me manage my stress. And then learning continuously, staying curious, staying focused, really working out my mind, because our brain will change when we challenge it as well, for well. And then I'm managing any other potential illness or chronic disease that I might be living with. Or I'm also just being protective of my heart and my blood vessels and my metabolic health. So I am managing my heart health and promoting good health all over. And then protecting my senses as well. And these are all up here. These are our pillars of brain health, not only for their brain health, but they help manage stress levels. It can help me be into a relaxed state. It is about small changes, but it's also about the course of our lifespan too. I've said this 100 times, at the course of our lifespan. So even because I might think, gosh, well, I might be in my midlife right now, but this stressful state isn't going to last forever. So I'm just going to power through it and it'll come to an end at some point. Well, that might be true, but what damage have I done just powering through it, as opposed to doing some modifiable, small, sustainable, modifiable changes to help my whole health, but to help my brain health, build my cognitive reserve, and protect it over the course of my lifespan. Because we want to make sure that we can influence what we can, and we can influence a lot of stuff for the good or for the good, for good or for bad. We can influence it. I can make good choices and I can make bad choices, because we are constantly kind of changing our brain, and sometimes, or molding our brain, right? This plasticity or the resilience, and I can tear it down or I can build it up. I can tear down my physical health. I can build up my physical health. I can tear down emotional health. I can build it up. I can tear down mental health, or I can build it up. I can tear down my brain health, or I can build it up. And all of these things we've talked about are easy, practical things that we can start doing every day, but just choose one. We want to work with our brain. We don't want to work against it. And that's really alluding to, oh gosh, I know I need to exercise, so I'm going to start running. I'm going to start doing that. Well, I hate running. So am I really going to start running, and am I going to stick to it? No, work with your body, work with your brain to make these positive choices. And it's one intentional habit at a time. So it might be, I'm just going to swap out a Coke for a seltzer water. I'm going to swap those out, or I'm going to add a vegetable or an apple to every plate that I have. I'm going to get up and move every hour. I may not start running, but I'm going to get up and move and stretch every hour. I'm going to do one intentional thing every day, and it takes 30 days to make or break a habit. So this one small thing, do it for 30 days. And then the next 30 days, you add another thing on it. So this other thing, it might be, I'm going to, every time I wake up in the morning, I'm going to go outside and get some sunlight. And I'm going to do that for 30 days. And then after that, I'm going to add another habit onto that. So we're just building these steps, these modifiable steps to build a better brain health. So don't make it too hard for you, just these small things over the course of the time. Because dementia care is being reimagined, and how we protect our brain is being reimagined. Because our risk reduction and prevention, we're learning more about it, and we're learning about how we can start doing positive things now, no matter what age we are, to make huge changes. And again, it's small, consistent steps that matter. references. Again, the information about the James L. West Center. We are here to serve you no matter where you're at on your journey, whether you're just curious about brain health, maybe you just want to learn a little bit more about dementia education, maybe you're caregiving and you're in the midst of it and you just want some support. We're here for education and support groups. Maybe you need help, and maybe you need a place to go during the day. We have our day program that somebody with dementia can go and be at and be in community with other people, and the caregiver gets some rest. Or we can have expert caregivers come into your home and meet you where you're at and the needs that you have. Or maybe it's more long-term care that you need. Here at the James L. West Center, it might be for a short period of time, or it might be long-term care as well. And then, of course, we also provide our dementia-specific short-term rehab. So we meet you wherever you're at on your dementia journey. But I want to end with a couple of things. We're going to do a short commercial break, and then we're going to be back for a closing with all three of us. We'll hear from
And this is how we welcome our residents to James L. West, from our nursing department to you, with our boots on the ground.
Howdy, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. How are you?
Good evening, everyone. Congrats to us all. We've made it to the end. That's right. This concludes our Westworld Record Day of Teaching Live. And we hope you've enjoyed engaging with this content as much as we've enjoyed providing it for you. On that note, we need to thank our education staff for their impassioned instruction, but most of all, we want to thank you for taking part in it. Dementia education is one of the core components of what we offer at James L. West. It's one of the things we're best known for, and it's one of the ways we're able to make the biggest impact. If you've already given in support of our Dementia-IQ caregiver education program, then we thank you. And if you haven't yet, then I'd be remiss not to give you one more opportunity right now. We would be so appreciative. Well, we thank you once more for your participation and consideration. We hope you have a terrific evening and a wonderful rest of your week. Until next time.
So we're back together. We're going to close as a group. So Holly, Tia, and I. But I want to say thank you all to have donated. And guess what? We're only $18 away from $1,100, breaking our goal. But if you have it in you to give $18 more, we appreciate it. And thank you so much to all of those who have been in the comments and hearted us and liked us and followed us through this. This is our first year to do this. We will be back next year. We are so grateful for your support. But as we come to an end of today's Dementia and Caregiver Education Streamathon, we really want to thank every one of you for being a very important part of this event.
Tonight, we've been reminded that while dementia changes lives, it does not diminish the value, dignity, or humanity of those living with it.
We want to recognize all of you extraordinary family members, friends, and professional caregivers who show up day in and day out with patience, compassion, and dedication.
To everyone that made a donation or who wants to make a donation or simply tuned in to learn more, truly thank you. Your support helps create a stronger, more informed, and more caring community.
And the conversation doesn't end tonight. Continue to learn, advocate, support caregivers, and reach out to families who may be navigating this journey. Small acts of kindness can make a tremendous difference.
And for those living with dementia and their care partners and their caregivers, please know this: you are seen, you are valued, and most importantly, you are not alone.
Together, we can replace fear with understanding.
We can replace isolation with connection.
And we can create a future filled with greater awareness, support, and hope. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Take care of one another and keep the conversation going.
Good night.
Good night. Oh, it was still going? I'm so sorry.